took questions. He literally took questions while he was getting a needle in his arm yesterday in getting the new vaccine. So he certainly takes questions from all of you, and he does it often. I understand of having a more more. Well, I mean, look. The president is happy to take questions. He does it pretty regularly. I duly noted on the press conference. But again, this is a president who has not shied away from taking questions from all of you. And so I think he'll continue to do that almost every day. He'll continue to make sure that I'm sure on his own will continue to take your questions.
Just let him know we'd love to see him in here someday.
Okay, but again, I'm not going to get ahead of him, of where we are with the.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. We're bringing you top stories and major headlines on this Monday, October 31st, as we are taking this Live Now look from the Supreme Court. Big news, potentially big news happening this morning. We do expect the Supreme Court to begin considering two cases that will question whether colleges and universities can continue to take race into consideration when it comes to admissions. Now, hundreds of schools have relied on the court precedent for almost 50 years, using affirmative action to diversify their campuses. Harvard and the University of North Carolina are being accused of having programs that violate the principle of equal protection. The plaintiffs say that affirmative action discriminates against Asian Americans, and they are urging the court to overturn the precedent. They say that schools should develop race-neutral alternatives to achieve diversity. Again, that is taking place any moment now at the Supreme Court. We'll be sure to bring you all every development as it unfolds. Now, on the left side of your screen, that's a look at the other top stories that we are paying very close attention to. Let's begin with the midterms next. This is the First Lady, Joe Biden, and Vice President Kamala Harris, and other former presidents, including Barack Obama, crisscrossed the country over the weekend to campaign for Democrats. The president says that he'll hit the trail again later on this week. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson. He's bringing us more from Washington, D.C.
When Bill Clinton defeated George H.W. Bush in 1992, the message was simple. It's the economy, stupid. Today, many Republicans are carrying that same message.
People are very upset about crime, education, parental rights, about the economy, gas prices. It's death by 1,000 cuts for so many families who can't afford rent, gas, groceries, Halloween candy. Everything's so expensive, and the Democrats own it.
Here's Delaware's Democratic Senator Chris Coons on Fox News Sunday.
The folks who I've been campaigning with are running on our record. Chair McDaniel just said we're running away from it, but we're running on it because we've got real accomplishments to point to.
Inflation has been over 7.5% all year, numbers not seen in this country in 40 years. Inflation peaked at 9.1% in June when gas was over $5 a gallon. Numbers have come down since. Gas is now $3.76 a gallon, but still about 60% higher than when Biden was sworn into office. The latest inflation data from September says inflation is at 8.2%. It was only 1.4% when Biden took office. Colorado is one state where Republicans are looking for an upset. Here's GOP candidate Joe O'Dea.
Look, we're dead even with the independents. That's who matters here in Colorado. 45% of our electorate is independents.
It's former President Barack Obama headlining more campaign events in those key battleground states. He and President Biden will be going to Pennsylvania in the days ahead. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi commenting for the very first time on Friday's assault on her husband, Paul. In a letter to House colleagues, she says that the savage attack traumatized the family and has left them heartbroken. Mr. Pelosi is improving but remains in the hospital. Now, police say the suspects broke into their San Francisco home and hit him in the head with a hammer. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman is in San Francisco with more.
Paul Pelosi is at the hospital recovering from his injuries. The good news is he is expected to make a full recovery. And Saturday night, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi broke her silence on this attack. She released a statement to her colleagues saying, in part, a violent man broke into our family home, demanded to confront me, and brutally attacked my husband, Paul. Our children, our grandchildren, and I are heartbroken and traumatized by the life-threatening attack on our pop. The suspect reportedly brought zip ties and duct tape to their home, and he allegedly shouted, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" after breaking into their house. Police have not confirmed a motive in this case, but some top Democrats either said or are insinuating that the attack was politically motivated.
This habit of saying the worst about other people, demonizing people, that creates a dangerous climate.
I think all of us, in the wake of this attack on Paul Pelosi, need to say that we are going to stop demonizing folks because I think those kinds of the sort of rhetoric that we've heard in too many ways in too many places can lead to violence.
But again, police have not confirmed a motive in this case, and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are condemning the attack. Today on Sunday Morning Futures, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy said violence is wrong and has no place in our community.
I reached out and called the speaker. She was on a plane back for her husband, so we were able to communicate by text. She did say that the surgery went well. I wanted to convey that our thoughts and prayers were with her and her family and with Paul, and we hope for him a speedy recovery and that we're able to stop this crime across our country.
DePompey was booked into the San Francisco jail on numerous charges, including elder abuse and attempted homicide. His arraignment is expected to be scheduled for Tuesday. Reporting in San Francisco, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, we're taking a live now look from New York City, New York. The time there, 7:25 a.m. Let's shift our attention to the midterm elections. The Republican challenger in New York's governor race is getting some help from down south, while incumbent Kathy Hochul is drawing on star power from her own party to bring out the vote. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest.
This is great.
That's right, and both candidates have been joined by some pretty big names on the campaign trail in New York. They're hoping that will give them the push they need to come out on top. In New York, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis joined Congressman Lee Zeldin at a rally on Long Island. The well-known Republican leader hyped up the large crowd, telling voters Zeldin will shake up Albany and make real change to the criminal justice system.
The other thing that he will do, and that what New York really needs to do, you need to stop coddling criminals. Stop turning them loose on the street. They'll commit a crime and they put them right back out. Stop releasing people early from prison. If you do crime, you must do the time.
Governor Kathy Hochul's campaign pulling in their own big names for support, releasing this new radio ad recorded by former President Barack Obama.
On November 8th, there is an election for governor in New York, and the stakes could not be higher. My friend, Governor Kathy Hochul, is the best person for the job, hands down.
As that gap closes in New York, crime is the hot topic. Zeldin says he'll declare a statewide crime crisis on day one. The incumbent recently launched her own crime plan, and as the polls tighten, Hochul remains confident.
I always run like I'm 10 points behind, always, in every one of my 14 elections. I run like an underdog, and the voters are now paying attention, realizing what's on the ballot this year. I mean, what's at stake in this election, how critically important it is.
Early voting is now underway in New York. Governor Hochul only has a 4-point lead over Zeldin, according to the latest Quinnipiac poll. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
The time is now 7:28 this morning. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll have more news and other top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:30 a.m. We're taking a Live Now look from Atlanta, Georgia. Seems like a busy start to the work week there in the Peach State. Now to a couple of closely watched races in Georgia. Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker defending himself against an attack from former President Obama, who called the former NFL running back a, quote, celebrity who wants to be a politician. Meanwhile, in the race for governor, incumbent Brian Kemp says that his record will speak for itself. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson is in Sandy Springs, Georgia, with more.
Former President Barack Obama did not hold back in his criticism of Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker, calling him suspect as he questioned Walker's will to actually help people. Well, now Walker has responded. Here's what he had to say to the former president.
He need to go take a back seat to this because he hasn't done right by us. He's living in this nice mansion out there wherever he's living at, had made all this money, and now, let me tell you, I'm ready to get my hands dirty.
Since Mr. Obama's return to Georgia, Walker's opponent, incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock, has focused largely on getting the vote out in Metro Atlanta, where he's told voters that Walker has not been honest with them and is not qualified to represent the people of Georgia.
You actually have to know stuff to do this job. And Herschel Walker is not ready, and he's not fit. He hasn't been honest about the basic facts of his life.
Meantime, gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams is looking to deliver an impressive performance in her final debate against incumbent Governor Brian Kemp Sunday night. Kemp has seemingly solidified his lead after attacking Abrams on issues such as the economy and inflation. In Fulton County, Georgia, Saturday, Abrams made the case for why she's better for Georgia's economy. She touched on a number of issues, including her plans to give teachers pay raises and expand affordable housing.
And this isn't going to take 4 years. this is going to take one legislative session. You send me my friends back here, and we will get it done in the first budget that we pass in the state of Georgia.
In response, the Kemp campaign tells Fox News in a statement, quote, "The people of our state know that Abrams only offers them the same failed leadership they see with the Democrat control in Washington, which created 40-year high inflation that's hitting Americans in the wallet every day." Meanwhile, Governor Kemp has been fighting for Georgia families. And with more than 1.5 million people already having voted in Georgia, Kemp and Abrams will be fighting for those folks who have not made up their mind in these races just yet. In Sandy Springs, Georgia, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Pennsylvania's toss-up Senate race could decide the balance of power on Capitol Hill. We're taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. for this story. Now, recent polls show that Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz closing in on Democrat John Fetterman. By President Biden and the Democrats, they say that they're confident in Fetterman, who just wrapped up a rally in Harrisburg. That's where we find Fox News senior national correspondent Rich Edson.
Democrat John Fetterman is pushing for the union vote here in Pennsylvania, holding an event with the Government Workers Union earlier today in Harrisburg and an event yesterday with union workers in Philadelphia. Fetterman says he's going to work to raise the minimum wage, protect abortion rights, and he says he's going to do so by eliminating the filibuster, that 60-vote threshold in the Senate.
Here's what I'm promising to all of you for all the work that you're willing to do is that to send me to Washington, D.C. to be that 51st vote. To eliminate the filibuster.
Fetterman is recovering from a stroke in May. His opponent, Dr. Oz, had ripped Fetterman for refusing to debate, and then when he agreed, did so only once, and 2 weeks before Election Day, and after hundreds of thousands of early votes had been cast. Oz and Republicans nationwide have been campaigning on inflation, making the case Democrats' stimulus spending and turn away from fossil fuels has raised costs across the country. And with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris appearing Friday at a fundraiser in Philly with Fetterman, Oz's campaign says, quote, "Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refuse to fight violent crime, stop the flow of deadly drugs across our border, and combat skyrocketing inflation and gas prices. There's no distracting from this dangerous agenda." Biden and former President Obama will be campaigning together next weekend in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. Biden has called Fetterman his kind of guy. Next weekend, former President Donald Trump will also be in Pennsylvania for a rally in Latrobe. In Harrisburg, Rich Edson, Fox News.
And here's more on that skyrocketing inflation. We've learned that on Wednesday, the Federal Reserve is expected to raise interest rates another 0.75%. Here's more.
Well, this morning, the government is out with its GDP estimate for last quarter, and economists have been predicting a return to growth. But this may be a temporary reprieve.
I appreciate the frustration of the American people.
President Biden acknowledging the economic pain facing Americans, but he took no questions at his event yesterday, offering new help on various consumer costs. Look for the White House today to talk up new GDP numbers that may bolster the administration's argument that we are not in the midst of a recession, as Americans continue to feel the sting of soaring inflation.
We understand that there's more work to do. We understand that families are being squeezed by what's happening currently with inflation. But again, we have seen some moderation. I believe we'll continue to see that.
But for the broader economy, many analysts aren't so optimistic. On the plus side, the economy may be growing again with strong labor markets and robust consumer demand. But the Fed is expected to keep raising interest rates to bring down inflation, which could cause the economy to shrink in coming months. And there is already evidence that the housing market is starting to drag.
Housing prices moderating is good if you want to afford a place to live. The problem is people are watching rates go up so fast that it's really freaking them out. I mean, when you go from below 3% a year ago to 7%, people are saying, well, hold on a second. Can I buy a home at all?
And the president will keep beating the drum on the economy today, heading to New York to talk about plans to expand semiconductor manufacturing here at home. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. Doug filed that report earlier. Of course, we just showed you live President Biden's remarks there in Syracuse talking about these semiconductor chips. Chuck Schumer is up at the podium right now. But let's get into more of these economic headlines. We want to be joined right now by Dan Veroni with Potomac Core Association Consulting, friend of the program. Dan, thanks so much for being with us. Okay, let's talk about these GDP numbers right now. So that was the news. From July to September, quarter three, the economy expanded at a 2.6% rate. Recession averted? What do you say?
So what we say in our line of work in strategic consulting is that we always want to make sure that we act on what we know and not on what we think. So the first half of the year, we were minus 2.2% GDP growth, which meant technically we were in a recession. Today, the third quarter, the first rate third quarter numbers came out, and we were up 2.6%. That means that for the year, for the first three quarters, we're at plus 0.4%. Essentially, we're about flat. So I don't think that's very good news. It's not very good news when you look at what the drivers of these numbers were today. They were clearly strong export numbers. The question is, can those export numbers hold? The answer is we've got a high value of the dollar right now, which means that U.S. goods being exported are going to cost more. So as we look at the fourth quarter, the chances are that we're going to have much lower GDP growth and likely have more contraction in the fourth quarter. The other thing that I would add is that inflation is at a 40-year high. It's costing everybody a lot more for everything, from food to clothes. Their car loans are costing more, credit card loans are costing more. Personal savings rate are lower because people are dipping into their savings to live day to day because it costs so much more to live. And that while there are pay increases, when you've got inflation at 7+% and you've got pay increases at 7%, and pay increases at 4 or 5%, workers are still not able to keep pace. So I would say that while the president tried to paint a far rosier picture, that when you look at all of us today, our 401ks and our investment portfolios, the things that we're utilizing to save for retirement or to send children to college, are a good 17 to 20% lower than they were a year ago. So these are all big challenges and headwinds for our economy.
So, Dan, I want to just refer to something President Biden said in his remarks there in Syracuse. He said essentially that people's income went up last quarter, although he issued the caveat that they might not have noticed, of course, kind of conceding the very, very high inflation numbers. But then he also said, inflation went down. So he said wages went up, inflation went down, but didn't wages go up because of inflation?
So what's happening is that, again, companies are having a very difficult time attracting and keeping workers, and they've got to pay more to keep them. It's a big challenge. There are over 10 million available jobs, and you've got to pay people a lot more to take the jobs or keep the jobs. And it's costing employers more. But in terms of workers, they're not making ends meet. Although they're getting pay increases, they're still not able to make ends meet. It's a huge challenge.
Okay, Dan, Janet Yellen was speaking out today about inflation. She called it a top economic priority. She said Americans should be rightly concerned, but the Biden administration, of course, is going to be touting this GDP report. Now, some of these estimates and figures, they either get revised upward or downward as we get into the fourth quarter. Do you expect that to happen?
So this was the first read of third quarter GDP performance. There will be a second read, and there's a good shot that the numbers will be revised downward.
Okay. Let's talk about the housing market. We also got some news in today from Freddie Mac. Their average for a 30-year mortgage has now topped 7% this week. And so for, would-be home buyers, this is really confronting them head on. What's your advice to them? Do you think it's important to maybe hold off on purchasing a home right now because that is so high?
So for potential home buyers, these 7% raise interest rates are a gut punch for them. Make no mistake about it. we're already seeing a cool down in housing in terms of existing and new home purchases. What's more, existing home values are falling as well. So I think that for those who are in the market today, if you want to be a smart shopper, maybe you can negotiate a better price. But when you get that 7% mortgage, it's going to cost you a lot more in your monthly payments.
Okay, and Dan, just lastly, I want to talk about what the Fed is going to do next month. They've indicated, and it looks this is pretty likely, they're going to raise interest rates yet again, another hike, 75 basis points presumably next month. Some are arguing, and there's two really camps to this, that essentially they didn't move fast enough. The other camp is they're doing too much too fast. What camp are you in?
So they clearly did not move fast enough. Let's just put that out there because it's truth. There's a sense that it was, inflation was transitory. And when you put over $4 trillion into the economy, you've got too many dollars chasing too few goods, you're going to get inflation. And we got inflation. And they reacted far, far too late. And what they're trying to do is catch up. And I think that they are going to hold the line. They are going to increase interest rates by another 75 basis points. So the issue is when you look at these interest rates, Andrew, here's the way it works, that while these rates are going up now, so there are some things that consumers like you and I and your viewers that are going to feel right away. So in terms of, the car loans, the interest on credit card payments and so on. But for the overall economy, it's going to be another 6 to 9 months before the full impact of these rates are felt. And what I'm going to say to you is that these interest rates are going to squeeze growth and squeeze the economy and squeeze consumers. And we are going to get into a severe and deep recession, almost as bad as it was in 2007 and 2008.
All right, Dan Veroni, as always, we appreciate your insight into these, economic headlines. We'll definitely be speaking again, no doubt. We're 12 days away from the midterms. Obviously, there's a political aspect to all of this, as so many voters are concerned about inflation. It's top of mind for so many of them. Dan, thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we want to take just a quick commercial break. We have a lot more top headlines coming up on this Thursday afternoon. We want to thank you for being with us here. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft for bringing us that update on the economy. Well, one lucky person may not have to worry about inflation. That's because their Powerball has grown to an estimated 1 billion. Yes, 1 billion with a B. The next drawing is expected tonight, I believe. But joining us with more details is Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan. Kelly, somebody's going to be really happy if they get this Powerball.
Somebody, a couple of people. I mean, this is the second highest jackpot in Powerball history. So over $1 billion on the line. But of course, as high as that amount is, the odds of winning, as we know, are very low. So we're talking 1 in 292 million. But we know that there are multiple prizes that go out for hitting certain numbers. The odds of winning any prize much closer to Earth, about 1 in 25. Now, we recently spoke with an attorney who's represented dozens of lotto winners. And as he explained to us, taxes, record inflation, and current interest rates are going to have a major impact on just how much the actual amount that you take home would be should you win. So we're talking about an estimated 497 million. That's a lot lower. That's less than half of the advertised jackpot. But I think a lot of people would be happy with that $500 million. And of course, depending on where you are, you're going to have to pay taxes on top of that. So here in Florida, where we are, well, things are a lot cheaper because we don't pay income taxes on state income, just federal. But depending on where you are, especially if you live in one of those northern states with high state income taxes, you could be looking at a lot less than that. But again, I think a lot of people are going to be very happy if they end up the winner, no matter how much they end up paying in taxes. The drawing tonight is at 10:59 Eastern Time.
Oh my goodness. And again, as you mentioned, a history-making drawing. Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan, thank you so much for joining us. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we are quickly approaching that 8 a.m. hour. But the time now is 7:49 a.m. We're taking a Live Now look from the White House and we are continuing to cover every angle of midterm elections as we are just 8 days out. President Biden spent the weekend at his Delaware home, but that was all happening as First Lady Dr. Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and former President Barack Obama traveled around the country campaigning for Democrats. The president says that he will hit the trail again, but later on this week, Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson brings us more from the White House.
When Bill Clinton defeated George H.W. Bush in 1992, the message was simple. It's the economy, stupid. Today, many Republicans are carrying that same message.
People are very upset about crime, education, parental rights, about the economy, gas prices. It's death by 1,000 cuts for so many families who can't afford rent, gas, groceries, Halloween candy. Everything's so expensive, and the Democrats own it.
Here's Delaware's Democratic Senator Chris Coons on Fox News Sunday.
The folks who I've been campaigning with are running on our record. Chair McDaniel just said we're running away from it, but we're running on it because we've got real accomplishments to point to.
Inflation has been over 7.5% all year, numbers not seen in this country in 40 years. Inflation peaked at 9.1% in June when gas was over $5 a gallon. Numbers have come down since. Gas is now $3.76 a gallon, but still about 60% higher than when Biden was sworn into office. The latest inflation data from September says inflation is at 8.2%. It was only 1.4% when Biden took office. Colorado is one state where Republicans are looking for an upset. Here's GOP candidate Joe O'Dea.
Look, we're dead even with the independents. That's who matters here in Colorado. 45% of our electorate is independents.
It's former President Barack Obama headlining more campaign events in those key battleground states. He and President Biden will be going to Pennsylvania in the days ahead. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Moving right along with other top stories this morning in what could result in a blockbuster decision. The United States Supreme Court today considers just how far colleges and universities can go when it comes to considering race for applicants, also known as affirmative action. As Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, this could have a huge impact on college admissions across the country.
This is great. It has been a contentious issue on college campuses for years. Admissions departments favoring certain races over others. But is that legal?
We have spent 4 years gathering evidence. That evidence now goes before the court, and we're hopeful and confident that based on the weight of that evidence, the court will decide that Harvard's admissions policies are unconstitutional.
Edward Blum, who founded Students for Fair Admissions, has brought 2 cases that have now reached the Supreme Court, which hears arguments today against both Harvard and the University of North Carolina. The central argument, that Asian and white students are discriminated against while other racial groups are given preference.
We're not against that. Someone should not be providing their racial information. How is that going to be used is a big question.
Race cannot be removed effectively from an application just because it is so central to so many people's identity.
The court has previously held that schools can use race among a number of other factors, and the schools have argued that they need to do that to assemble diverse student bodies.
SFFA wants to eliminate 1,000 African Americans and Hispanics from the Harvard campus.
Why should schools be able to consider us by our skin color rather than, as Martin Luther King said, on the content of our characters?
All right, we're taking a live now look from the Supreme Court. And of course, as we receive more developments, we will update you all here on Live Now from Fox. Let's move on with other top stories. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi commenting for the very first time on Friday's assault from her husband, Paul. Now, in a letter to House colleagues, she says that the savage attack traumatized the family and has left her heartbroken. Mr. Pelosi is reportedly improving, but he is still in the hospital. Police said the suspect broke into their San Francisco home and hit him in the head with a hammer. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman brings us more from California.
Paul Pelosi is at the hospital recovering from his injuries. The good news is he is expected to make a full recovery. And Saturday night, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi broke her silence on this attack. She released a statement to her colleagues saying, in part, a violent man broke into our family home, demanded to confront me, and brutally attacked my husband, Paul. Our children, our grandchildren, and I are heartbroken and traumatized by the life-threatening attack on our pop. The suspect reportedly brought zip ties and duct tape to their home, and he allegedly shouted, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" after breaking into their house. Police have not confirmed a motive in this case, but some top Democrats either said or are insinuating that the attack was politically motivated.
This habit of saying the worst about other people, demonizing people, that creates a dangerous climate.
I think all of us, in the wake of this attack on Paul Pelosi, need to say that we are going to stop demonizing folks, because I think those kinds of the sort of rhetoric that we've heard in too many ways in too many places can lead to violence.
But again, police have not confirmed a motive in this case, and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are condemning the attack. Today on Sunday Morning Futures, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy said violence is wrong and has no place in our community.
I reached out and called the speaker. She was on a plane back for her husband, so we were able to communicate by text. She did say that the surgery went well. I wanted to convey that our thoughts and prayers were with her and her family and with Paul, and we hope for him a speedy recovery and that we're able to stop this crime across our country.
DePompey was booked into the San Francisco jail on numerous charges, including elder abuse and attempted homicide. His arraignment is expected to be scheduled for Tuesday. Reporting in San Francisco, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
The time is now 7:56 a.m. in New York State. Let's focus on midterm elections because the Republican challenger in New York's governor's race is getting some help from down south, while incumbent Kathy Hochul is drawing on star power from her own party to bring out the votes. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest.
That's right, and both candidates have been joined by some pretty big names on the campaign trail in New York. They're hoping that will give them the push they need to come out on top. In New York, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis joined Congressman Lee Zeldin at a rally on Long Island. The well-known Republican leader hyped up the large crowd, telling voters Zeldin will shake up Albany and make real change to the criminal justice system.
The other thing that he will do, and that what New York really needs to do, you need to stop coddling criminals. Stop turning them loose on the street. They'll commit a crime and they put them right back out. Stop releasing people early from prison. If you do crime, you must do the time.
Governor Kathy Hochul's campaign pulling in their own big names for support, releasing this new radio ad recorded by former President Barack Obama.
On November 8th, there is an election for governor in New York, and the stakes could not be higher. My friend, Governor Kathy Hochul, is the best person for the job, hands down.
As that gap closes in New York, crime is the hot topic. Zeldin says he'll declare a statewide crime crisis on day one. The incumbent recently launched her own crime plan, and as the polls tighten, Hochul remains confident.
I always run like I'm 10 points behind, always, in every one of my 14 elections. I run like an underdog, and the voters are now paying attention, realizing what's on the ballot this year. I mean, what's at stake in this election, how critically important it is.
Early voting is now underway in New York. Governor Hochul only has a 4-point lead over Zeldin, according to the latest Quinnipiac poll. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Now to a couple of closely watched races in Georgia. Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker is defending himself against an attack from former President Barack Obama, who called the former NFL running back, quote, a celebrity who wants to be a politician. Meanwhile, in the race for governor, incumbent Brian Kemp says that his record will speak for himself. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Charles Watson.
Former President Barack Obama did not hold back in his criticism of Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker, calling him suspect as he questioned Walker's will to actually help people. Well, now Walker has responded. Here's what he had to say to the former president.
He need to go take a back seat to this because he hasn't done right by us. He's living in this nice mansion out there wherever he's living at, had made all this money, and now, let me tell you, I'm ready to get my hands dirty.
Since Mr. Obama's return to Georgia, Walker's opponent, incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock, has focused largely on getting the vote out in metro Atlanta, where he's told voters that Walker has not been honest with them and is not qualified to represent the people of Georgia.
You actually have to know stuff to do this job. And Herschel Walker is not ready, and he's not fit. He hasn't been honest about the basic facts of his life.
Meantime, gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams is looking to deliver an impressive performance in her final debate against incumbent Governor Brian Kemp Sunday night. Kemp has seemingly solidified his lead after attacking Abrams on issues such as the economy and inflation. In Fulton County, Georgia, Saturday, Abrams made the case for why she's better for Georgia's economy. She touched on a number of issues, including her plans to give teachers pay raises and expand affordable housing.
And this isn't going to take 4 years. This is going to take one legislative session. You send me my friends back here, and we will get it done in the first budget that we pass in the state of Georgia.
In response, the Kemp campaign tells Fox News in a statement, quote, "The people of our state know that Abrams only offers them the same failed leadership they see with the Democrat control in Washington, which created 40-year high inflation that's hitting Americans in the wallet every day." Meanwhile, Governor Kemp has been fighting for Georgia families. And with more than 1.5 million people already having voted in Georgia, Kemp and Abrams will be fighting for those folks who have not made up their mind in these races just yet. In Sandy Springs, Georgia, Charles Watson, Fox News.
And in Pennsylvania, a toss-up Senate race could decide the balance of power on Capitol Hill. Here's more.
Democrat John Vetterman is pushing for the union vote here in Pennsylvania, holding an event with the Government Workers Union earlier today in Harrisburg and an event yesterday with union workers in Philadelphia. Vetterman says he's going to work to raise the minimum wage, protect abortion rights, and he says he's going to do so by eliminating the filibuster, that 60-vote threshold in the Senate.
Here's what I'm promising to all of you for all the work that you're willing to do is that to send me to Washington, D.C. to be that 51st vote. To eliminate the filibuster.
Fetterman is recovering from a stroke in May. His opponent, Dr. Oz, had ripped Fetterman for refusing to debate, and then when he agreed, did so only once, and 2 weeks before Election Day, and after hundreds of thousands of early votes had been cast. Oz and Republicans nationwide have been campaigning on inflation, making the case Democrats' stimulus spending and turn away from fossil fuels has raised costs across the country. And with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris appearing Friday at a fundraiser in Philly with Fetterman, Oz's campaign says, quote, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refuse to fight violent crime, stop the flow of deadly drugs across our border, and combat skyrocketing inflation and gas prices. There's no distracting from this dangerous agenda. Biden and former President Obama will be campaigning together next weekend in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. Biden has called Fetterman his kind of guy. Next weekend, former President Donald Trump will also be in Pennsylvania for a rally in Latrobe. In Harrisburg, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Coming up right after this break, there's more reaction this morning when it comes to Russia's decision to suspend participation in the deal to ship much needed Ukrainian grain out of a war zone. We'll have that story in 2 minutes.
New word about the impact of Russia's decision this weekend to back out of that UN-brokered grain deal. It's reported a ship full of much-needed food supplies bound for Africa is stuck at a Ukraine port, along with others already backed up. The agreement has been a way to get critical grain out of the war zone. The UN today saying it's making intense contacts to get it restarted. Russia blames its move on alleged Ukrainian waterborne drone strikes on its naval ships in occupied Crimea. Ukraine is, so far at least, denying responsibility. This as fighting between Russia and Ukraine in the eastern and southern parts of the country continues. A major battle is brewing in the coming weeks, it said, as Ukraine tries to retake the important Russian-held city of Kherson. Amid this turmoil, many here are trying to put their damaged lives and homes back together again. Take a look at what we saw.
It was an iconic image early in the Ukraine war, a Russian rocket streaking into a Kyiv apartment building, badly damaging several of its 26 floors, including the apartment of Tatiana Lishuk, her husband and 10-year-old daughter. They were there at the time. Amazingly, they, like the others in the building, survived.
Where did the rocket hit?
From this.
And this is what it looks like now. The apartment is being rebuilt. Tatiana and her family want to come back.
Over 600 buildings in Kyiv alone have been damaged since the war started. For my kitchen. At Tatiana's tower, neighbors kicked in to start repairs. Work is now also being paid for by the government. Despite the threat of more war, for Tatiana, it's worth it. We will come back here and I will live here.
Tatiana and other folks in that building are also being helped with donations coming from outside of Ukraine via their charity, Save My Home. The reconstruction task here is huge. The latest cost estimate around $350 billion. And the war goes on. In Kyiv, Greg Palka, Fox News.
Staying with international news, South Korea is in mourning after a huge Halloween celebration got out of control. More than 150 people were killed when a crowd surged to deadly levels in a very tightly packed area in the nightlife district. Fox News correspondent Kitty Logan has the latest.
A growing memorial on Sunday in the Itaewon district of Seoul as people remember the lives lost in a deadly crowd crush on Saturday night. The tragedy happening while tens of thousands were out celebrating Halloween.
It really was just meant to be fun and dress up and have a good time, and it very quickly became more than that. It became an actual horror.
The situation became more dangerous when a huge crowd surged into a narrow alleyway. So many squeezed into such a small space that those trapped in the middle struggled to breathe, and even more people continued to push in from behind.
No control about where you're going to move at times, based on where the crowd pushes you. But there was a lot of panic and confusion.
The music was loud, nobody knew what was happening. That was the scary thing, and for us, we were like, what's going on? Like, from here, where we can go? There was no exit.
Witnesses say the streets were so densely packed that it was nearly impossible for first responders to reach those who needed help. Many of those who died are young people in their 20s and 30s. Officials fear the death toll could rise even further, with dozens still hospitalized in a serious condition. South Korea's president declared a national day of mourning on Sunday and said the government would do everything it could to support the families of the victims. The tragedy is the country's worst disaster in years. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News.
Very sad news to report there. Well, Twitter is now chartering a new course under new leadership from Elon Musk, but it's still way too early to tell exactly how the platform will change. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has that story.
It's official. Elon Musk is the new boss at Twitter, vowing to let the bird free by putting fewer restrictions on speech. Twitter has long faced accusations of political bias in policing content and what it chooses to label as misinformation, including from Musk himself. He's already fired several top executives, including the person in charge of content moderation.
There is a real question mark about whether or not Twitter can maintain its
its relative independence, its neutrality, effectively.
Musk says he plans to form a new content moderation council that will be in charge of creating new rules and potentially reinstating suspended accounts. While some are praising Musk's pledge to open up the platform, others are wary, including advertisers like General Motors, who confirmed Friday it would temporarily pause all of its ads on Twitter until it gets a better sense of what direction the company is heading in. The deal's hefty price tag means Musk will have to tread carefully on what direction he'll take the company.
Twitter has not really been growing nearly as much as competitors. He's going to have to either slim down the workforce, or he's going to have to do new business models such as subscription services. And he's talked about making Twitter more of a super app, more around e-commerce and banking, etc.
The midterms could present Musk his first big test on how Twitter operates under his watch. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve is expected to raise interest rates by another 0.75%. Now, if this happens, this would mean that the Fed's fourth straight large rate hike, intended to bring down inflation. The housing market is already beginning to slump as mortgage interest rates have skyrocketed, and some analysts are concerned that the Fed will increase interest rates by another 0.75% in December. They fear that the Fed could send the economy into a recession with the hefty rate increases. Fox's Jackie Heinrich has more.
Prices are still rising and consumers are still spending. Despite glimmers of progress in two economic reports released Friday, the president's biggest challenge, inflation, remains. Biden turning the focus to the GOP, writing, "The economic reports show we are making progress. Congressional Republicans' agenda, on the other hand, is very different. It would drive up inflation and add to the deficit."
We'd all like to see inflation coming down quicker, but I think there are signs. Even this week, the numbers you're showing were either at expectations or below expectations.
A metric closely watched by the Federal Reserve showed inflation stayed hot in September, but mostly within expectations. Personal consumption expenditures climbed 6.2% compared to last year. Stripping out volatile food and energy, core PCE inflation increased 5.1% from the year prior. Separately, the Employment Cost Index showed wages and benefits climbed 1.2% from June to September, a quicker pace than the Fed wants. No sign the labor market is loosening and rapid wage growth is moderating. All this meaning the Fed will likely stay on course for another interest rate hike next week.
Wages up 5%, but inflation up 8.3%. Do the math there. People are getting poor.
More congressional Democrats now urging the Fed to pause its aggressive campaign to tamp down prices, seeing warning signs ahead. Sherrod Brown saying the Federal Reserve is charged with the dual mandate of promoting maximum employment, stable prices, and moderate long-term interest rates in the U.S. economy. For working Americans who already feel the crush of inflation, job losses will make it much worse. But the Fed is not supposed to take cues from politicians. And the Treasury Secretary says the administration is doing what it can to supplement the central bank's actions.
I don't see signs of a recession in this economy at this point.
While the president has recently shifted his messaging to focus more on the economy, the vice president is still all in on abortion. Today, she hosted a roundtable on reproductive rights, her 20th since May. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Well, this morning, the government is out with its GDP estimate for last quarter, and economists have been predicting a return to growth. But this may be a temporary reprieve.
I appreciate the frustration of the American people.
President Biden acknowledging the economic pain facing Americans, but he took no questions at his event yesterday, offering new help on various consumer costs. Look for the White House today to talk up new GDP numbers that may bolster the administration's argument that we are not in the midst of a recession, as Americans continue to feel the sting of soaring inflation.
We understand that there's more work to do. We understand that families are being squeezed by what's happening currently with inflation. But again, we have seen some moderation. I believe we'll continue to see that.
But for the broader economy, many analysts aren't so optimistic. On the plus side, the economy may be growing again with strong labor markets and robust consumer demand. But the Fed is expected to keep raising interest rates to bring down inflation, which could cause the economy to shrink in coming months. And there is already evidence that the housing market is starting to drag.
Housing prices moderating is good if you want to afford a place to live. The problem is people are watching rates go up so fast that it's really freaking them out. I mean, when you go from below 3% a year ago to 7%, people are saying, well, hold on a second. Can I buy a home at all?
And the president will keep beating the drum on the economy today, heading to New York to talk about plans to expand semiconductor manufacturing here at home. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. Doug filed that report earlier. Of course, we just showed you live President Biden's remarks there in Syracuse talking about the semiconductor chips. Chuck Schumer is up at the podium right now. But let's get into more of these economic headlines. We want to be joined right now by Dan Veroni with Potomac Core Association Consulting, friend of the program. Dan, thanks so much for being with us. Okay, let's talk about these GDP numbers right now. So that was the news. From July to September, quarter three, the economy expanded at a 2.6% rate. Recession averted? What do you say?
So what we say in our line of work in strategic consulting is that we always want to make sure that we act on what we know and not on what we think. So the first half of the year, we were minus 2.2% GDP growth, which meant technically we were in a recession. Today, the third quarter, the first rate third quarter numbers came out, and we were up 2.6%. That means that for the year, for the first three quarters, we're at plus 0.4%. Essentially, we're about flat. So I don't think that's very good news. It's not very good news when you look at what the drivers of these numbers were today. They were clearly strong export numbers. The question is, can those export numbers hold? The answer is we've got a high value of the dollar right now, which means that U.S. goods being exported are going to cost more. So as we look at the fourth quarter, the chances are that we're going to have much lower GDP growth and likely have more contraction in the fourth quarter. The other thing that I would add is that inflation is at a 40-year high. It's costing everybody a lot more for everything, from food to clothes. Their car loans are costing more, credit card loans are costing more. Personal savings rate are lower because people are dipping into their savings to live day to day because it costs so much more to live. And that while there are pay increases, when you've got inflation at 7+% and you've got pay increases at 7%, and pay increases at 4 or 5%, workers are still not able to keep pace. So I would say that while the president tried to paint a far rosier picture, that when you look at all of us today, our 401ks and our investment portfolios, the things that we're utilizing to save for retirement or to send children to college, are a good 17 to 20% lower than they were a year ago. So these are all big challenges and headwinds for our economy.
So, Dan, I want to just refer to something President Biden said in his remarks there in Syracuse. He said essentially that people's income went up last quarter, although he issued the caveat that they might not have noticed, of course, kind of conceding the very, very high inflation numbers. But then he also said, inflation went down. So he said wages went up, inflation went down, but didn't wages go up because of inflation?
So what's happening is that, again, companies are having a very difficult time attracting and keeping workers, and they've got to pay more to keep them. It's a big challenge. There are over 10 million available jobs, and you've got to pay people a lot more to take the jobs or keep the jobs. And it's costing employers more. But in terms of workers, they're not making ends meet. Although they're getting pay increases, they're still not able to make ends meet. It's a huge challenge.
Okay, Dan, Janet Yellen was speaking out today about inflation. She called it a top economic priority. She said Americans should be rightly concerned, but the Biden administration, of course, is going to be touting this GDP report. Now, some of these estimates and figures, they either get revised upward or downward as we get into the fourth quarter. Do you expect that to happen?
So this was the first read of third quarter GDP performance. There will be a second read, and there's a good shot that the numbers will be revised downward.
Okay. Let's talk about the housing market. We also got some news in today from Freddie Mac. Their average for a 30-year mortgage has now topped 7% this week. And so for, would-be home buyers, this is really confronting them head on. What's your advice to them? Do you think it's important to maybe hold off on purchasing a home right now because that is so high?
So for potential home buyers, these 7% raise interest rates are a gut punch for them. Make no mistake about it. We're already seeing a cool down in housing in terms of existing and new home purchases. What's more, existing home values are falling as well. So I think that for those who are in the market today, if you want to be a smart shopper, maybe you can negotiate a better price. But when you get that 7% mortgage, it's going to cost you a lot more in your monthly payments.
Okay, and Dan, just lastly, I want to talk about, what the Fed is going to do next month. They've indicated, and it looks this is pretty likely, they're going to raise interest rates yet again, another hike, 75 basis points, presumably, next month. Some are arguing, and there's two really camps to this, that essentially they didn't move fast enough. The other camp is they're doing too much too fast. What camp are you in?
So they clearly did not move fast enough. Let's just put that out there because it's truth. There's a sense that it was, inflation was transitory. And when you put over $4 trillion into the economy, you've got too many dollars chasing too few goods, you're going to get inflation. And we got inflation. And they reacted far too late. And what they're trying to do is catch up. And I think that they are going to hold the line. They are going to increase interest rates by another 75 basis points. So the issue is when you look at these interest rates, Andrew, here's the way it works, that while these rates are going up now, so there are some things that consumers like you and I and your viewers that are going to feel right away. So in terms of the car loans.
You're streaming live now from Fox, currently listening into our most recent consumer segment. The time is now 8:22 a.m. But let's go ahead and switch gears because we do have an exciting live conversation happening. The Philadelphia Phillies and the Houston Astros are squaring off in Game 3 of the World Series. And joining us now live is Fox 29 Philadelphia's Hank Flynn. Good morning. I heard that you have some very exciting details for us.
Well, I like to think they are, Rain, because it's fun for me, and typically if I chase that, we'll be okay. Here, let's take you back to Game 1, 10th inning. Aldamis Diaz for the Astros is at bat. The pitch comes, and he leans in just a little bit, enough to make the baseball glance off of his left shoulder. He begins to take off and take his base. Home plate umpire James Hoy goes, "Oh, no. You effing leaned into it." He dropped an F-bomb. How could you possibly hear a home plate umpire say such a thing? You're watching baseball on Fox. Let me show you. Come over here. Parabolic mic number 1, focused on home plate. Parabolic mic number 2, focused on home plate. And there's a third one over that. Actually, that is the third one. There's 3 of them back here. You're going to hear not just what the umpire says, but you're going to hear the ball smacking into the catcher's mitt well when Noah Syndergaard throws a 100-mile-an-hour fastball past whoever on the Astros. You're also going to hear the crack of the bat when Kyle Schwarber sends one into the center field seats. You're going to hear it and you're going to see it. You're going to know how fast the pitch came. Why? This tech right here. These are the pitch cameras, Rain. Not just one, but there's another one right over here. They triangulate. That's how you get an exact number on that. Rain, also check this out. I was talking with former Philly manager Charlie Manuel, World Series champion Philly manager Charlie Manuel. He says Citizens Bank Park actually drains better than any other park he's been to. Here's part of the reason. We got these drains built around the outside of the diamond here. There's some actually built into the grass here as well. And Rain, you've even got this monitor. It's a speaker because Citizens Bank Park is built vertically. In other words, the fans sit on top of one another. You get a better sight line. you also can't necessarily hear the announcements coming in. Now, you're a baseball player, you're on the on-deck circle, you're watching the game, you know when it's your turn to bat, but if you're not paying attention, this speaker right here will help you hear what the announcers have to say. It's just a different way to look at baseball because you don't ever really get to be back here. You have to sit on the other side of the fence or watch on TV. But when you're literally right here, just feet away from where Game 3 is going to be played tonight, it's a cool chance to get a look at some of the ways, to be honest, that Fox makes baseball a little bit better for you, Rain.
Wow, amazing technology. And for the people at home, it really gives us an inside look as to what's going on there inside of the stadium. All right, guys, Fox 29.
And no hope for Houston, by the way.
No hope for Houston. You know what? I'm going to let you talk your trash. We'll just see. We'll talk tomorrow. How about then? Same time tomorrow?
All right. Sure.
All right, Fox 29's Hank Flynn, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, guys, let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. I'm your host, Rain Augustine, and we will have a recap of all of your top stories and major news headlines in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, if you are sick of credit card debt, you aren't the only one. So how do you stop it? Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis brings us more.
Credit cards, they can come in handy when you're in need of some fast funds. But what is that convenient cash truly costing you?
Banks. They must be screwing you. You knew they were screwing you. You knew it was happening.
According to LendingTree, the average credit card interest rate is 22%. That's the highest it's been since 2019.
And yet, because of inflation, because of all the problems in the budget, people are diving into that 22%, running up their credit card debt.
Financial experts like Dave Ramsey think the best way to beat the system is by cutting the credit cards altogether.
I got rid of the credit cards a long time ago, went to a debit card, and don't have any fees that way, but they keep hammering me trying to get me into debt.
Learning the truth about credit scores is a great way to stay in control of your finances.
One of the reasons people hang on to that credit card is because they want that precious credit score. And I've learned, I haven't had a credit score in years, and I've learned you can rent apartments, you can rent cars, you can rent hotels, and I even bought a house without a credit score. And so you don't have to have a credit score to live your financial life.
Lastly, you should always save what you can in an emergency fund.
We found 36% of Americans can't cover a $400 emergency. Americans are now $887 billion in credit card debt.
The trick is you don't make good decisions when you're afraid, so you need to pan back from the emotion and say, I'm going to make the money that I have behave. I can't control all this stuff coming at me, but I can control how I react to it.
Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
All right, taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. Now, D.C. can be considered a scary place for a variety of reasons, but Fox News senior congressional correspondent is bringing us a look inside of Capitol Hill. He's telling us about some of the most haunted places in the city, including this very building.
Been to a haunted house, but how about a haunted house and Senate? As they say in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, I would like, if I may, to take you on a strange journey. But for this journey, we'll go deep into the Capitol catacombs for tales of the congressional macabre. The U.S. Capitol is a seemingly haunted place, mysterious sounds of a custodian who passed on. Some can still hear her scrubbing the floors late at night. Or you might hear Pennsylvania Senator Boyce Penrose in a rocking chair reading the bills late at night. The military converted the U.S. Capitol into a field hospital for Union soldiers during the Civil War. Some have reported sightings of those soldiers wandering the building even today.
Some of them have continued to stay here. A lot of soldiers died here, and they were very idealistic at that point, and their spirits would be here.
Joe Novotny just retired from the House after 30 years. You've seen him on C-SPAN as the House reading clerk. And Novotny's observed some weird things in the House chamber late at night after everybody else is gone.
And all of a sudden, in the well of the chamber, like directly in front of me, I see a man walk in front of me. And I look up immediately to see who it is, and there was nobody there. You tell yourself, is this real? But it was vivid.
But towering above all Capitol ghost stories is the legend of the demon cat, which prowls the Capitol. It appears before national emergencies, such as when the British burned the Capitol in 1814, the Civil War, Pearl Harbor, Kennedy's assassination. Its footprints are purportedly visible in the Capitol's Senate wing, but supposedly the demon cat also signed its name. In an obscure congressional stairwell, you'll find this. Now, does that stand for District of Columbia, Direct Current, Detective Comics, or Demon Cat? In another stairwell, you'll find the blood of Kentucky Congressman William Talby. Newspaper reporter Charles Kincaid shot and killed Talby there after a dispute in 1890. Talby's ghost is said to lurk around the Capitol, periodically tripping reporters as revenge. Is that maybe why I was tripped on a Capitol stairway not far from there when I tried to get a word with Justin Trudeau?
It sounds absolutely plausible, and it sounds like you're fortunate to escape as unscathed as you were.
Holliday says Capitol ghost stories are history by another name.
It's popular history. It's a way that people can remember, sometimes misremember, but it's a way that they can remember figures and events from the past.
Any 200-year-old building is going to have ghost stories. The U.S. Capitol is no exception. So, as they say in the movies, if you come to the Capitol, be afraid. Be very afraid. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Scary stuff. The time now is 8:33 a.m. We'll be right back after this quick break. Welcome back to Live Now. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi commenting for the first time on Friday's assault of her husband, Paul. In a letter to House colleagues, she says that the savage attack traumatized her family and has left her heartbroken. Mr. Pelosi is improving but remains in the hospital. Police say that the suspects broke into their San Francisco home and hit him in the head with a hammer. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman is bringing us more from San Francisco.
Paul Pelosi is at the hospital recovering from his injuries. The good news is he is expected to make a full recovery. And Saturday night, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi broke her silence on this attack. She released a statement to her colleagues saying, in part, "A violent man broke into our family home, demanded to confront me, and brutally attacked my husband, Paul. Our children, our grandchildren, and I are heartbroken and traumatized by the life-threatening attack on our pop." The suspect reportedly brought zip ties and duct tape to their home, and he allegedly shouted, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" after breaking into their house. Police have not confirmed a motive in this case, but some top Democrats either said or are insinuating that the attack was politically motivated.
This habit of saying the worst about other people, demonizing people, that creates a dangerous climate.
I think all of us, in the wake of this attack on Paul Pelosi, need to say that we are going to stop demonizing folks, because I think those kinds of the sort of rhetoric that we've heard in too many ways in too many places can lead to violence.
But again, police have not confirmed a motive in this case, and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are condemning the attack. Today on Sunday Morning Futures, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy said violence is wrong and has no place in our community.
I reached out and called the speaker. She was on a plane back for her husband, so we were able to communicate by text. She did say that the surgery went well. I wanted to convey that our thoughts and prayers were with her and her family and with Paul, and we hope for him a speedy recovery and that we're able to stop this crime across our country.
DePape was booked into the San Francisco jail on numerous charges, including elder abuse and attempted homicide. His arraignment is expected to be scheduled for Tuesday. Reporting in San Francisco, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Right, good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us here today. I am Chief Bill Scott of the San Francisco Police Department. I'm joined by our District Attorney, Brooke Jenkins, to my right, and I have our Assistant Chief of Operations, Chief David Lazar, and our Deputy Chief of Investigations, Raj Vaswani, with me as well. So I want to start off by saying thank you again for being here, and I want to give you an update, as we said we would, given as much as we can talk about at this moment. And let me start off by saying this is still a coordinated and collaborative effort between the San Francisco Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the U.S. Capitol Police, and our San Francisco District Attorney's Office led by DA Brooke Jenkins. At this time, the San Francisco Police Department is still the lead investigating agency. Each agency is evaluating the facts that flow from this investigation and evaluating those facts within their respective authorities to take the appropriate action. First, I'd like to provide a little more detail of what transpired this morning when the officers arrived at the scene. We've gotten a lot of questions. We want to clarify some things. There are just a lot of theories and speculation out there, so I will provide the detail I can, but please understand that this is an ongoing and active investigation, and there's a lot that we still need to dig into. So when the officers arrived and knocked on the front door of the residence this morning, the door was opened by someone inside, and the officers observed through the open door Mr. Pelosi and the suspect, Mr. DePape, inside the entryway of the home. At this time, the officers remained outside of the threshold of the home, and they observed Mr. Pelosi and Mr. DePape each with one hand on a single hammer. It was one hammer that the officer observed. Officers, while still outside of the doorway threshold, gave commands to both men to drop the hammer. Mr. DePape immediately pulled the hammer away from Mr. Pelosi and violently attacked him with the hammer. The officers immediately entered, tackled the suspect, disarmed him, took the hammer away from him, and took the suspect, Mr. DePape, into custody. They requested emergency backup, and they rendered medical aid. I can confirm that Mr. DePappy forced entry into a rear door at the rear of the Pelosi home. And I'd like to reemphasize the quick response and actions of our officers, Officer Kobe Wilmus, Officer Kyle Cagney, and Sergeant Edmund Huang. Also, I want to reemphasize and thank our dispatcher, Heather Grimes, for her intuition, her quick thinking. She had to interpret what she was being told. And based on her experience and her intuition, she basically figured out that there was something more to this incident than what she was being told. Her actions, in my opinion, resulted in both a higher priority dispatch and a faster police response. I think this was life-saving. Lastly, I want to thank our firefighters and paramedics from the San Francisco Fire Department also for a quick response in transporting Mr. Pelosi for medical assistance at the hospital. We've gotten a lot of questions about security. First of all, I want to say that the U.S. Capitol Police is responsible for protection of Speaker Pelosi and her family. The San Francisco Police Department will assist in any way we can. I've been in contact with Chief Tom Menger of the U.S. Capitol Police. We've been in contact with his investigators and at least one of his chiefs, and we are working collaboratively. Any questions about the security of the Pelosi home should be referred to the U.S. Capitol Police. That is their responsibility, and I would ask that you refer any questions about security to them. I won't be able to answer any of those questions. We also have received questions about how many times Mr. Pelosi was struck, and there's a lot of speculation out there. What we know is he was struck at least one time. We're going through our evidence, and when we have a definitive answer, we can release that. But right now we don't. So we know he was struck at least one time, and that's what we know. We also know, based on our investigation at this point, that this was not a random act. This was intentional. And it's wrong. Our elected officials are here to do the business of their cities, their counties, their states, and this nation. Their families don't sign up for this to be harmed. And it is wrong. And everybody should be disgusted about what happened this morning. With that, we will take any questions, and we will only answer what we can answer.
Question for you. We're seeing some sort of law enforcement activity at the suspect's home in Berkeley. Can you clarify what may be going on there in terms of any search warrants? Are search warrants going to be put out for his phone? Can you just update that situation?
Well, this investigation, there's a lot of moving parts. We are writing search warrants, and as we learn more, we may have to write more search warrants. That's about all I can say. I don't have any results, and our investigators have been on this since the wee hours of the morning, and they're still on it. So we're going to do everything we can to uncover every piece of evidence that we can to hold this person accountable.
So they have been into the home?
I'm not sure that they've been into the home at this point, but I do know that we have written search warrants, and that work is ongoing.
Is the suspect on a 5150 hold, or are they in jail?
Well, I can't. The suspect is still in the hospital. Definitely, I cannot release, and it's not appropriate for me to release any of the suspect's medical information, but the suspect is still in the hospital. But let me say this. We intend to book the suspect. Whether it's in absentia or whether it's in person, he will be booked for felony charges.
And you can't confirm whether or not he's on a 5150?
I cannot confirm anything about this person's medical condition.
Last question right up here.
Yeah, you say this wasn't a random act. What can you say about, do you think this was politically motivated?
We are not at the point where we can say what the motive is publicly, but we do know this was intentional. It is not random. We know that. We know that.
Right.
So.
The dispatcher, can you say anything about how they needed to interpret the call, why he couldn't speak plainly?
Well, what I can say is that dispatchers have to report what's being told to them. And when you have an experienced dispatcher with good instincts they learn how to read between the lines, but they have to report what's being told. They can't report anything other than what's being told. She knew something more was going on just in her heart and her intuition, just with her experience. And that caused for a higher priority than this type of call normally receives. I mean, this was a well-being check. And she just knew there was more to it. So she alerted our officers. She went that extra step. And because of that, they dispatched it at a higher priority than this type of call normally is. And that led to a quicker response.
Okay, that's it for right now. Thank you. We're all done. Thank you very much.
He was able to call 911. So he was the caller. He was able to call 911, and dispatch kind of took it from there and read between the lines. So just heroic going all the way around.
But was he speaking in a code, sort of, so that the assailant would know he was on the phone? Is that essentially?
What he said, she felt that there was something more to it. But again, dispatchers have to report what they're being told. But thankfully, experience and intuition, sometimes when you're in this business long enough, you kind of get a sense for things, and her intuition was on point. So I'm going to stop there. So
we're done for this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
The time is now 8:48. Let's go ahead and revisit the most recent update from the Pentagon.
The authorization of the 24th presidential drawdown of security assistance valued at up to $275 million to meet Ukraine's critical security and defense needs. This authorization is again our 24th drawdown of equipment from DoD inventories for Ukraine since August 2021. Capabilities in this package, which you'll see up here, additional ammunition for HIMARS, which are the high mobility artillery rocket systems, 500 precision-guided 155 artillery rounds, 2,000 155 millimeter rounds of remote anti-armor mine systems, more than 1,300 anti-armor systems, 125 Humvees, small arms, and more than 2.75 million rounds of small arms ammunition, and 4 satellite communications antennas. In total, the U.S. has committed more than $18.5 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration. Just two more things here. I'd also like to announce that the change of responsibility ceremony and the retirement of United States Space Force's first Chief of Space Operations, General John W.J. Raymond, Secretary of the Air Force Frank Kendall will officiate the change of command responsibility ceremony, where General Raymond will relinquish command to Lieutenant General B. Chance Saltzman, Deputy Chief of Space Operations for Operations Cyber and Nuclear USSF at 10:30 a.m. at Joint Base Andrews, Hangar 3. Secretary Austin will also be present, and General Raymond will award and provide. Secretary Austin will present General Raymond with an award and provide remarks. And lastly, on Monday, the 31st, the U.S. Army Pacific will begin their first Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Center, which JPMRC rotation in Hawaii. The JPMRC is the first combat training center established by the U.S. Army in over 50 years and is the first combat training center for the Indo-Pacific. It will include several thousand participants from all U.S. joint services and the Coast Guard, as well as active participants from Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines. JPMRC increases combined training opportunities for our regional allies and our partners and produces significant cost savings versus moving personnel and equipment to continental U.S. training facilities. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. I'm going to first turn it over to Lita, who's joining us on the phone.
Hi, Sabrina. Thank you. I have a couple quick things. First, the Secretary, I just want to make sure I'm interpreting the Secretary's comments yesterday accurately. He said we'll be able to get the capability and trained troops married up in Ukraine on the NASAMS early next month. Does that, am I hearing that correctly? That means that there are already troops trained on the NASAMS in Ukraine or that have been trained. There are already Ukrainian troops that have been trained that are ready to use these NASAMS early next month when they arrive. And is there also the AMRAAM ammunition already there? And then just secondly, very quickly also, can you say whether or not there are thousands or tens of thousands of Russian troops that have come into Ukraine, that the new troops that have just been brought in as conscripts? The Russians have said 82,000 are in, and defense officials have been saying it's only been, they've only seen small numbers. I'm trying to figure out which is accurate. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Lita, for the questions. Few things to unpack there. So first, in terms of the training, when on your question with training on the NASAMS, there is a training program with this system, and once it has been completed, the system will be ready for delivery to Ukraine, and we anticipate that that training program will conclude soon. For operational security, I'm not going to be able to provide more details on that, but for when the NASAMS are delivered in country, I would refer you to our Ukrainian partners to make that announcement. And on your second question on the troop numbers that has been reported of Russian troops coming into Ukraine, I've seen the open source reporting. I have nothing more to add at this time. It's something that we continue to monitor and assess the situation on the ground, but I have nothing to add to those reports at this time. I'm going to turn it over to the room. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Sabrina. I have two questions for you.
Sure.
The first one is the Nuclear Posture Review notes that as directed by the fiscal year 2022 NDAA, DoD will commission an independent review of the safety, security, and reliability of U.S. nuclear weapons, NC3, and integrated tactical warning and attack assessment systems. What's the status of that review? Has it kicked off yet? And is there anything you can share about when it might be anticipated to be completed?
Sure. So I don't have a status update or an actual date of to announce on when the review will be completed. I'd be, happy to keep you updated on that. For more information on the NPR, that is available now. I think, the Secretary laid out the strategy that's been put forward in the review, which is, to continue to deter any country, any nation from using nuclear weapons, and of course, reassuring our allies and partners that we continue to work with them if any deterrents were to fail.
And then how concerned is Secretary Austin with the current state of NC3 specifically and how modern NC3 systems are operating?
I have not been able to have an opportunity to discuss that with him. I would, happily take that question and get back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. One question on Japan. There are some reports that Japan is in talks with the United States to procure Tomahawk cruise missiles. Does the Pentagon support Japan's such procurement to help Japan to strengthen its self-defense capability?
Sure. So as a matter of policy, as you probably know, I'm not going to be able to comment on any potential arms sales or transfers before they are formally notified to Congress. But look, for 70 years, we've had a very strong relationship with Japan. It's a relationship that has served as the cornerstone of peace and stability and freedom in the Indo-Pacific region. And we're going to continue to work with Japan when it comes to addressing our regional and global objectives. But for any other information when it comes to sales, I would refer you to the State Department. Yeah. Yes, Sophie.
Yes, thank you. To go back to the package, new package of
Sure.
aid to Ukraine, the 4 satellite communication antennas, are they Starlink or another company, and how were they?
Sure.
Okay.
So these are SATCOM antennas that are coming off of our shelves. These are not Starlink antennas. These just to level set here, these SATCOM antennas are going to provide additional communications capabilities to the Ukrainians at a critical time, but are separate from what Starlink provides.
Okay. And what about the RAM system? Is it something that they required?
Again, these packages are worked out with our Ukrainian partners, and so this is something that certainly we have discussed with them, and they feel that will make an impact on the battlefield. Some of the equipment and systems that are mentioned are, having everyday impacts that we're seeing on the battlefield, and that's why we are providing more, for example, more ammunition when it comes to the HIMARS systems. And so these are something that we are seeing the Ukrainians employ successfully on the battlefield every day. I'm going to go back to the phones really quickly, and then I can come back into the room. Sang-Min Lee, RFA.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. I have 2 questions about North Korea. Yesterday, North Korea launched another short-range ballistic missile. So I want to know if you have any comment on that. And second question is about the nuclear posture review was released yesterday regarding the North Korea. So that NPR mentioned that any nuclear attack by North Korea against United States or its ally and partner is unacceptable and will result in the end of the regime. And there is no scenario in which the Kim regime could employ nuclear weapon and survive. Can you elaborate on this part?
Sure. So I'll take your first question first, and then I'll come back to the NPR. So we can confirm that North Korea did launch 2 ballistic missiles. Just to give you a little bit more detail, the launches were from the central part of the country. We believe early in the day, October 28th, so late in our day on the 27th. These missiles landed in the vicinity of Alsam Island. And we have assessed that these launches, this event does not pose any immediate threat to U.S. personnel or our allies. And again, we have and we continue to do, we are going to continue working closely with our partners and allies in the region. But the actions that the DPRK has taken, again, further destabilize the region, and our commitments to the Republic of Korea and Japan remain ironclad. In terms of the NPR and what was released yesterday, and I think I remember most of your question, look, we released the nuclear posture review because we believe that a nuclear weapon should never be used. And part of this review is to ensure that we are deterring other nations from using nuclear weapons. Our goal is to see a full denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. That is something that our partners and allies want. That is something we want. And so the actions that that DPRK continues to take further destabilize the region, but also further commit and strengthen our relationship to the Republic of Korea and Japan. I'm going to go to our next question on the phone. Idris, Reuters.
Hey, two quick questions. Firstly, has Secretary Austin reached out to Defense Minister Shoigu at any point since Sunday? And secondly, is it your understanding that the Russian ground exercises are now over, at least the missile launch part of it?
Thanks, Idris. So in terms of any calls or any outreach, I have nothing for you to preview at this time. If there is another call, I'd be happy to relay that when that, if that does happen. And in terms of the exercises, Russia's strategic nuclear exercises, as far as we are aware and as what we are monitoring is that they are ongoing. We won't speculate on future actions, but we are continuing to closely monitor this exercise as it continues, most likely into the weekend. I'll take another one from the phone, and then I'll come back into the room. Laura Sagelman, Politico.
Hi, Sabrina. Thanks for doing this. I wanted to follow up on Sylvie's question about the aid package and the communications antenna. Is this the first time you're sending antenna that is not supporting Starlink? Can you just clear that up?
This is the first time that we are sending 4 SATCOM antennas. Now, antennas can work with different types of satellites, so it's not just that they could work with Starlink. These just help improve communications capabilities on the battlefield.
So can you tell us a little bit more about that? Why are you sending these now for the first time, and what will that support? How will that help Ukraine in this stage of the fight?
Well, look, I mean, we're seeing Ukrainian infrastructure and electrical grids being targeted by the Russians, and these antennas provide an additional capability on the ground at a critical time when Ukraine's infrastructure is being hit. They're not. These SATCOMs are not intended to serve as a substitute for a service like Starlink. They help increase communication efforts on the battlefield. Follow up, or did I think I answered? Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you mentioned, or it had been previously mentioned, that Spain was going to be delivering the Hawks air defense systems. The U.S. obviously has plenty of those systems, and it was mentioned also that there's going to be training conducted on the systems. Is the U.S. supporting in that training, and is there any possibility on the U.S. in a future PDA, I guess, delivering those systems to Ukraine?
Well, as you know, I wouldn't speculate on upcoming packages, nor would I get ahead of our the leadership on their decisions. But look, I mean, Spain is providing the Hawk air defense systems. I'm not going to comment on the training there, but you know, as you have seen from the beginning, we have provided air defense systems to the Ukrainians in some of our very first packages. We provided 1,400 Stingers at the very beginning. We've committed to providing 8 NASAMs. And as Sylvie had asked in one of her questions, 2 we anticipate will be there next month, and training should be concluding soon, so the Ukrainians will be able to operate those NASAM systems. But just to broaden it out, this is not just a U.S. effort. We have our partners and allies, like you mentioned, Spain, but Germany has committed also to providing an IRST system. And that's, you know, that is the point of these contact groups. It is to work with our partners and allies around the world to ensure Ukraine has what it needs on the battlefield day to day, and that's why we're extremely pleased that our partners and allies have been donating these systems to Ukraine.
Ukraine is still being hit by missiles and drones. Would you appreciate if more partners and allies were able to commit more to them to this effort?
I mean, we are in constant contact with our partners and allies. You just saw this week the Secretary spoke with his Canadian counterpart, and part of, and we're just coming off of the most recent Ukraine contact group. We are constantly working with our allies to see what else can be provided. But this is an open communication, open dialogue. We know that countries are doing what they can, and we're very grateful for it. Yeah. Anyone else in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm late. If somebody asks this question, I apologize.
That's all right.
As you know, New York State Supreme Court slammed or rejected New York City's mandate for the COVID-19. Does that have any implications here in the DOD, and is that going to cause a more examination of the DOD's COVID mandate? Is it still the policy now?
It is still the policy now. We encourage all service members to get the vaccine. Look, I mean, we require all service members to get the vaccine. I'm not going to comment on any ongoing litigation. I'm sorry if I'm not just not going to go any further on that front. But we do require our service members to get the vaccine. And as of right now, I have nothing new to announce in terms of if that policy is changing. But right now, it's not. I'll go back to the phone, and then I'll come into the room for any other additional questions. Jeff Selden, VOA.
Thanks very much for doing this. 3 quick questions, hopefully. First, New York Times is reporting that Somalia is asking the U.S. to loosen restrictions on airstrikes against al-Shabaab. Can you talk at all about what the Pentagon's thinking is regarding this request, and also what the latest assessment is regarding how strong al-Shabaab remains or its capabilities in Somalia? Second, curious if there's any updates on what role the Wagner Group or other paramilitaries are playing right now in Russia's war in Ukraine, especially as more regular troops, according to Russia, are being sent to the front. And then finally, the Pentagon NSC has said repeatedly now that the U.S. is not seeing any signs that Putin or Russia have made a decision to use nuclear weapons or a dirty bomb, or that there have been any preparations for Russia to do that. If that's the case, what does the Pentagon think is the reason that Putin and other Russian officials keep making these empty threats? What is Russia trying to gain from this?
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the questions, and hopefully I will not forget any. I wrote your 3 down. In terms of what is Putin and Russia thinking, you would have to ask them. I can't speak to that. I can't get into the mind of what President Putin is thinking, but I will say that the rhetoric that is coming out of Russia, and not just from Vladimir Putin, but from others, is incredibly dangerous. It is destabilizing. It is not something that we would expect from a nuclear power, some of the language that is being used. And that is why we are certainly urging de-escalation when it comes to not just this language, but also just what we're seeing in Ukraine. I guess I'll work slightly backwards here. In terms of your question, I think it was on Wagner and movements within Ukraine. I've seen the open source reporting that you're referring to. I certainly don't have anything to add to that at this time, but if we do, I will let you know. And then on Somalia. So we will not speak to internal policy discussions. Our AFRICOM and this department here is continually evaluating the situation on the ground in Somalia. We work closely with our partners there on the ground on how we can both be effective at defeating al-Shabaab, and we're working to continuing having an open dialogue with them on how to improve operations. But in terms of any recommendations that the command has on the execution of our mission in Somalia, I don't have anything else to preview at this time. I will take another question from the phone, and then I will come back into the room. Roxana, Bloomberg.
Hi. Thank you for doing this. Just a really quick question on the ammunition, the 155 millimeters. Are those Excalibur?
Thanks for the question. I'm not going to have more to provide on that at this time. I just would direct you to what you should actually be getting, hopefully a press release in your inbox. I know you can't see the slide on the board here, but I just have no other details to provide at this time.
Thanks.
Great. I'll take one more from the phone, then I'll come back in the room. Heather, USNI.
Thanks so much. I was just wondering if in conversations with Ukraine about what the United States can provide, has there been any concern about the lack of maritime equipment? I noticed that when we've talked recently that there's been Caliber cruise missiles coming from ships, and I was just wondering if there's been any U.S. response to providing equipment to take down some of those ships or prevent some of those cruise missiles from hitting civilian targets.
Thanks, Heather. As you know, and as you saw this week, the Secretary was in touch with his counterpart, Minister Reznikov. We are in constant contact with what Ukrainians need on the battlefield, as you can see from this package today. I don't have any further updates on any other capabilities that we're providing on the maritime front. Okay, I'll come back in the room. Yeah.
I just have two questions on the package.
Sure.
For the 1,300 anti-armor systems, are those Javelins or are those something else? Is there any...
Yes, let me give you some more detail on that. So the anti-armor systems, they're shoulder-launched, multi-purpose assault weapons and AT-4s.
Okay. And then on the Starlink, you said it's not intended as the antennas are not intended as a substitute for Starlink.
Right.
Is there any connection between the recent uncertainty about Starlink and the provision of these antennas at this time? Is it kind of an augmentation in light of uncertainty related to Starlink, or is there no link there at all?
No, there's not. This is something, we're seeing critical infrastructure in Ukraine being hit. And while the Ukrainians do have access to the Starlink capabilities, having additional SATCOM capabilities on the ground is certainly helpful for them. It provides for better just general command and control on the ground. And so, but no, nothing to do in terms of access to Starlink. Mo, did you have a question? Yeah. I'll come back.
So the governor of New York has mobilized the National Guard to help with asylum seekers who have been arriving to shelters in and around New York City. I was wondering if you could tell us if you had any more information about how many Guard have actually been requested, what they'll be doing, what shelters they've been placed at, and then additionally, have there been any additional requests put in this week or requested this week?
Thanks for the question. I don't have more information on that at this time. I'd be happy to look into that, but I would actually direct you to the National Guard for those numbers. And I'm sorry, did you have another follow-up? Okay, you're good. Okay, yes.
My question is about NPR and China.
Sure.
NPR released yesterday mentioned that the U.S. has made greater progress about the dialogue and crisis management with China. But China, as a reaction to NPR, they accused that the U.S. uses nuclear weapons for geopolitical goals, and it's against the expectation of preventing nuclear war. So how do you react to Chinese?
Sure. Our goal, using a nuclear weapon is never our goal. Our goal is to deter. And that's of course laid out in the NDS. But one of the things that's also laid out is and that the Secretary spoke more about is deterring strategic attacks on the United States, our allies, and our partners, deterring aggression, and being prepared to prevail in conflict if necessary. Look, we don't seek conflict with China. We can be competitors, but we also know that China remains our pacing challenge, and so we are going to continue to make sure that we are responsible in how we use our weapons and our capabilities. But our main goal here is to deter.
Do you have expectation that the U.S. can resume the dialogue with China about
We always would like to maintain an open dialogue. That's something that you've seen the Secretary do before, and so I would certainly say that we welcome an open communication dialogue with China. I'm going to take one more question from the phone, and then if anyone has any last questions, I will come to the room. I realized I missed Louis Martinez, ABC.
Hi, Sabrina. This is an out of left field question, maybe an out of this world question. It has to do with UAPs, unexplained aerial phenomena. 4 months ago, Dr. Hicks established something called ARROW, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, kind of a change from the previous AOI MSG organization. How is that progress going with in terms of UAP analysis, in terms of what progress has been made in determining what has been seen in those videos? And also, there's a report out today that maybe possibly Chinese surveillance might be responsible for some of the imagery that's been captured.
All right, that was the latest update coming from the Pentagon. Of course, we'll have more international headlines in just a bit, but in the meantime, let's go ahead and switch gears and bring you all a story that we have been covering from day one. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi commenting for the very first time since Friday's assault on her husband, Paul. Now, in a letter to House colleagues, she says that the savage attack traumatized the family and has left them heartbroken. Mr. Pelosi is improving but remains in the hospital. Joining us now with more details is Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman. Good morning, Christina.
Hi, Rain. Great to be with you. Great to see you again. Yeah, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi broke her silence over the weekend after this brutal attack on her husband, 82-year-old Paul Pelosi. In this letter to her colleagues, she thanked lawmakers for their outpouring of support and their prayers. She also thanked law enforcement for their quick response to this horrible crime. Now, in this letter, she said in part, quote, "A violent man broke into our family home, demanded to confront me, and brutally attacked my husband, Paul. Our children, our grandchildren, and I are heartbroken and traumatized by the life-threatening attack on our pop." Now, Paul Pelosi underwent a successful surgery Friday to repair the head fracture he suffered from the attack. He also had serious injuries to his arm and his hands. He's expected to make a full recovery. Now, police say the suspect in this case, 42-year-old David DePapi, broke into the couple's upscale Pacific Heights home through a back door. He reportedly shouted, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" and brought zip ties and duct tape to their home. Now, Mr. Pelosi was still able to call 911, and the San Francisco DA says making that crucial phone call likely saved his life. When officers showed up, they say they saw both the suspect and Mr. Pelosi grabbing onto the hammer, and they also say they witnessed the suspect beat Mr. Pelosi with that hammer. Now, as for the suspect, he apparently had a history of posting disturbing content online, including posts about aliens, QAnon, COVID vaccines, the election, and some anti-Semitic comments. Some top Democrats over the weekend blamed right-wing politics for the attack on Pelosi, but some Berkeley neighbors reportedly said that about 10 years ago, DePapi lived in what's described as a Berkeley hippie collective, and that he also reportedly posted some liberal anti-establishment ideas online. Also, DePapi has reportedly has ties to a former nudist activist who says he has been homeless and has suffered from mental illness. Now, police have not determined a motive in this case. They have not said that this is politically motivated at this time, but both Democrats and Republicans, they are aware of what happened and they are condemning the attack. Over the weekend, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy was on Fox. He released, he did an interview and he said, "Let me be perfectly clear. Violence or threat of violence has no place in our society, and what happened to Paul Pelosi is wrong." Also, just days after purchasing Twitter, Elon Musk jumped into the mix, tweeting and then deleting a link to a fringe website with an unfounded rumor about the attack. San Francisco's DA held a press conference yesterday clearing up any misinformation. She said arriving officers determined there were only 2 people at the house during the attack, not 3. She also says there's nothing to suggest that Mr. Pelosi and DePapi knew each other prior to the incident. During the interview, she said, quote, "To be brutally attacked in your own home is one of the worst crimes that you can suffer. And to think I think there needs to be respect for what this family has endured, and Mr. Pelosi has endured and what he is recovering from. Now, DePape is expected to be presented with his charges formally today. He's facing a slew of charges, including attempted homicide, and his arraignment is expected to be scheduled for tomorrow. Rain, back to you.
News correspondent Christina Coleman joining us with the latest developments. Of course, we will keep you updated as this all unfolds. In the meantime, here's the most recent update from police.
Right, good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us here today. I am Chief Bill Scott of the San Francisco Police Department. I'm joined by our District Attorney, Brooke Jenkins, to my right, and I have our Assistant Chief of Operations, Chief David Lazar, and our Deputy Chief of Investigations, Raj Vaswani, with me as well. So I want to start off by saying thank you again for being here, and I want to give you an update, as we said we would, given as much as we can talk about at this moment. And let me start off by saying this is still a coordinated and collaborative effort between the San Francisco Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the U.S. Capitol Police, and our San Francisco District Attorney's Office led by DA Brooke Jenkins. At this time, the San Francisco Police Department is still the lead investigating agency. Each agency is evaluating the facts that flow from this investigation and evaluating those facts within their respective authorities to take the appropriate action. First, I'd like to provide a little more detail of what transpired this morning when the officers arrived at the scene. We've gotten a lot of questions. We want to clarify some things. There are just a lot of theories and speculation out there, so I will provide the detail I can, but please understand that this is an ongoing and active investigation, and there's a lot that we still need to dig into. So when the officers arrived and knocked on the front door of the residence this morning, the door was opened by someone inside, and the officers observed through the open door Mr. Pelosi and the suspect, Mr. DePape, inside the entryway of the home. At this time, the officers remained outside of the threshold of the home, and they observed Mr. Pelosi and Mr. DePape each with one hand on a single hammer. It was one hammer that the officer observed. Officers, while still outside of the doorway threshold, gave commands to both men to drop the hammer. Mr. DePape immediately pulled the hammer away from Mr. Pelosi and violently attacked him with the hammer. The officers immediately entered, tackled the suspect, disarmed him, took the hammer away from him, and took the suspect, Mr. DePape, into custody. They requested emergency backup, and they rendered medical aid. I can confirm that Mr. DePape forced entry into a rear door at the rear of the Pelosi home. And I'd like to reemphasize the quick response and actions of our officers, Officer Kobe Wilmus, Officer Kyle Cagney, and Sergeant Edmund Huang. Also, I want to reemphasize and thank our dispatcher, Heather Grimes, for her intuition, her quick thinking. She had to interpret what she was being told. And based on her experience and her intuition, she basically figured out that there was something more to this incident than what she was being told. Her actions, in my opinion, resulted in both a higher priority dispatch and a faster police response. I think this was life-saving. Lastly, I want to thank our firefighters and paramedics from the San Francisco Fire Department also for a quick response in transporting Mr. Pelosi for medical assistance at the hospital. We've gotten a lot of questions about security. First of all, I want to say that the U.S. Capitol Police is responsible for protection of Speaker Pelosi and her family. The San Francisco Police Department will assist in any way we can. I've been in contact with Chief Tom Menger of the U.S. Capitol Police. We've been in contact with his investigators and at least one of his chiefs, and we are working collaboratively. Any questions about the security of the Pelosi home should be referred to the U.S. Capitol Police. That is their responsibility, and I would ask that you refer any questions about security to them. I won't be able to answer any of those questions. We also have received questions about how many times Mr. Pelosi was struck, and there's a lot of speculation out there. What we know is he was struck at least one time. We're going through our evidence, and when we have a definitive answer, we can release that. But right now, we don't. So we know he was struck at least one time, and that's what we know. We also know, based on our investigation at this point, that this was not a random act. This was intentional. And it's wrong. Our elected officials are here to do the business of their cities, their counties, their states, and this nation. Their families don't sign up for this to be harmed. And it is wrong. And everybody should be disgusted about what happened this morning. With that, we will take any questions, and we will only answer what we can answer.
Question for you. We're seeing some sort of law enforcement activity at the suspect's home in Berkeley. Can you clarify what may be going on there in terms of any search warrants? Are search warrants going to be put out from his phone? Can you update that situation?
Well, this investigation, there's a lot of moving parts. We are writing search warrants, and as we learn more, we may have to write more search warrants. That's about all I can say. I don't have any results, and our investigators have been on this since the wee hours of the morning, and they're still on it. So we're going to do everything we can to uncover every piece of evidence that we can to hold this person accountable.
So they have been into the home?
I'm not sure that they've been into the home at this point, but I do know that we have written search warrants, and that work is ongoing.
Is the suspect on a 5150 hold, or are they in jail?
Well, I can't, the suspect is still in the hospital. Definitely, I cannot release, and it's not appropriate for me to release any of the suspect's medical information, but the suspect is still in the hospital. But let me say this. We intend to book the suspect. Whether it's in absentia or whether it's in person, he will be booked for felony charges.
And you can't confirm whether or not he's on a 5150?
I cannot confirm anything about this person's medical condition.
Last question right up here.
Yeah, you say this wasn't a random act. What can you say about, do you think this was politically motivated?
We are not at the point where we can say what the motive is publicly, but we do know this was intentional. It is not random. We know that. We know that.
Right.
So.
The dispatcher, can you say anything about how they needed to interpret the call, why he couldn't speak plainly?
Well, what I can say is that dispatchers have to report what's being told to them. And when you have an experienced dispatcher with good instincts, they learn how to read between the lines, but they have to report what's being told. They can't report anything other than what's being told. She knew something more was going on just in her heart and her intuition, just with her experience. And that caused for a higher priority than this type of call normally receives. I mean, this was a well-being check. And she just knew there was more to it. So she alerted our officers. She went that extra step. And because of that, they dispatched it at a higher priority than this type of call normally is, and that led to a quicker response.
Okay, that's it for right now. Thank you. We're all done. Thank you very much.
Chief, how did he manage to call 911?
He was able to call 911. So he was the caller. He was able to call 911, and dispatch kind of took it from there and read between the lines. So. Just heroic going all the way around. So.
Alrighty, there you have it. The time now is 9:30 a.m. We'll have more top stories after this. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:30 a.m. Eastern as we take this Live Now look from Washington, D.C., the Supreme Court to be exact. Now, happening today, the Supreme Court will begin considering two cases that will question whether colleges and universities can continue to take race into consideration as a factor in admissions. Now, hundreds of schools have relied on a court precedent for almost 50 years using affirmative action to diversify their campuses. Harvard and the University of North Carolina are now being accused of having programs that violate the principle of equal protection. The plaintiffs say affirmative action discriminates against Asian Americans, and they are urging the court to overturn the precedent. They say schools should develop a race-neutral alternative to achieve diversity. Here's more.
The 9 justices will hear 2 separate cases that may overturn decades of precedent. Schools began implementing affirmative action in the admissions process in the 1960s to promote campus diversity. Now, a coalition of Asian American students is suing both Harvard University and the University of North Carolina, arguing the admissions criteria unfairly singles them out compared to Black and Hispanic students.
I think the fact that I'm Asian American plays a pretty big factor into why I was rejected.
The High Court has traditionally upheld racial preferences, but only in a narrowly tailored way that does not involve quotas. This issue could set up a clash between newest Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Chief Justice John Roberts. Jackson has signaled in other contexts that the Constitution supports race-based governmental policies. But Roberts said in a 2007 case that, quote, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race.
There is yet again, as we saw in the abortion case last term, a request for the Supreme Court to ignore precedent and to have a rather dramatic legal change that will affect the lives of young people and, frankly, all of society.
These 9 states currently ban affirmative action in the public college admissions process.
I think the question is whether the court is poised to actually overrule its prior precedent.
2 people to watch during oral arguments on Monday. Clarence Thomas, the second Black justice on the U.S. Supreme Court, has opposed the use of affirmative action. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the first Hispanic on the court, supports it. At the Supreme Court, David Spunt, Fox News.
President Biden spent the weekend in his Delaware home as First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and former President Barack Obama traveled the country to campaign for Democrats ahead of the midterm elections. The president says that he will hit the campaign trail again later on this week. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is joining us from Washington, D.C. with more.
When Bill Clinton defeated George H.W. Bush in 1992, the message was simple. It's the economy, stupid. Today, many Republicans are carrying that same message.
People are very upset about crime, education, parental rights, about the economy, gas prices. It's death by 1,000 cuts for so many families who can't afford rent, gas, groceries, Halloween candy. Everything's so expensive, and the Democrats own it.
Here's Delaware's Democratic Senator Chris Coons on Fox News Sunday.
The folks who I've been campaigning with are running on our record. Chair McDaniel just said we're running away from it, but we're running on it because we've got real accomplishments to point to.
Inflation has been over 7.5% all year, numbers not seen in this country in 40 years. Inflation peaked at 9.1% in June when gas was over $5 a gallon. Numbers have come down since. Gas is now $3.76 a gallon, but still about 60% higher than when Biden was sworn into office. The latest inflation data from September says inflation is at 8.2%. It was only 1.4% when Biden took office. Colorado is one state where Republicans are looking for an upset. Here's GOP candidate Joe O'Dea.
Look, we're dead even with the independents. That's who matters here in Colorado. 45% of our electorate is independents.
It's former President Barack Obama headlining more campaign events in those key battleground states. He and President Biden will be going to Pennsylvania in the days ahead. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from New York City. Here's the latest on the governor's race in New York State.
And both candidates have been joined by some pretty big names on the campaign trail in New York. They're hoping that will give them the push they need to come out on top. In New York, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis joined Congressman Lee Zeldin at a rally on Long Island. The well-known Republican leader hyped up the large crowd, telling voters Zeldin will shake up Albany and make real change to the criminal justice system.
The other thing that he will do, and that what New York really needs to do, you need to stop coddling criminals. Stop turning them loose on the street. They'll commit a crime and they put them right back out. Stop releasing people early from prison. If you do crime, you must do the time.
Governor Kathy Hochul's campaign pulling in their own big names for support, releasing this new radio ad recorded by former President Barack Obama.
On November 8th, there is an election for governor in New York, and the stakes could not be higher. My friend, Governor Kathy Hochul, is the best person for the job, hands down.
As that gap closes in New York, crime is the hot topic. Zeldin says he'll declare a statewide crime crisis on day one. The incumbent recently launched her own crime plan, and as the polls tighten, Hochul remains confident.
I always run like I'm 10 points behind, always, in every one of my 14 elections. I run like an underdog, and the voters are now paying attention, realizing what's on the ballot this year. I mean, what's at stake in this election, how critically important it is.
Early voting is now underway in New York. Governor Hochul only has a 4-point lead over Zeldin, according to the latest Quinnipiac poll. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Several key races that we're paying attention to. Let's head to Georgia because there are a few closely watched races in the state of Georgia. Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker defending himself against an attack from former President Barack Obama, who called the former NFL running back a, quote, celebrity who wants to be a politician. Meanwhile, in the race for governor, incumbent Brian Kemp says that his record will speak for itself. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson brings us the latest from Georgia.
Former President Barack Obama did not hold back in his criticism of Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker, calling him suspect as he questioned Walker's will to actually help people. Well, now Walker has responded. Here's what he had to say to the former president.
He need to go take a back seat to this because he hasn't done right by us. He's living in this nice mansion out there wherever he's living at, had made all this money, and now, let me tell you, I'm ready to get my hands dirty.
Since Mr. Obama's return to Georgia, Walker's opponent, incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock, has focused largely on getting the vote out in metro Atlanta, where he's told voters that Walker has not been honest with them and is not qualified to represent the people of Georgia.
You actually have to know stuff to do this job. And Herschel Walker is not ready, and he's not fit. He hasn't been honest about the basic facts of his life.
Meantime, gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams is looking to deliver an impressive performance in her final debate against incumbent Governor Brian Kemp Sunday night. Kemp has seemingly solidified his lead after attacking Abrams on issues such as the economy and inflation. In Fulton County, Georgia, Saturday, Abrams made the case for why she's better for Georgia's economy. She touched on a number of issues, including her plans to give teachers pay raises and expand affordable housing.
And this isn't going to take 4 years. This is going to take one legislative session. You send me my friends back here, and we will get it done in the first budget that we pass in the state of Georgia.
In response, the Kemp campaign tells Fox News in a statement, quote, the people of our state know that Abrams only offers them the same failed leadership they see with the Democrat control in Washington, which created 40-year high inflation that's hitting Americans in the wallet every day. Meanwhile, Governor Kemp has been fighting for Georgia families. And with more than 1.5 million people already having voted in Georgia, Kemp and Abrams will be fighting for those folks who have not made up their mind in these races just yet. In Sandy Springs, Georgia, Charles Watson, Fox News.
And in Pennsylvania, the toss-up Senate race could decide the balance of power On Capitol Hill, recent polls show Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz closing in on Democrat John Fetterman. But President Biden and the Democrats say that they are confident in Lieutenant Governor Fetterman, who just wrapped up a rally in Harrisburg. That's where we will find Fox News senior national correspondent Rich Edson.
Democrat John Fetterman is pushing for the union vote here in Pennsylvania, holding an event with the Government Workers Union earlier today in Harrisburg and an event yesterday with union workers in Philadelphia. Fetterman says he's going to work to raise the minimum wage, protect abortion rights, and he says he's going to do so by eliminating the filibuster, that 60-vote threshold in the Senate.
Here's what I'm promising to all of you for all the work that you're willing to do is that to send me to Washington, D.C. to be that 51st vote. To eliminate the filibuster.
Fetterman is recovering from a stroke in May. His opponent, Dr. Oz, had ripped Fetterman for refusing to debate, and then when he agreed, did so only once, and 2 weeks before Election Day, and after hundreds of thousands of early votes had been cast. Oz and Republicans nationwide have been campaigning on inflation, making the case Democrats' stimulus spending and turn away from fossil fuels has raised costs across the country. And with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris appearing Friday at a fundraiser in Philly with Fetterman, Oz's campaign says, quote, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refuse to fight violent crime, stop the flow of deadly drugs across our border, and combat skyrocketing inflation and gas prices. There's no distracting from this dangerous agenda. Biden and former President Obama will be campaigning together next weekend in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. Biden has called Fetterman his kind of guy. Next weekend, former President Donald Trump will also be in Pennsylvania for a rally in Latrobe. In Harrisburg, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Get ready to pay even more interest if you need to borrow money. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve is expected to raise interest rates by another 0.75%. If it happens, this would be the Fed's fourth straight large rate hike, intending to bring down inflation. The housing market is already beginning to slump as mortgage interest rates have skyrocketed, and some analysts are concerned that the Fed will increase interest rates by another 0.75% in December. They fear that the Fed could send the economy into a recession with the hefty increases. Joining us with more is Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich.
Prices are still rising and consumers are still spending. Despite glimmers of progress in 2 economic reports released Friday, the president's biggest challenge, inflation, remains. Biden turning the focus to the GOP, writing, "The economic reports show we are making progress. Congressional Republicans' agenda, on the other hand, is very different. It would drive up inflation and add to the deficit."
We'd all like to see inflation coming down quicker, but I think there are signs. Even this week, the numbers you're showing were either at expectations or below expectations.
A metric closely watched by the Federal Reserve showed inflation stayed hot in September, but mostly within expectations. Personal consumption expenditures climbed 6.2% compared to last year. Stripping out volatile food and energy, core PCE inflation increased 5.1% from the year prior. Separately, the Employment Cost Index showed wages and benefits climbed 1.2% from June to September, a quicker pace than the Fed wants. No sign the labor market is loosening and rapid wage growth is moderating. All this meaning the Fed will likely stay on course for another interest rate hike next week.
Wages up 5%, but inflation up 8.3%. Do the math there. People are getting poor.
More congressional Democrats now urging the Fed to pause its aggressive campaign to tamp down prices, seeing warning signs ahead. Sherrod Brown saying the Federal Reserve is charged with the dual mandate of promoting maximum employment, stable prices, and moderate long-term interest rates in the U.S. economy. For working Americans who already feel the crush of inflation, job losses will make it much worse. But the Fed is not supposed to take cues from politicians. And the Treasury Secretary says the administration is doing what it can to supplement the central bank's actions.
I don't see signs of a recession in this economy at this point.
While the president has recently shifted his messaging to focus more on the economy, the vice president is still all in on abortion. Today, she hosted a roundtable on reproductive rights, her 20th since May. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And if you're sick of credit card debt, you aren't the only one. But how do you stop it? Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis has some ideas.
Credit cards, they can come in handy when you're in need of some fast funds. But what is that convenient cash truly costing you?
Banks. They must be screwing you. You knew they were screwing you. You knew it was happening.
According to LendingTree, the average credit card interest rate is 22%. That's the highest it's been since 2019.
And yet, because of inflation, because of all the problems in the budget, people are diving into that 22%, running up their credit card debt.
Financial experts like Dave Ramsey think the best way to beat the system is by cutting the credit cards altogether.
I got rid of the credit cards a long time ago, went to a debit card, and don't have any fees that way, but they keep hammering me, trying to get me into debt.
Learning the truth about credit scores is a great way to stay in control of your finances.
One of the reasons people hang on to that credit card is because they want that precious credit score. And I've learned, I haven't had a credit score in years, and I've learned you can rent apartments, you can rent cars, you can rent hotels, and I even bought a house without a credit score. And so you don't have to have a credit score to live your financial life.
Lastly, you should always save what you can in an emergency fund.
We found 36% of Americans can't cover a $400 emergency. Americans are now $887 billion in credit card debt.
The trick is you don't make good decisions when you're afraid. So you need to pan back from the emotion and say, I'm going to make the money that I have behave. I can't control all this stuff coming at me, but I can control how I react to it.
Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
All right, looking live from our X-Rad weather radar. Now, in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy, many homeowners in coastal communities of New York and New Jersey were left with massive bills to repair and rebuild their homes. The staggering costs forced many to turn towards the government for special grants and loans. But for some, that money is nowhere to be seen. Fox News senior correspondent Lauren Engel has the story.
I never thought I would experience something as massive as what occurred the night of Sandy. It was terrifying.
B.J. Dallin recalls the night 10 years ago when the surge of Superstorm Sandy flooded her neighborhood in Brick, New Jersey, and how she and her neighbors huddled on the top floor of her split-level home.
That's what we talked about, was survival that night. And we thought about what kind of circle we could make with each other to lock arms, to not get washed away.
But it was the aftermath of Sandy when the real problems began for Dowlin after she applied for the state's REM grant program.
The REM program ended up being way, way worse than being wiped out by the storm.
Dowlin was originally awarded $90,000 from the REM program to rebuild, but she's currently being forced to give back the money to the state. She, like many others in New Jersey, is experiencing what's referred to as a clawback. Others in the Garden State aren't even receiving their grants after they were approved. Lisa and Scott Vanderveer were awarded over $100,000 to help rebuild their home, but due to a technicality, they are not entitled to receive the funds until work is complete.
All we want to do is just get on with our lives and stop talking about the storm.
Fox News was in contact with 4 other homeowners from New Jersey, including some who are still unable to rebuild their homes a decade later. All of them declined to go on camera for fear that the state would retaliate against them for going public with their issues about the REM grant program. A statement from a spokesperson for the state of New Jersey says they are obligated under the Stafford Act to recover the money and that they have kept lines of communication open with homeowners. In New York, homeowners are not experiencing clawbacks from that state's version of the REM program called New York Rising, but still are facing issues of their own. FDNY Lieutenant Dan Anderson of Long Beach needed to raise his home after the storm and is still making loan payments on top of his mortgage. So what was worse, riding out the storm or dealing with the aftermath?
No, the storm, unfortunately, is the easy part. We all know we can't control the weather. The real storm is afterwards. That's when the battle really begins.
Many of the homeowners we spoke to still have liens on their homes, essentially keeping these clawbacks a threat to their financial stability. In Long Beach, New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
And in other news, Grammy-winning singer-pianist Jerry Lee Lewis has passed away, one of the inaugural inductees at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. His music spanned decades and genres, and today we look at his life and career. Here's more from Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
Jerry Lee Lewis, with legendary piano playing on hits like Great Balls of Fire and Whole Lotta Shaking Going On, has died at the age of 87.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
According to a statement by his publicist, Lewis passed away at his home in Memphis, Tennessee, with his seventh wife, Judith, by his side. The statement notes, Lewis was there at the beginning with Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash, Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Carl Perkins, Fats Domino, Buddy Holly, and the rest, and watched them fade away one by one till it was him alone to bear witness and sing of the birth of rock and roll. The Louisiana-born rock and roller who dubbed himself the Killer started his career in the 1950s. The controversial musician started to find success on the charts in the late 50s, but then was blacklisted from radio when he married his 13-year-old cousin, who later alleged physical and mental cruelty. Lewis struggled with drug and alcohol abuse over the following decades, as well as legal disputes and physical illness. In the 1960s, Lewis went into country music and had top 10 country hits between 1967 and 1970. Over the course of his career, he won 3 Grammys, including a Lifetime Achievement Award. In 1986, he was part of the inaugural class of inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. His story was told in the 1989 biopic Great Balls of Fire starring Dennis Quaid. In 2006, Whole Lotta Shakin' was selected for the Library of Congress's National Recording Registry. He was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame just this past week. Lewis is survived by his wife Judith and 4 children. His publicist's statement also notes, if you asked him in his waning years what he hoped people would say about him, he had a simple answer. You can tell him I played the piano and sang rock and roll. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
We'll be right back.
Been to a haunted house, but how about a haunted house and Senate? As they say in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, I would like, if I may, to take you on a strange journey. But for this journey, we'll go deep into the Capitol catacombs for tales of the Congressional Macabre. The U.S. Capitol is a seemingly haunted place. Mysterious sounds of a custodian who passed on. Some can still hear her scrubbing the floors late at night. Or you might hear Pennsylvania Senator Boyce Penrose in a rocking chair reading the bills late at night. The military converted the U.S. Capitol into a field hospital for Union soldiers during the Civil War. Some have reported sightings of those soldiers wandering the building even today.
Some of them have continued to stay here. A lot of soldiers died here, and they were very idealistic at that point, and their spirits would be here.
Joe Novotny just retired from the House after 30 years. You've seen him on C-SPAN as the House reading clerk. And Novotny's observed some weird things in the House chamber late at night after everybody else is gone.
And all of a sudden, in the well of the chamber, like directly in front of me, I see a man walk in front of me. And I look up immediately to see who it is, and there was nobody there. You tell yourself, is this real? But it was vivid.
But towering above all Capitol ghost stories is the legend of the demon cat, which prowls the Capitol. It appears before national emergencies, such as when the British burned the Capitol in 1814, the Civil War, Pearl Harbor, Kennedy's assassination. Its footprints are purportedly visible in the Capitol's Senate wing, but supposedly the demon cat also signed its name. In an obscure congressional stairwell, you'll find this. Now, does that stand for District of Columbia, Direct Current, Detective Comics, or Demon Cat? In another stairwell, you'll find the blood of Kentucky Congressman William Talby. Newspaper reporter Charles Kincaid shot and killed Talby there after a dispute in 1890. Talby's ghost is said to lurk around the Capitol, periodically tripping reporters as revenge. Is that maybe why I was tripped on a Capitol stairway not far from there when I tried to get a word with Justin Trudeau?
It sounds absolutely plausible, and it sounds like you're fortunate to escape as unscathed as you were.
Holliday says Capitol ghost stories are history by another name.
It's popular history. It's a way that people can remember, sometimes misremember, but it's a way that they can remember figures and events from the past.
Any 200-year-old building is going to have ghost stories. The U.S. Capitol is no exception. So, as they say in the movies, if you come to the Capitol, be afraid. Be very afraid. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News. We've all been to a haunted house, but how about a haunted house and...
All right, the time is now 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's revisit this announcement from NASA detailing steps that they are taking before its next launch.
We have a 36-minute window, so plenty of time to do that, and just looking forward to a great launch on Tuesday morning. Over to you, Megan.
Well, sad to see you go, but congratulations on your retirement and LSP's 100th mission. That's an amazing milestone. Okay, Gary, take it away. Can you beat that?
I'm not sure I can top that. First, Gary Wentz, Vice President, Government Commercial Programs for United Launch Alliance. Do want to congratulate Omar on his retirement. That's pretty significant, having over 30 years with the government, working launch services program primarily. So we've been very happy with the support and partnership from Omar and the team. So it's been a busy few weeks here at Vandenberg. A few weeks ago, we launched our last Delta IV Heavy off Slick 6 and came back, did a lot of preparations, worked with the integrated NOAA NASA team to integrate the spacecraft, and now we're here to scheduled on Tuesday to launch the last Atlas off the West Coast. So looking forward to that. The whole team here from United Launch Alliance is excited to be a part of this mission. It's bringing significant capability from an advanced environmental perspective, as well as was mentioned, the reentry capability that is key for our future going forward. First, I'd like to thank our mission partners, Launch Services Program. We've been a partner with them for I'd like to remind everyone
continues to be an active and ongoing investigation. At the conclusion of this press conference, we are going to answer a limited amount of questions out of respect to the investigation and the process that will follow today. We will not discuss evidence that is related to this investigation. On behalf of the Delphi Double Homicide Task Force, thank you all for your continued support. I would now like to introduce to you our first speaker, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter.
Give me just a second here. Seldom do I have prepared remarks, but today is different because I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity with what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation. First, I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day, and an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room have developed relationships with me personally, and you know I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us and me. You continue to encourage the efforts, and you too believe that one day we would all be here participating and sharing this news. To the entire law enforcement community, which includes all local, state, and federal agencies, which are far too many to specifically mention today, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to continue a very methodical and committed approach to ensure that if any other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or persons will be held accountable. Since the murders of Abby and Libby 2,086 days ago, the daily investigative team has worked tirelessly and is certainly worthy of mention today. Specifically, Sheriff Linsonby, the Sheriff of Carroll County, Detectives Tony Liggett, Detective retired Kevin Hammond, former Delphi Chief and now the prosecutor's investigator Steve Mullins, State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman, Detectives Jay Harper, Dave Vito, and Brian Harshman, along with members of the United States Marshal Service, specifically Agent Jeremy Clinton and Agent Bill Colfers. With them today is Dan McClain, the U.S. Marshal, appointed U.S. Marshal. Our state police analyst, our scientist from many different disciplines within our laboratory division, Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail, and to so many others that I know I've missed. I really believe that Abby and Libby would be proud of you for standing strong, even in the face of immense pressure and perpetual criticism. Some of these individuals have postponed retirement, passed on promotional opportunity, have dedicated personal time away from their families, given up nights, weekends, and holidays, all while in the pursuit of accountability for Abby and Libby. I know that today's announcement will not diminish your resolve, and I hope you have found just a bit of peace in this most complicated world. This is really important. While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day. Today is not that day. This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time. Prosecutor Nick McClellan, of course, will share additional information about what we can and cannot say, and also explain to you why the probable cause affidavit is temporarily sealed by the court and not available. And by the way, he has been a tremendous asset to this team. I'm yet again asking you for your patience and please your understanding while our system of due process works. Also remember that all persons arrested are presumed innocent. All persons arrested are presumed innocent. You all will have an innate desire to subjectively interpret and then report what you think. We in the law enforcement realm cannot, and you should never allow us to, talk about what we think concerning facts, but rather discuss and share at the right time what it is we know. The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day. It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet. The prosecutor has been very clear with law enforcement about what his expectations are, about what can and cannot be released, shared, or discussed. So we will, of course, comply. If you choose to be critical of our silence, be critical of me, not the front line. These are the folks who have committed their entire lives to a successful conclusion. In other words, a guilty verdict. As we move to the next phase of this investigation, I will continue to offer all resources that the ISP has to not only the investigative team that I anticipate growing, but also to Prosecutor McClellan as we prepare for the coming months. Again, Nick has been very resolute and very clear, and I'm most grateful for his leadership. And it's going to be really important as we move forward. Please continue offering tips that you would like to share. The many avenues to report will remain open and will be available to all. Please continue doing that. In closing, I stand before you in this church and very place where we held our first briefing nearly 6 years ago, and just hours after the murders of Abby and Libby. Right here. Pulling in today, I wasn't really sure what emotion I would experience. But peace came over me. And I didn't expect that to happen. And I hope all of you, with all the different responsibilities you have from around the planet today, have felt some of that as well. But remember, we're not done. I think what we all have experienced proves that together there's nothing we cannot do. But more importantly, giving of ourselves, all of us, giving of ourselves matters more than what we could ever receive. Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be. I would now like to introduce to you my friend and the Carroll County Sheriff, Tom Ledsaby, for his remarks. Sheriff.
I believe in a God of justice and righteousness. Today, I believe that same God has provided us with justice for Abby and Libby. As Sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana, I want to publicly and sincerely thank each individual who played a role in helping us during this 5.5-year investigation. Whether it was in an investigative capacity, providing tips, cards or letters of suggestions or encouragement, phone calls, and thousands of other countless ways of communicating. I earnestly thank those who prayed for this moment in time. We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system, allowing the system to provide its due diligence and process in providing that justice which is owed Abby and Libby, their families, and this community. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Nicholas McClellan. I'm the Carroll County Prosecutor, and before we get started, I want to reiterate some of the things that Sheriff Ledsaby and Superintendent Carter stated. I first want to thank both of them. They've been a great support to my office throughout this investigation. They've always been there for a phone call and always been willing to help a hand or a line of assistance to me and my office during this investigation. I want to thank the team behind me. This is the Homicide Task Force team that we've put together. Thank them and thank their families for being so understanding for the many nights they've worked away from their families, away from their children. There are many dates in a lifetime that you're going to remember. The date your children are born, the date you're married, the date you buy a first house, the date Abby and Libby went missing. One of those dates was last Friday, October 28, 2022. At that time, we had gathered evidence to formulate a PC that we submitted to the court, and the judge did find probable cause for an arrest of Richard Allen. He's been charged with 2 counts of murder for the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. This investigation is still very ongoing. We're keeping the tip line open, the tip email open. We encourage everybody to continue to call in tips, not only about Richard Allen, but about any other person that you may have. For that reason and for the nature of this case, the probable cause and the charging information has been sealed by the court. I've been very clear to everybody that per the court order, we cannot talk about the evidence that's in the probable cause or the evidence that's in the charging information. That will become evident to you at some point and it will be released, but right now is not that day. Today is about Abby and Libby, focusing on them. Mr. Allen has had his initial hearing. He's entered a preliminary plea of not guilty. The matter has been set for a pretrial on January 13th at 9 a.m., 2023, and a trial date of March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. He is presumed innocent. We will have an opportunity and day in court when we can present the evidence that we have against him. But until that day, he is presumed innocent. I want to open up to a few limited questions from the audience. But again, keep in mind, we are not going to talk about the evidence that we have in this case or about the charging information. We cannot. Those things have been sealed by the court. And so I want to open up a few questions.
Prosecutor, when did Richard Allen become a suspect, and do you think he acted alone?
Again, that's part of the investigation, so I'm not going to talk about those things. What I can say is that we have probable cause established by the court for his arrest, and he is in custody. He's being held currently without bond.
How long has he been a suspect?
I'm sorry? Again, that gets into the evidence we have of the investigation, and I know from everybody it's frustrating. I know everybody, not only reporters, but the family, everybody wants to know more information. I understand it's frustrating, but my goal is to maintain the integrity of this case.
Superintendent Carter, you had said that you believe that you had spoken to the suspect or the suspect's family 2 years ago. Is this man one of those people?
Again, I appreciate the question, but we're getting into the timeline of events, and today's not the time to do that.
Can you talk about how rare it is?
Family, I know you've had a lot of conversations with them. You were almost in tears pretty much when you started off this press conference. Can't imagine how emotional it is for everybody that's worked on this case. What was your conversation first like with the family, Matt, when you were able to tell them you finally got the suspect?
It was a very personal moment for me, and I think it was a very personal moment for them, for all of us that have had interaction with the family. We developed a relationship that I think is going to last at least one lifetime, and maybe a second. So it was a very, very, very sad yet a very humbling experience.
Superintendent, you asked for tips. Detective work was a reward for $325,000. Did this all come together to make this nexus? Is that the combination of all three things that led us to this day? Or is it one or the other?
Well, eventually you'll be able to see what led us to this day, but again, today's not that day. To include the reward, you mentioned that, Raphael, about the reward itself, and again, very premature for us to talk about that. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do.
What would you say that Abby and Libby have taught you in depth that we can remain to continue on with in life?
I think probably resilience and understanding the value of each and every day. That today was the day, but I didn't anticipate they ever thought today would be their day. And I feel like I've known them for a long time. Excuse me?
Do you assume there's any other individuals involved in this case?
We haven't closed the door on the investigation, and so that's why we keep the tip line and the tip email open. And so we're not presuming anything at this point, but we're going to continue to take tips, continue to take any information anybody has, and as we've done with all the information we've gathered, we're going to look at that and examine that and see where it leads us.
Mr. Prosecutor, can you explain the law? You've asked the court, based on this investigation, that these documents should remain out of the public view. Can you explain, without getting into the details of what's in the documents, well, this is not regular. Usually a public hearing is held. We should be able to see all the documents, right?
Sure. Sure.
You made a decision. Can you explain your decision as to why you believe that maybe for the next 30 days, no one in this room should have access to those records?
Sure. It is unusual. We don't do it very often in all the cases that we handle here in Carroll County. We did it in this case because the investigation is still open. And while all cases are important, the nature of this case has some extra scrutiny with it. And so my office, felt it was important to seal those records. There will be a public hearing on whether or not those records are going to remain sealed or not. There'll be public notice for that hearing so that everyone can attend, but there will be a hearing to determine whether or not they're going to stay sealed. But for now, to me, it's about protecting the integrity of this case. I want to have an opportunity at some point to have an opportunity in court to explain the evidence and for that not to be tarnished or tainted or anything like that. Again, he's presumed innocent. And so it was important for me in this case to do that. Hold on just a minute. We're not going to comment on that right now as part of the investigation. Again, we just encourage everybody to continue to call in tips if they have them about anybody, and we'll examine those tips.
How does it feel for you guys to have searched nationwide for nearly 6 years, going all over the place, only to find your guy, down the street from your office?
That's a hard question to answer. It's a mixed emotions. I've been watching the news all weekend like everybody else has, and I think a lot of the members of the public said it right. It's bittersweet. It's a step in the right direction. It's concerning that he's a local guy. So I think just different emotions. Again, this is a step in the right direction. This is the first step into getting into court and having a trial. And so.
All right. That concludes our press conference today. Shortly, I will be releasing a press release that will have this photo and a couple more details that'll also be here for handout. That'll also be on the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post Facebook page. Right after this press conference, I'm going to send it out. There's also hard documents in the back. Thank you all for taking the time to be here today, and be safe as you travel home.
Right, those were investigators' first public comments since the arrest of Richard Allen on Friday, October 28th, in connection to the murders of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams. Now, on February 14th, 2017, the bodies of 14-year-old Libby and 13-year-old Abby were found one day after they went for a hike in the Delphi Historic Trails area. Now, for the past 5 years, there's been many questions about who killed the two best friends. As you can see here, that weighed heavily on investigators as they grew emotional during this announcement. But of course, many of those findings are sealed. So we hope to learn more information soon. But in the meantime, let's head out to Washington, D.C. It looks like we're getting another, actually, well, let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll have a recap of our top stories in 2 minutes.
happened to be flying over Belarus on their way from Athens to Vilnius. As the ICAO Council and the Assembly made clear, the actions of the Belarusian state endangered the safety and security of a commercial passenger aircraft and the lives of all those on board. And they were a flagrant violation of the Chicago and Montreal Conventions. But not only this. As we said last year, the use of a spurious terrorist threat to divert an airliner also served to undermine measures put in place by the international community to counter real aviation terror threats, including those this Council addressed in Resolution 2309 in 2016. So the Lukashenko regime has broken international law, created a major risk to the safety of innocent passengers, and undermined aviation safety more broadly, proving itself to be entirely irresponsible on the issue of international peace and security. And for what? All to silence an opposition journalist, further stifling any semblance of free speech left in Belarus. This has only been compounded further by its role as a staging ground and facilitator of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, through which it continues to show reckless contempt for international law and the UN Charter. We call on Belarus to hold accountable those responsible for this incident, desist from any further unlawful actions, and end its support for Russia's illegal war on Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Mr. Siakitano for your briefing. The United States expresses appreciation to the International Civil Aviation Organization and its fact-finding investigation team for painstakingly researching and comprehensively analyzing the events surrounding the unlawful forced diversion of Ryanair flight FR 4978 at Minsk Airport in May 2021. It is unfortunate that the country whose actions were investigated has sought to discredit the investigation and ICAO. We encourage those who have doubts to read the public report for themselves. The report and investigation were expertly handled and a credit to the organization. When the Council discussed this serious threat to international civil aviation last year, some Council members claimed it was premature to draw conclusions before ICAO had finished its investigation. Now we have the results. ICAO's finding that the bomb threat against Ryanair flight FR 4978 was deliberately false, and that this false threat was communicated to the flight crew upon the instructions of senior regime officials in Belarus. As we just heard, ICAO's report established without any doubt that Belarus authorities manufactured a false bomb threat to force Flight 4978 to land in Minsk for the purpose of detaining an opposition journalist in violation of Belarus's obligations under the Convention on International Civil Aviation, better known as the Chicago Convention. This act of unlawful interference put civilians in danger and undermined the fundamental trust between pilots and air traffic controllers in a way that could have wide-ranging safety repercussions for international civil aviation. The United States underscores and applauds the ICAO Assembly's condemnation of Belarus's violations of the Chicago Convention, in particular Article 4, prohibiting the misuse of civil aviation. The ICAO Assembly's show of unity in condemning Belarus actions sends the strong message that the international community will not stand for egregious acts of unlawfulness in international civil aviation. This Council must also send a clear message that such actions that threaten our skies are unacceptable. The Lukashenko regime's forced diversion of Ryanair Flight 4978 to detain passenger and independent Belarus journalist Roman Protasevich and his companion Sofia Sapega was a violation of international aviation law, an act of transnational repression, and a manipulation of the civil air navigation system. There must be consequences for those responsible. These are not the actions of a responsible international actor. We gather here in the Security Council and throughout the multilateral system, charged with defending peace and security in the world, and we have a responsibility to put on record our denunciation of state actors who flagrantly violate their responsibilities and put their own ulterior interests ahead of international peace and security. Since the representative of Belarus is here today, I would also like to take this opportunity to reiterate that the United States calls on Belarus to release Sofia Sabega, to cease the intimidation and harassment of opposition journalist Roman Protasevich, and for the unconditional release of the more than 1,300 political prisoners currently held by the regime. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie le représentant des États-Unis de sa déclaration. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de la France.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
je remercie le président du Conseil de l'OACI, M. Salvatore Schiacchiano,
Mr.
pour
Salvatore
son exposé.
Schiacchiano, for his
La
briefing.
France salue la décision
France welcomes
du
the
18 juillet
decision of the
2022 du
18th of July
Conseil de
2022
l'OACI,
of the
ainsi que la
ICAO
résolution
Council, as well as
adoptée par son
the resolution
Assemblée
adopted by its
lors de
Assembly
sa 41e
at its 41st session, which recognize the responsibility of Belarus authorities in the diversion to Minsk of the Ryanair flight FR 4978 on the 23rd of May 2021. The facts are serious. The investigation conducted by ICAO has demonstrated that Belarus conducted a false bomb threat. The conclusion that we can draw from this case is extremely concerning. The Belarus regime diverted a civilian aeroplane with the sole aim of detaining an opposition journalist and Mr. Roman Protasevich and Ms. Sofia Pasega. It did not take the measures to protect the safety and security of the crew and passengers on board. We condemn this violation of international air law and of international aviation law. This is nothing less than an act of air piracy. Mr. President, this irresponsible act is one of the numerous examples of the brutal repression of the Belarusian regime on anyone that has been judged as an opposition since 2021. I would recall that we met in consultations on the instrumentalization by Belarusian authorities of migrants and the European borders. Once again, the Belarusian authorities have not hesitated to endanger the life of a political dissident. We also condemn the use of Belarusian territory in the conflict against Ukraine, also for the fabrication of the elections in 2021, the repression of civil society, the diversion of the Ryanair flight, the instrumentalization of the issue, the migrants issue, the involvement in the war against Ukraine. Belarus is stepping up is multiplying its violations of international law. We welcome the courage of Belarusian citizens against the Lukashenko regime. We would ask the regime to drop any investigations and prosecution of Mr. Protasevich and Ms. Sofia Sapega, as well as all of the political prisoners held in Belarus. We will continue to support the Belarus people in its democratic aspirations. Thank you. I thank the representative of France for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also thank the President of ICAO for the briefing. We have noted the points he has made. The incident involving the Ryanair flight FR 4978 in the Belarusian airspace in May 2021 is being dealt at the ICAO, the apex international technical organization in the field of civil aviation. India has always maintained that such incidents should be subject to independent investigation conducted by the ICAO. In this regard, we have noted the conclusion of investigations into the incident. The conclusions of any such investigation should be established based on facts and devoid of any political considerations. India calls for consistency in action over violation of Chicago Convention by member states. Actions that lead to isolation or exclusion will not only impinge cooperation in the civil aviation sector, but cause delay in determination of circumstances that put the safety and security of passengers in jeopardy. We need to encourage concerned member states to extend cooperation with investigations. We also believe that measures that harm civilian populations should be avoided. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, President, and thank you to the ICAO Council President Sheketano for your briefing. Ireland welcomes the conclusions of the ICAO investigation into the forced landing of a Ryanair aircraft in Minsk in May 2020, as confirmed by the ICAO Council and endorsed by its Assembly. We thank the ICAO fact-finding investigation team for their work and those member states who contributed to this important task. Ireland condemns the act of unlawful interference committed by the government of Belarus concerning the forced landing of flight FR4978. This was a clear breach of international aviation law. It needlessly endangered the safety of an aircraft in flight and that of its passengers and crew on board. We call on Belarus to take all appropriate action as requested by the ICAO Assembly. President, the facts are clear. They are based on a detailed and thorough fact-finding investigation which gathered incontrovertible evidence of state-led breaches of international aviation law. The bomb threat against the Ryanair aircraft was deliberately false. Senior government officials in Belarus knowingly participated and gave instructions to force it to land in Minsk. In sum, the Lukashenko regime orchestrated the hijacking of this civilian aircraft to arrest an opposition journalist and his companion. This is a clear indication of the lengths Lukashenko will go to repress all dissent against his brutal regime. Ireland condemns the detentions of journalist Roman Protasevich and his companion, Sofia Sapega, for his alleged crime, honest media reporting of Lukashenko's regime of repression and intimidation. This serious incident was the latest in a pattern of repressive actions by the Lukashenko regime against the Belarusian people and civil society following the fraudulent presidential election of August 2020. With no democratic legitimacy, Lukashenko relies on repression and threats to maintain his rule at the cost of his country's prosperity and the human rights of his people. Ireland condemns the use of state violence against peaceful protesters, indiscriminate detentions and curtailments on the freedom of assembly and media freedoms in Belarus and calls for their immediate cessation. We remain steadfast in our support for a sustainable, democratic and peaceful resolution of the situation in Belarus. The brazen steps taken by Belarus to arrest Mr. Protasevich is yet another stark reminder of the dangers faced by journalists and media workers. They have long been the international community's early warning system. Our efforts to uphold democracy, monitor human rights abuses and identify emerging conflicts would be a fraction of what they are without the information we receive from journalists. Peace and security, freedom of expression and a free and independent press are inextricably linked. Journalists and media workers are indispensable to our work here on the Security Council. It is vital, therefore, that this Council upholds resolutions 1738 and 2222 in order to protect journalists and media professionals working in armed conflict, to secure accountability for crimes against them, and to ensure a free and independent press. Mr. President, with Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, it is clear that the impact of Lukashenko's actions are no longer confined to within Belarus's borders. Russia has not alone acted in this war. It invaded Ukraine via Belarus. It has launched missile strikes against Ukrainian targets, including critical civilian infrastructure from the territory of Belarus. Ireland condemns Belarus's involvement in this illegal, unjustified war and reminds it of its responsibility to abide by international law. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of Ireland for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I speak on the substance of the matter, I would like to express our puzzlement and disappointment with your decision to allow a number of European Union states to this meeting, the states which have no connection to the topic of this discussion. By doing that, you provide a bad example and show how unprincipled it is. But you are also playing into the hands of the Western states, the states which, as we have just heard, decided to have today in the Security Council an anti-Belarus and at the same time an anti-Russian show. Mr. President, we can chalk your overlooking the rules of procedure of the Security Council only to the lack of experience and the tiredness from the presidency, which is coming to an end today, which otherwise, by and large, was a fairly successful one. Mr. President, we did take note the briefing provided by the President of the Council of the International Civil Aviation, ICAO, Mr. Salvatore Schiaccitano, about the incident having to do with the landing of the Ryanair plane in Minsk on the 23rd of May, 2021. The picture painted of this event and its supposedly objective investigation by an ICAO group is very far from what actually happened. We have every reason to believe that the process of the so-called fact-finding as regards the event in actual fact was nothing other than the widely practiced settling of scores by Western countries with the countries they dislike. And let me explain this. Let's start with the report submitted by the ICAO investigation team report, which was at the basis of the recent Assembly resolution condemning Belarus. There are many questions that could be put to this document, the kind of questions that some states prefer to pass over in silence. Let's look at facts. On the 31st of January, the ICAO Council was discussing the final, as was stated at the time, the final report on the incident related to the Ryanair flight. The group at the time had reached a conclusion that no escort or an interception of the Ryanair flight by a Belarusian MiG-29 did not take place, and the decision to land in Minsk was taken by the crew independently, and the Belarusian guilt was not established. Now, these conclusions, could they satisfy Western countries? Obviously not. The idea was to make sure that the report was political in nature, and this could be used to justify the unlawful restrictions against Belarus air industry that they introduced. Using their majority in ICAO, they forced the group to continue the investigation. Well, as a result, the final report was anything but final. As a result of consideration, the improved report, the ICAO Council took a completely different decision. This decision was condemning what was done by the Belarus authorities and stated that officials of Belarus had something to do with providing Ryanair flight false information about an explosion threat. In other words, the ICAO Council repeated the statements that the Western countries were putting forward in May 2021. This is painfully similar to the story of investigating by OPCW an incident in Douma in Syria on the 7th of April 2018. At the time, the initial report, which showed there was no evidence that chemical weapons were used, did not sit well with Western countries, and then the final OPCW report was drafted and made to fit the conclusions about Syrian authorities' participation in this show, which was organized by the White Helmets. And the obvious facts was showing that there was fraud the Western countries and the Director General of OPCW is trying not to notice, and that's why he undermines the trust to the Technical Secretariat and OPCW as a whole. Similarly, the improved report by the ICAO Group on the incident with Ryanair flight, which is totally in contradiction with the initial one, gives result to no trust. Suffice it to say that now we have a new source, an anonymous source, which supposedly was an air traffic controller, then is now outside of Belarus. Unverified audio files are being used, and the information given by Belarusian authorities is simply being ignored. Many forget that the group was not to find ways of condemning Belarus, but establishing facts and finding gaps in ensuring air flight safety. Let me give one example. The report says that information about threats of explosion on board an airplane were read in some European states 24 hours after they had been sent. What kind of safety are we talking about here? Is this something that could be satisfied to air passengers? But instead of working on measures to rectify such an egregious situation, Western states are only, for some reason, continuing leveling accusations against the Belarusian side. In our view, what is important is that the Republic of Belarus itself was perfectly transparent during the investigation. There was no double agenda, nothing was hidden. The air authorities actively participated with ICAO, provided all requested information. But such a goodwill approach was of no need to anyone because it didn't fit with the earlier prepared plans of Western countries, because they didn't wait for the outcome of international investigation. And even before those came out, they decided to ban overflights over Belarus, banned Belarus air companies flying to European Union, and introduced unlawful restrictions against Minsk. In other words, ICAO had only one goal: to confirm the conclusions and statements made by Western capitals. And on take two, this is something that happened, but ICAO had to sacrifice its authority. Well, now, as a result of that, we have great doubts about the impartiality of ICAO, because there was no objective and open investigation of the Ryanair situation. We can recall other similar situations and wonder what would be the reaction of the international community to investigation if the investigation was about the forced landing of the president of Bolivia in Vienna in 2013, or the landing in 2016 in Kiev of the Belarus company Belavia flight, or the emergency landing in Berlin in May 2021 of the self-same Ryanair company air flight, which was going from Dublin to Krakow and which received information about an explosive on board. Mr. President, in October, they redrafted a report which was made fit the initial accusations, was approved by the 41st session of the Assembly. And the legal actions by Belarus are qualified there as an egregious violation of the Convention of International Civil Aviation. This is not only unbiased, this is openly politicized. We regret that despite the long-standing reputation of ICAO as a technical body, its assembly was used as a platform to push forward the political interests of some countries. Overall, everything that's happening in the organization shows that it's very rapidly losing its ability to impartially and professionally dealing with the issues under its mandate, namely the safe and orderly development of international civil aviation. It is increasingly the case that the organization is acting to please a narrow group of interested countries. This kind of behavior and inability to resolve civil aviation issues, as we can see, leads to the fact that such issues are discussed in a non-specialized platform, the Security Council. Instead of dealing with the topical issues of maintaining peace and security, the Security Council yet once again needs to spend time on the intrigues of our former Western partners against the countries they don't like. And this is something which is not under its mandate. And these intrigues, which according to the number of the EU representatives speaking today, are of greater concern to them than the real problems that member states are encountering. Otherwise, it's very difficult to explain the 5 additional participants in in this meeting and not a single one on the debates on the Middle East settlement on the 28th of October. Distinguished colleagues, we are convinced that international civil aviation and ICAO should not become an instrument with which to exert political pressure. It would be highly regrettable if ICAO were to follow the slippery path of the Technical Secretariat of the OPCW, which is being rapidly politicized and losing its independence. Such a scenario would do irreparable damage to international cooperation in civil aviation. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
Thank you, President. We thank the President of the Council of ICAO for sharing this important, though worrying, information. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss this issue today and thank the US and Albania for the initiative. In our view, ICAO reports make clear that the Belarusian authority forced the landing of the Ryanair flight. They deliberately did so under the false premises of safety concerns. They therefore bear the responsibility for unnecessarily endangering the safety of passengers and flight crew. While Belarus has pointed to missing information in the investigation, ICAO's conclusion makes it clear that this is, in large part, due to the Belarusian authorities themselves not fully cooperating in good faith. We regret that this is the case. We stress again that their action constituted a threat to European security, undermining international law and our collective security. We must also recall it took place in conjunction with the authorities' active facilitation of migration flows across its border with Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia as a destabilizing measure, putting people's lives at risk. With the benefit of hindsight, we now see the full context of the forced landing. Not did it constitute a threat, it was a clear sign of Belarus' complete disregard for global peace, security, and international norms. Since this incident, Belarus has helped facilitate Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We express our grave concern about this escalation, as well as the report of additional Russian military buildup on Belarusian territory. President, Norway has repeatedly expressed its concern about the oppressive political situation in Belarus and the actions of the government using any means deemed necessary to maintain its grip on power. We have and continue to call on the authorities to cease their policy of intimidation and harassment of civil society, media workers, and members of the pro-democracy movement. Belarus must cease its attack on civil society and human rights defenders, commit to regional stability, fully respect their obligation under international law, re-establish good relations with its neighbors, and engage in a genuine dialogue with pro-democracy forces in the country. This can be the only path forward. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank Mr. Chaquetano for his briefing. Brazil actively participated in the discussions of the ICAO Council on the incidents involving Ryanair flight FR 4978 last July. We reiterate our appreciation for the efforts of the fact-finding investigation team in updating information essential to clarify the episode. We received with concern the indications of violations of the Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the Safety of Civil Aviation by Belarus. Brazil understands that altering a flight plan for political purposes establishes a serious precedent which jeopardizes the integrity and the safety of international civil aviation. The fact-finding investigation team report should be seen as a call to all states to avoid such practices in the future. The seriousness of the episode is undeniable. However, Brazil understands that this is an issue related to human rights and the safety of international civil aviation. Perhaps we should reflect on whether the Security Council is the most appropriate forum to discuss the matter. In this regard, we fully support the submission of the report to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the forum we understand more competent to duly discuss the issue in the United Nations system. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Brazil for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Mr. Shakitaro for his briefing. Kenya expresses its deepest condolences and sympathies to the government and people of Somalia for the heinous terrorist attack in Mogadishu. We stand with you and the affected families that have lost their loved ones and wish a quick recovery to all those who are injured. Kenya takes note of the report by the International Civil Aviation Organization published in July after the investigation on the diversion of the Ryanair passenger aircraft on the 23rd of May 2021. When this council met last year over the concerning allegations, we called on the need for further investigations of the situation, which would allow us to engage from an informed position. From the report, ICAO acknowledged that the bomb threat against the Ryanair flight was deliberately false, endangering its safety and an unlawful interference and an infraction of the Chicago Convention. Civil aviation, including scheduled and non-scheduled commercial passenger flights, are indispensable for mobility and our globalized system.
We're listening in as the United Nations holds its Security Council meeting. Let's take a quick break and we'll have a recap of your top stories in 2 minutes.
los cuales son los órganos competentes para tratar este tema. Tal y como México expuso en el marco de dichas discusiones y con base en las conclusiones contenidas en el informe del equipo
I wish to reiterate our condemnation of any action contrary to the Chicago Convention. As my country noted within ICAO, interference of the Ryanair flight represented a violation of norms of international civil aviation, as it endangered the security of a commercial passenger airliner and the lives of those on board. All of this is unacceptable. But, Mr. President, in Mexico's view, this incident and the subsequent subsequent detention of a journalist and his companion should be addressed within the context of the competent forums for international civil aviation and human rights. Thank you. I thank the representative of Mexico for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Mr. President, I thank Mr. Siachitano for his briefing. In May last year, the Security Council discussed the forced landing of a Ryanair flight by Belarus under any other business in consultations. Since then, the ICAO has been responsible for the handling of this matter in accordance with the division of labor and its responsibility. Today, the Council, as required by a small number of members, is convening this open debate to discuss this incident. Whether this is conducive to the solution of the issue, whether this is an appropriate way for the Council in fulfilling its responsibilities in the maintenance of international peace and security, this calls for discussion and consultation. Mr. President, China has taken note that Belarus submitted a position paper to the 76th session of the GA on July 27, objecting to the final ICAO report on the forced landing of the Ryanair flight by Belarus. The Belarusian position paper states that the key information on which the conclusions of the final report was based is false and has not been verified with Belarus. Further, the information provided by Belarus as the state in question was not reflected in the ICAO fact-finding report. China maintained that the forced landing of the Ryanair flight by Belarus should be judged and handled in accordance with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, international law, and international norms, based on facts and evidence, without geopolitical considerations, without selectivity, and without double standards. We also believe that ICAO, as the specialized agency of the United Nations responsible for civil aviation affairs, should abide by the purposes and principles of the Chicago Convention and perform its duties strictly according to its mandate. At present, different parties have different views on the ICAO fact-finding report and have concerns about the source and authenticity of some key information in the report. ICAO should exclude interference from political factors, fully listen to the views of relevant parties, undertake to fully grasp the situations, treat the concerns of all parties equally, conduct independent, professional, and serious analysis, and draw conclusions that can stand the test of time. Mr. President, China has always opposed unilateral sanctions unauthorized by the Council and those that lack basis in international law. Unilateral sanctions against Belarusian airlines and restrictions on and disruptions of normal aviation order are detrimental to the healthy development of international civil aviation and should be lifted immediately. Just now, some members mentioned about the domestic situation in Belarus. I would like to point out that the situation in Belarus is the internal affairs of this country. China has always respected the Belarusian people in independently choosing their development path in accordance with their national conditions, respected the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Belarus, and resolutely opposed external interference in the internal affairs of Belarus. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of China for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, I thank ICAO President Mr. Schiacitano for his briefing. And at the outset, I would underline that the UAE has engaged in both the ICAO Council and Assembly in relation to the matter before us today. The 1944 Convention on International Civil Aviation, the Chicago Convention, stresses that the development of international civil aviation can, quote, greatly help to create and preserve friendship and understanding among the nations and peoples of the world. These words continue to ring true today. The smooth and safe operation of international civil aviation is vital for international exchange, commerce, and development. The UAE is keenly aware of the value and importance of the proper functioning of international civil aviation. As a major global aviation hub, we have prioritized civil aviation as an important element in our own economic diversification. The UAE, including as a member of the ICAO Council, strongly supports the need to uphold rules and standards that govern international civil aviation. This centrally includes the aforementioned Chicago Convention and the 1971 Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts Against the Safety of Civil Aviation, the Montreal Convention. When there is an incident affecting the safe functioning of civil aviation, it is important to establish the facts professionally and impartially. The formation by the ICAO Council of the Fact-Finding Investigation Team and its report on the event involving Ryanair flight FR 4978 on 23 May 2021 therefore served a valuable purpose. We appreciate ICAO's work and the consideration given to this issue by both the ICAO Council and the Assembly. Mr. President, it is our firm belief that international civil aviation rules and standards are mutually beneficial to all member states. We believe they should continue to be dealt with as a technical matter. We reiterate our call for all member states to comply with the applicable conventions and regulations. The world is in dire need of economic stability and reliability. We can respond to that need by both protecting the tremendous economic opportunities and the people-to-people connections that international civil aviation affords. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, President. At the outset, I would like to thank you for convening this briefing, which borders on the important matter of aviation safety and security. I also thank the President of the International Civil Aviation Organization, Mr. Salvatore Sacchiatano, for his briefing and for sharing with the Council the conclusions of ICAO Council's discussions on the fact-finding investigation report on the May 2021 incident involving Belarus' unlawful interference with Ryanair flight FR 4978. Mr. President, the Security Council in Resolution 2309 of 2016 recognized the vital importance of a secure global aviation system to the economic development and prosperity of all states. Like other forms of international transportation, air travel has for decades enabled the movement of people across national borders and served as a bridging factor for trade, education, culture, science, and several other aspects of human interaction. The disruption of air travel by unauthorized authorities, therefore, poses grave danger not only for those passengers involved in a specific travel, but for the wider global community and the many states that rely on the predictability of air travel for managing interstate exchanges. We therefore welcome ICAO's final fact-finding report, which established the accountability for Belarus' actions for the landing of Ryanair flight FR 4978 in Minsk on 23 May 2021. The actions the report indicates were in contravention of the international aviation regulations, including the preamble and Article 4 of the Chicago Convention on International Civil Aviation, of which Belarus is a state party. The landing of the flight, which was en route to Vilnius from Athens, together with preceding incidents of state and non-state orchestrated attacks on international civil flights, some of which have been tragic, are incompatible with norms of international behavior and deserve international condemnation. In reminding all state parties of their commitment not to use international civil aviation for purposes that are inconsistent with the aims of the Convention, we stress the urgent need for enhanced cooperation among state parties and ICAO to secure the aviation environment from all forms of threat, including terrorist attacks, piracy, hijacking, and such other threats presently derailing maritime and other international transportation sectors. Finally, Mr. President, we reaffirm our full commitment to the Convention on International Civil Aviation and stand ready to support further Council action aimed at securing safer skies in the interest of our international community. I thank you.
And thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Right now, the Security Council holding an open meeting after a scheduled meeting earlier during the day at Russia's request on a drone attack on its Black Sea fleet. We have been popping in and out of this. We'll continue to do so here throughout the day. But do want to say good morning and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson. And yes, it is Halloween. It is the last day of October. It just feels like we just welcomed October just a couple days ago. But already have made our way through the entire month. And Live Now from Fox is counting down to the election. Want to remind everyone that you can count down right here with us every single Tuesday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We do have Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft hosting our Road to the Election show, where we talk with not only candidates that are in some of these key races across the country, but also policymakers from coast to coast. We do have quite a few different campaigns happening at this time. Right now, you can see a live picture out of Georgia, where Herschel Walker is speaking. He's on his bus tour, just as we've had a number of others also speaking to our crews who are there in person at some of these different rallies and bus campaigns. We had earlier here today, Governor Kemp. He's also out on the road with his tour bus, as well as Charlie Crist. He was also on the road. You can see him there on just the left-hand side. He went and voted early voting earlier here today. He did speak with our Live Now from Fox cameras and teams down in the Florida area. So we'll be bringing you some of these remarks, some of these different rallies, all coming up here on Live Now from Fox after we return from this 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As I said before, my name is Christy Larson, and we are keeping track of all you need to know here at the very beginning of your week. It's going to be a very busy week, especially as we are getting closer to those midterm elections now, just nearly 1 week away. So 8 days until there is going to be the big midterm elections. Want to remind all of our viewers you can join us right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have plenty of coverage, not only leading up to the election, but also on that day, giving you those results as soon as those numbers start to come in. Already here, we've had a number of the candidates from coast to coast out on the campaign road, including Governor Kemp out of Georgia, Herschel Walker, also a candidate out of Georgia. That's for a Senate seat. He's speaking right now at a rally. But I do want to turn our attention to Florida here for a moment. We do have another governor race happening there. One of the candidates, and no, not Ron DeSantis, who is the current governor, but Charlie Crist. He's the other candidate in this race. He spoke ahead of casting his early vote and then also spoke with our cameras after casting his vote as well. So let's go ahead and bring you his campaign rally. And just to be fair, we're going to continue to bring you each and every single one of these events, both sides of the party lines. Want to remind our viewers, when you tune in here with us on Live Now, you're not getting our opinions. You're getting these live events, these different press conferences, these rallies, these bus tours from both party lines as they are happening. And if we missed it, we recorded usually on it, then we bring it back to you throughout the rest of the day. So always trying to play these out here for you, especially as there's a number of candidates out on the road here now, nearly 8 days until that midterm election. So let's go ahead, take you down to Florida again, where we're going to be hearing from Crist.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Only 8 days till November 8th. Are we ready for November 8th? I am proud to say that as a Latina woman being part of this amazing team, we're transforming Florida. We're changing Florida. This is a very important election. This election is about women's right to choose. This election is about affordability. This election about your future as Floridians here. And most importantly, this election is about freedom. We want to make sure we continue getting your support. We want to make sure you continue supporting us because we need you this couple of next days. So we want to ask you to please, want to make sure I know the number correctly. We want to ask you to please text Raleigh to 54238. We want to make sure that we continue transforming Florida, impacting communities. We want to make sure that we have the freedom to speak, that we have our rights, and we want to make sure that we are here today. And we're going to continue working hard to make sure that we are winning on November 8th, and we're letting ourselves bring Florida back to its freedom. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eunice Ortiz. I'm the candidate for Florida State Senate District 18 right here in Pinellas County. Democrats are fired up in Pinellas County, and we are seeing that with the numbers coming in each and every day. People want leadership in the state of Florida that's going to defend our right to choose, that's going to keep our kids safe in schools, that believe that LGBTQ people in my community are people that actually exist and deserve full equality. In a state where educators are 48th paid in the nation, but our cost of living is one of the highest in the country, we need a leader who's going to tackle that problem on day one. And Governor Charlie Crist is the person to do that. Behind me, every person you see represents thousands of people, tens of thousands of people across the state of Florida that support this movement. We are a state that voted overwhelmingly to return the right to vote for returning citizens. We are a state that voted overwhelmingly for a $15 minimum wage. And we are a state that will vote overwhelmingly for Democrats on November 8th, up and down the ballot. I want to next introduce Commissioner Janet Long.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here on this bright, beautiful Chamber of Commerce Day. My remarks are going to be very brief, but to the point, and maybe a little more personal than a lot of other little speeches that you've heard, because I actually served with Governor Crist before when he was a governor of our state, and I know a lot about him because I have known him for so long, since my children were very little. But I want you to know that for me today, in this hour that we are in, Pinellas County is not Tallahassee. Pinellas County is not Washington, D.C., we have a long and very rich history of voting with our hearts and caring about our little ones. I have 5 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. I want someone in the governor's mansion who cares about them and the future of this magnificent state that we all have learned to enjoy as our place where we want to live, work, play, and raise our families. So for me, I want to kick that man in the White House with the small mind who really enjoys belittling our children, who doesn't care about compassion, love, kindness, trust, decency, and the humanity of our citizens. I want to kick that small-minded little man out of the governor's mansion and put Charlie Crist in there, who actually knows how to govern. And with that, I want to introduce our fabulous candidate for governor, Charlie Crist.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioner Long. Let's give it up for our next state senator, Senator Ortiz. Put it out there. And for our next United States Congressman, Eric Lynn. That's right. It's such an honor to have all of you here today. We're here to kick off our Choose Freedom bus tour, because freedom is on the line in this election. Women's freedom to choose is on the line in this election. The votes of people of color are on the line in this election. You know, there was a football game Saturday in Jacksonville, and a lot of anti-Semitism displayed around that stadium, and Governor DeSantis was in the stadium, and he has yet to condemn those comments, and that is despicable, unbelievable that he wouldn't do that. Florida deserves better. You deserve better. Ron DeSantis has his millions and billion-dollar donors, but we have you, the people. This all comes down to voting. And today, Chelsea and I are going to vote early. I would recommend everybody to vote early. It is only 8 days until this election. We have got to get out and vote. Your vote is your voice. Your vote is your power. And as the great John Lewis, God rest his soul, used to tell me in Congress all the time, you know, Charlie, your right to vote is precious. And he would further go on and say, it is so precious, it's probably sacred. And by God, he was absolutely right. So now's the time. Now's the time. Now's the time to vote like your life depends on it, because it does. Now's the time to make sure that all your family members vote, all your friends vote. As Barack Obama used to always say, when we vote, we win. And that's going to happen. God bless you all, and thank you so much.
All right, so again, our candidate here for governor going and casting his early vote. This is some video playback of that moment after his rally. He was walking in and went and casted that vote. Again, he is running against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is a Republican. Charlie Crist running as a Democrat. Live Now from Fox going to be closely following this race, just as we are now with these campaign tours leading up to the election. Now, after the vote was cast, he did step outside and spoke with our crews. Let's go ahead and bring that interview to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, we did it. It sure feels good to vote, I'll tell you. And obviously early voting today. We only have 8 days left in this election. I want to make sure everybody casts their ballot. They get out there and they vote. Don't be intimidated. Don't be afraid. Get out there and vote like your life depends on it, because it does. A woman's right to choose is at stake in this election. If you believe in actual freedom, please vote for Charlie Crist for governor. We need a change in Tallahassee. We need more decency in our government that cares about people and will do what's right for the people. And with that, do you have any questions?
So launching this tour today, obviously a lot about women's choice. How do you plan to rally women in the state to support you?
Well, by doing this right now is helping, and I think it's extremely important. I know that it is. And, you know, when I talk to women all over the state of Florida, and fair-minded men, I should add, they're concerned about this, taking away of our freedom by this governor and this legislature.
Congressman, you've had the opportunity to vote for yourself many times now in all the different races that you've won. Does anything feel different about this time?
I think it's probably the most important of them all. And I don't say that with any hyperbole. I think it's absolutely the truth. What DeSantis has done to our state, torn apart our Florida, we need to unite our Florida again. And that's what this election really is all about.
A lot of the last month has been hurricane recovery, and a lot of Partisan Floridians have been focused on Southwest Florida. How do you feel about Governor DeSantis' response to the hurricane, and what would you have done differently should you have been governor at this time?
Well, I would have encouraged the evacuation sooner than he did in Lee County. We lost over 100 Floridians in this tragic, terrible storm. It's the most deadly storm in modern Florida history, and the way he's handled it, I think, was shameful, especially not advocating evacuating sooner. I mean, that's just being smart, utilizing common sense, and listening to science. Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Charlie Crist, again, the Democrat running for the governor's spot in Florida, speaking here. I do want to turn our attention down to Georgia now. Herschel Walker just wrapping up his remarks on his bus tour. So we'll be bringing you some of his rally coming up here on Live Now from Fox. But first, we'll keep things on that side of the seats that are up for governor. We'll take you to Governor Kemp's event happening in Georgia earlier here this morning. That's happening here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue keeping you informed on all of these rallies and campaign tours happening across the country, taking you down to Georgia, where Governor Brian Kemp is fighting to keep his position as governor against the Democratic candidate Stacey Abrams. He did have a bus stop tour already here this morning out of Peachtree City, Georgia. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Electing Stacey Abrams. That is why Marty, Kemp, Jared, Lucy, and Amy Porter, our 3 daughters who are with us today, and myself are getting up every single day. We're going to do that for, 7 more mornings we got to do this to make sure that Stacey Abrams is not going to be your governor or your next president. And I just appreciate y'all so much for being in the fight. Listen, Drew talked about the concerns that people are having around the country with 40-year high Biden inflation, a disaster at the gas pump because of bad domestic energy policy, a disaster at the border because Joe Biden or the czar of the border, the vice president, won't simply go down there and talk to the people that know how to fix that problem. It's not hard. The governors and the task force that we are on have talked about that. They're more concerned with hiring 87,000 new IRS agents than they are putting more people to secure our southern border. And the governors are the ones that are having to deal with the amount of fentanyl that's coming across the border, human trafficking, and other things. But we have some great folks in our state I wanted to just mention real quick that are part of our team that are helping say no to the agenda that Stacey Abrams has, and have been part of our good business environment in our state, who have been part of running state agencies to keep our state moving forward, even during the toughest times that we've seen in this state, certainly in my lifetime over the 2 years of a global pandemic. And somebody that has been in the fight with us after with our fight to go after street gangs, to go after human trafficking and a lot of other things is our Attorney General, Chris Carr. And his wife, Joan, are with us today. Someone else who has cleaned up the insurance commissioner's office, who has brought integrity to that office, who has worked with us to help lower health care premiums in this state, an average of 12% because of our 2 waivers that we got passed. Someone that has served with distinction in our U.S. military as a member of the National Guard for over 30 years. COVID response. He's been one of our co-chairs on our task force, and that's our Insurance and Fire Safety Commissioner, General John King, who's with us today. John, thank you. You know, when you got people like Gavin Newsom in California that are mandating certain things on people, on one hand, like driving an electric vehicle, and then mandating that you can't even charge the dang thing, makes me thankful that we have a public service commissioner named Fitz Johnson that is keeping a robust, diverse energy supply here in our state. And Fitz has been such a great friend, but also a great leader for help keeping Georgia's business environment good. Please welcome Public Safety Commissioner Fitz Johnson. I had the honor of appointing John King and Fitz Johnson, and they have done an incredible job. And Fitz will be on the ballot coming to you soon, not this November, but soon he will be. And Marty and the girls and I will be on the campaign trail with him because he's done a great job. But when we elect John King on November the 8th, he will become the first Latino elected constitutional officer in this state's history. Wow. And we're looking forward to that day, John. I also want to thank someone I served with, former State Senator Ronnie Chance. That's certainly no stranger to Fayette County, for being with us today. I want to appreciate the school board members, Brian Anderson, Randy Huff, for being with us. Peachtree City Councilman Mike King, Tyrone Mayor Eric Dial, and we also have State House candidate Stoney Mathis with us today, as well as my friend Cole Musio from Frontline Policy Group, who has been such a defender of our conservative values in this state. And we are honored that all of you are here, but especially honored that you all are here. And listen, we're doing good because we've been saying no to what Stacey Abrams wants. I said no when she criticized me for reopening small parts of our economy back during COVID, simply giving you the opportunity, if you wanted to yourself, to open your business or to go back to work if you were in one of those small sectors that we had asked to shutter to help us stop the spread, flatten the curve, build PPE supplies, and hospital bed capacities. Stacey Abrams criticized me for that decision. But you know, I was fighting for you then. I was also fighting for you when we pushed to follow the real data in the science, not the political science the Democrats were following, to get our kids back in the classroom. And listen, that's what the data said then in the Trump administration, and it's the same data that we have today in the Biden administration. Our kids need to be in the classroom, and I'm so thankful to our educators for what they have done to make sure that that happened literally all across this state. It is horrific to think about other states around this country where their kids were locked out of a classroom for a year longer than our kids were in our state. And I'm so proud that we didn't worry about what the polls were saying then. We didn't worry about the politics. We were worried about your children. We were worried about your family. We were worried about what Georgians wanted, not what Hollywood wanted, where 90% of Stacey Abrams' money is coming from, along with New York and Delaware and Washington, D.C. We were fighting for hard-working Georgians. And you know what? 2 years ago during civil unrest, when we were on the front lines with local law enforcement, especially in the city of Atlanta, to keep our capital city from being burned down, to go after the people that were lighting Atlanta the police department cars on fire, tearing people's storefronts out, it was us, state government, that was going after them. We were on the front lines of keeping bad people from doing that. That's the same time when Stacey Abrams was out there saying yes to the question of whether she would be willing to defund the police. Yes, we have to reallocate resources. Let me tell you, as long as I'm your governor, we will not be defunding the police in this state. We will stand with our men and women in law enforcement. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're doing so good in our state, because we said no to the things that Stacey Abrams wants to do. And we're saying no to what Joe Biden's doing to us in Washington, D.C. with 40-year high inflation, a disaster at the gas pump, and a disaster at the border. That is the agenda that she would bring here. Joe Biden promised every one of us he would not raise our taxes. What did they go and do? They raised your taxes. What did we do in Georgia? Working with these people right here, we passed the largest state income tax cut in state history last year in the middle of a pandemic because we said no to Stacey Abrams and kept our economy open. And because we were open, and because you all were resilient and our economy flourished, we have excess revenues. So what have we done with those? We are helping you fight through 40-year high inflation. Last year, working with the General Assembly, we all said, how can we help Georgians fight through 40-year high inflation? A disaster when you go to the grocery store. We did that by returning $1 billion of your tax money that you sent us that we didn't need. We didn't spend it on big government programs like they do in Washington, D.C. We put it back in your pocket, $250 or $500 at the time, to help you fight through high grocery prices. We have suspended the gas tax since March in this state, saving Georgia families and businesses over $800 million and counting, to help you fight through the disastrous energy policy of the Biden administration that Stacey Abrams supports. Well, what are we going to do in the future? Because we're in tough times because of bad leadership in Washington, D.C. That's exactly what Drew's going to go up there and put an end to after November the 8th, I can assure you. But if you send us back to the State House in January, I'm going to work with these legislators. We're going to send you another $1 billion of your money back. Because, again, we had another record year. We had record economic development projects, record investment, record job growth, record revenues. So instead of spending it on wasteful projects, we're going to put it back in your pocket. Again, a $1 billion tax refund. But we also know that property values are going up. That's right.
Actually, that's good.
Which means your property taxes are going up. And not every local government's rolling the millage rate back to cover the total cost of the increased tax. So we're going to take another $1 billion of excess revenue. We're going to do a one-time property tax relief grant that's going to save the average Georgia homeowner between 15 and 25% on their tax bill. Again, this is just a way to get more money in your pocket to help you deal with Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation. Thankfully, in Georgia, we've been open. Thankfully, our economy is incredible. We have the lowest unemployment rate in the history of the state. We have the most people ever working in the history of our state. We're seeing economic opportunity in all parts of our state. 74% of the $30 billion that we have announced in new projects over the last 2 years is going outside the 10 metro counties, truly giving Georgians economic opportunity, no matter their neighborhood or their zip code. Over half of the jobs associated with those projects are coming to counties and cities outside the 10 metropolitan counties. That is making sure that we're fighting for all Georgians, including you in Peachtree City and right here in Fayette County. I'm so optimistic about the future of our state. You know, I said in my closing last night, I'm so optimistic because of all these things. And I reminded people that Stacey Abrams said we live in the worst state in the country. Well, you know what? We do not believe that. We believe we live in the greatest state in the country to live, work, and raise our families. But listen, only you all can help us keep it that way. Don't believe any polls. Don't believe how good we're doing. That is the national and the local media trying to help Stacey Abrams by lulling y'all to sleep. Amen. Don't believe that. We're running like we're 10 points behind. We're running like today's the last day to get the vote out. So when you leave here, if you haven't voted, go vote. If you're one of those people that's going to wait till Election Day, you better take care of yourself because we're counting on you. But y'all, we got to get the vote out. There's 200,000 to 300,000 of our people that don't vote when there's not a presidential election. This is not a year to allow those folks to sit at home and relax. Y'all got to go knock on their door. You got to call them. You got to call them early. You got to call them late. And when they tell you to quit leaving them alone, say, I will if you'll go vote for Brian Kemp for governor, for Chris Carr for attorney general, John King, Drew Ferguson, and our legislators. That's how hard we got to work. You cannot underestimate what they're doing on the ground on the other side. The rules are the same for everybody. We got to get our folks out. If we do, we're going to win. We're going to keep this state moving in the right direction. If we don't, they're going to win. They're going to bring the policies of Joe Biden to our state, and it's going to be a scary Halloween, y'all. So let's get the vote out. Keep chopping. God bless you.
Well, there you have it, Governor Kemp making just his very first stop on his campaign bus tour. Again, he's running against the Democratic candidate, Stacey Abrams. Now, he did speak with our crews down in Georgia right after this speech being made. Let's go ahead and bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Governor, how do you feel about the debate last night?
It felt great. I mean, I had the opportunity again to talk about the great record that we have in Georgia. Lowest unemployment rate in the history of the state, most people working in the history of the state, economic opportunity in all parts of our state. And, you know, it was obvious Stacey Abrams continued to attack my record because she didn't want to talk about her own of wanting more lockdowns, didn't want her kids to go back in the classroom. She said she'd defund the police and eliminate cash bail, so it was good to be able to highlight the differences.
Want to say anything about the little boy comment?
I think that comment speaks for itself. I'll let others do that. I'm focused on things I said, not what she did.
Campaign's talking about the closing of Atlanta Medical Center. What can be done to protect vulnerable populations, both in the inner city and in rural Georgia?
Well, listen, we've been working with the community leaders in Atlanta to address that problem that none of us, really could have had any idea was coming or at least done anything about it. But what we did is we came together, Republicans and Democrats working together to get some one-time funding for Grady Hospital to pick up the load. We also changed the funding formula. Geez, I guess it was last year that we did that. It's going to help Grady's bottom line financially. We're bringing in a temporary medical facility to help them until they can get all of the permanent things done to absorb the capacity. So we feel really good about where we are. It's serving the needs of Metro Atlanta community. I know the local leaders want to continue to have a conversation about future medical facilities, and we'll certainly be willing to take part in that, but that's a long-term solution, not a short one. What we're doing in rural Georgia is to make sure that we're having economic opportunity and a tax base in those communities to support local hospitals. And that's what we've been focused on, and we're seeing incredible growth and opportunity in rural parts of our state. We also put money in the budget for 1,300 rural health care workers, 136 physicians, 500 nurses, and the rest allied health to help with the problem that we have with accessibility in rural Georgia, and that is the workforce.
Vice President Mike Pence something with you tomorrow. How important is that to your campaign?
Well, I think it just helps energize people. Look, Republicans are united. I mean, what we're seeing across the country and here in Georgia is the Democrats are the ones that are divided. It's completely different, I think, than what the media narrative was early on in the race. So we're looking forward to the former vice president being back. Governor Ducey's coming. Governor Christie's coming. We've got Attorney General Chris Carr, our Insurance Commissioner John King, Public Service Commissioner Fitz Johnson on the trail with us today. So we're all working hard to get the vote out. All right.
All right, so once again, always bringing you the very latest interviews and campaigns and rallies happening as we continue our road to the election again tomorrow. It will be just 1 week away from those midterm elections. Live Now from Fox is definitely a destination you can tune into, not only to help you make some of those important decisions leading up to the election, but also get those very latest results as they appear. As soon as those numbers come in, of course, we'll be on top of that on Election Day and the following days as well. Live Now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief moment. We're going to stick to this topic, especially as we've said, there's been a number of campaigns and rallies happening across the country. I'm going to take us into a press conference when we return, all talking about election security, what one county out of Pennsylvania is doing to ensure that they have safe and secure elections. Stick around. Live Now from Fox, going to be continuing on right here in just 2 minutes. And just like that, you're back here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here with you. Want to continue talking about the road to the election, especially as we are just 8 days away from the midterm elections happening. Have you gone out and done your early voting? Are you going to be doing it on Election Day? I know myself, I'm going to be going out on Tuesday next week. It will be a very busy day for us here. We're going to continue to keep you covered all the way leading up to those elections. Both party lines in all these different seats that are open, whether it be a Senate seat seat, maybe a House seat, and especially some of those key races happening across the country. There's some governor spots also that are being fought for from coast to coast. Live Now from Fox, a destination you can count on to keep up to date on all you need to know so you can form your opinion and cast your vote. We're going to take you out to another event, this one happening just a little bit earlier here this morning, where we did have some officials out of Pennsylvania. They were speaking about some new ways that they're trying to make sure everyone has a safe and secure election this year. Let's go ahead and bring that press conference to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Oh, you mean like the office?
Are you guys ready?
All right, here we go. Good morning, everyone. I am Ken Lawrence, Montgomery County Commissioner and Chair of the Montgomery County Board of Elections. Today, I'm joined with our District Attorney, Kevin Steele, to discuss measures we have put in place to conduct a safe and secure general election next Tuesday on November 8th. As a reminder, tomorrow, November 1st, is the last day to register for an absentee or mail-in ballot. Voters who apply for absentee or mail-in ballots can return their ballots to the county by mail, in person, at an office location, or at a secure drop box. Secure ballot drop boxes are used across the county to enable voters to return their absentee or mail-in ballots directly to the County Board of Elections without needing to travel to our office or use a third party like the United States Postal Service. This past weekend, the county launched 12 secure ballot drop boxes that are open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. each day now through Election Day on November 8th. These drop boxes are under video surveillance, and this year they are also being staffed in person by voter education staff. These staff are there to make sure voters are informed and understand the rules and procedures before putting their ballots into the drop box. We have some here. They'll be wearing a yellow vest. They are there to help you. They're helping voters with the rules, including using both the secrecy envelope and the return envelope when returning their ballot, signing and dating the return envelope, and only returning one ballot. Our goal is to make it as easy and convenient as possible for people to cast their vote. Whether you choose to vote by mail or vote in person is your personal choice. I encourage anyone who has questions about the upcoming general election to contact our Voter Services Office by visiting www.montcopa.org/voterservices or calling 610-278-3280. And before I conclude my remarks and turn it over to District Attorney Steele, I want to take a moment to also acknowledge national media reports of citizen poll watchers being present at drop boxes and polling places in other states. Here in Montgomery County, anyone who is acting in a way that could intimidate voters or otherwise prohibit or discourage voters from utilizing a drop box or voting in person will be asked to leave the area and may be referred to the authorities. We will not tolerate any voter intimidation tactics towards our residents as they cast their votes. And now to talk more about this, I will turn it over to our District Attorney, Kevin Steele.
Morning, everybody. So we got this this game tonight in Philadelphia that a lot of folks are really interested in. So we're pulling for the Phillies tonight for Game 3 of the World Series, and if you live in Philly and in the area, everybody is really focused on, our team, and not so much on the Astros. It's all about the Phillies. So when it comes to Election Day on November 8th, Philadelphians, Montgomery Countyans, everybody really across the country is like-minded and looking for that overwhelming consensus behind our Phillies. But there's some chatter out there on national media and other places about disrupting this election. And I'm here this morning to tell you that my office and the entire Montgomery County law enforcement community is going to stand together. And as you can see right next to me, this is going pretty well. And we're here to make sure that it is a fair and safe election, not only on November 8th, but in the days leading up to it. We will not tolerate any abuse of election officials or anybody helping out at the drop box location, which, by the way, are all under video surveillance, and we're not going to deal with any other shenanigans. We'll investigate any reports of issues And if there's cause for criminal action, we will take it. We have an entire team at the ready, and it's headed by our first assistant district attorney, Ed McCann, who's with me here today. And they're going to respond and investigate any reports of illegal activity or harassment of any election officials or any voters that are trying to get to the boxes or on election day. We've also established an election tip line to report any irregularities or activities around the election drop-off locations or any issues on election day. So that election tip line is 610-292-2022. Again, 610-292-2022. It's up and running now and will continue to be activated until the end of the 2022 election. We don't anticipate any problems with this election, and to be clear, we haven't had problems with our elections in the process before. But my office, the district attorney's office, the Montgomery County law enforcement community, specifically our detective bureau, stand ready to make sure that this most fundamental right, the right of democracy, voting, was not infringed upon and not encumbered by any form. It's free and open to everyone and without intimidation to poll workers, election officials who are doing their civic duty to ensure that we all can vote. So once again, election tip line 610-292-2020, and we're all looking forward to a fair election on November 8th, and we're looking forward to the Phillies winning the World Series before that. So go Phils. Are we going to take questions at this point? All right.
Take questions.
You ready?
After the ballot goes into the box, what happens to it between here and there?
You want that one?
So election voter services personnel pick up the ballots here, and it goes directly back to the mail balloting center.
So how's the chain of command? There's a lot of talk about chain of command, about making sure that things are...
Yeah, we have a very good chain of command. There's two people. They sign it in here when the boxes are closed and take it back. And yeah, we have a clear chain of command.
What will you do if somebody shows up and they've just done this wrong? They've got it in the wrong. I mean, you can actually do that. People made those mistakes. What do your folks do? Can they help them in some way?
Well, they'll ask them if they haven't signed or dated the ballot. They will ask them to sign or date the ballot. They ask if they've used the secrecy envelope. They can't tell that. If the person says they haven't used the secrecy envelope, they will remind them then that they should go back and get that and redo the process. So we want to make sure that all votes are counted. That's why they're there, to help the people to make sure that everything's been filled out properly.
Will you, so at every one of the drop boxes, you're going to have folks there during the time that they're...
Yep. If you can go to any of our drop boxes around the county right now, they are all staffed with voter education people, just as we are here.
And I mean, those folks are there all the time. You're not going to be staffed 24/7.
The boxes are open 8 to 8. So while the boxes are open, then there will be personnel there.
Have you done this before? Had people there before this way?
We staffed the boxes in 2020. In 2021, we did not. We've started again this year. A lot of people don't realize that they're only supposed to drop off one ballot. You come with your wife's ballot. Technically, it's against the law to do that. Since we are under video surveillance, we have other sides who say, oh, this person dropped off 2 ballots. So it's just to provide some more education to the voters and to make sure that every ballot is counted.
Are you also doing this because, you know, mail-in ballots and drop-off ballots have become, without any question, controversial in the country and challenged by some who believe that they really shouldn't exist at all? So is this in some way response to that sort of controversy?
So, as I said in my remarks, people are free to choose to vote how they want to vote. They can vote by mail-in ballot or they can vote in person. Since mail-in balloting is still relatively new here, and there's been some confusion and it's been demonized a bit, we're doing everything we can to make sure that we educate the voters, to make sure that we count every ballot.
You may have mentioned it. How many drop-off boxes do you have?
We have 12 throughout the county.
And how did you decide where you were going to put them?
We use GIS to do that, so it's based on population. Everyone in the county is no more than 15 or 20 minutes away from a drop box.
And is that how many you had in the last election?
Yes, same number that we had in the past election.
What would you say to those who think drop-off, that mail-in ballots are fundamentally somehow corruptible or not the way they should do it?
I would say they should mind their own business and they should vote how they want to vote, and they shouldn't disrupt folks who choose to vote this way. Act 77 was passed in a bipartisan manner. It was passed by a Republican Senate, a Republican House, and signed by a Democratic governor. So mail-in balloting is here to stay in Pennsylvania, and people should not be intimidated or discouraged from doing it if that's how they choose to exercise their right.
Is there anything you would ask the state legislature to address specifically that you would want them to kind of iron out?
We don't have enough time for that, but yeah, there's a whole list of things: pre-canvassing, changing the rules so that you could drop off a ballot for someone within your household. There's a lot of common sense measures that could be passed to make this a better process, and hopefully that'll happen next year with the new General Assembly and a new governor.
Is one of the most important things actually counting the ballots when you get them instead of waiting for election day?
Well, so pre-canvassing, at least letting us prepare to count those ballots. As you've heard, there's 2 envelopes that the ballots are actually in. We can't touch those ballots until 7 a.m. on election day. So we'll be able to count a lot faster, particularly as we come up on a presidential election in 2024. Most states with widespread mail-in voting have pre-canvassing. Pennsylvania does not.
Sure. You said there's talk around the country of disrupting this election. Do you sense that here? There's an opportunity for that here?
I don't, but we're getting prepared, and that's how this goes. So we have worked with our entire law enforcement community. They know the rules. They know the laws. They know what they can do to help make sure that we have a fair election on this cycle. So, that's what we're here to do. And look, I want anybody that is thinking about disrupting this to understand how prepared we are. So, shame on them if they decide to pull some stunt during our election here in Montgomery County.
Arizona is allowing, the judge has allowed people in Arizona to sit and watch with masks, folks come on and drop off. If someone just walked up to this box and decided they wanted to watch people come and vote, would you stop that?
No, we have, and that's, that's the same ability for election sites. You have poll watchers, that can go and watch. It's just not intimidating anybody or interfering with their ability to get to the drop box. And again, you have staff there, that are brightly colored, so you're going to be able to see them and get to the ballot. So you have options here that people have available.
All right, so officials really trying to make sure that everyone knows that this election is going to be closely watched. It's going to be safe and secure to cast your vote. Live Now from Fox going to continue to keep you covered on the road to the election. Do want to let our viewers know, though, we are keeping also a close eye on some breaking news out of the Los Angeles area at LAX. One person is in grave condition, at least 3 others hospitalized after an apparent carbon monoxide leak. This happening Monday at the Los Angeles International Airport. Now, officials said the leak came from an unspecified source and has spread through LAX's Terminal 8 baggage area. Terminal 8 is closed of all passengers at this time, officials said. And all travelers are being redirected to Terminal 7 for screening. Additionally, a ground stop has been ordered for some arriving flights at LAX. According to airport officials, United Airlines flights specifically were mentioned to be grounded at their original origin airport due to this hazmat situation. So all travelers, they're advised to contact their specific airlines for updated information. But we at least wanted to report this to everyone who has been here watching with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, continuing to give you more press conferences, rallies happening across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The road to the election, well, it is coming faster than we know it. And on Tuesday of next week, there will be hundreds of thousands of people headed to those polling areas and casting their votes in these midterm elections. Live Now from Fox, still a great destination to help you form some opinions and make your decision leading up to the election. We are playing out rallies and press conferences and, of course, also campaign tours from coast to coast. There's so many happening. I just want to remind our viewers that you can keep track of it all here with us on Live Now from Fox, not only all the way leading up to the election, but also with our special that we have going on Tuesday nights with Andrew Kraft, our show, The Road to the Election, happening at 9 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow evening, so you can join us there. I do want to continue, though, taking you out to some of these rallies that were coming in from earlier here this morning. Herschel Walker is campaigning down in Georgia for a Senate seat. I want to bring you some of his bus tour campaign coming up right here on Live Now from Fox.
Who is excited? Hey, Denise, who is excited for next Tuesday? My name is Ginger Howard, and I have the privilege and honor of serving as your Republican National Committee woman for the state of Georgia, and I've had the honor and privilege of being with Herschel and his amazing team, and we are ready for next Tuesday. 8 more days until we bring back the Senate to where it needs to be with Herschel Walker. 8 more days till we start bringing down this inflation, these ridiculous food and gas prices, and bringing back common sense to Washington, D.C. Who's ready to do that? Okay, I want to see a show of hands of those of you who have already voted. Woo! Okay, I know all of you, the others are going to go vote today, and those of you who have already voted, I want you to call or email or text or go pick up people and take them to the polls, because we don't need a red wave next Tuesday. We need a red tsunami. Herschel Walker is the real deal. A lot of people say the right things, but he is the right thing, because he loves God, he loves this country, he loves the state of Georgia. He is not a politician. That's one of the reasons we love Herschel, and he is going to stand for you. So he needs all of us to stand for him. So I'm counting on you to call your friends, to get out to the polls, to knock on doors, to make phone calls, because we are going to win. We're going to win big on next Tuesday, and we are so excited to be with y'all on this almost rainy day. Look, the sun came out when the bus drove up. Don't you think the sun is shining down on Herschel? Well, it's so much fun on these days to have wonderful people coming in from all over the country to help support Herschel. And today we have a wonderful woman who is here with us today. Her name is Monica Crowley. She is an amazing Fox News. She's been a Fox News personality. She was the former Assistant Secretary under the Trump administration to the Treasury Department. And she has an amazing podcast called Monica Crowley. And this week she's going to have yours truly, Herschel Walker, on. So make sure you listen. Y'all give a warm Georgia welcome to Monica Crowley.
Thank you. Good morning, Georgia. How are all of you this morning? I got to say, I came from New York, so please pray for me. But I am thinking that this is not just going to be a red wave. This is going to be a red tsunami. And it's going to carry Herschel Walker into the United States Senate. And it's going to sweep across the country, including into deep blue areas like New York. But we all have to make it happen. Everybody here, you guys are hardy souls down here in Georgia, coming out in this weather. But I know you came out this morning because you want to see United States Senator Herschel Walker. We all know that Herschel Walker is a football legend and a great humanitarian and successful businessman. And we also know that he is a very good man. But what the rest of the country now knows, which y'all know here in Georgia, is that he is an America First patriot who loves this country, body and soul. He does not need to do this. He felt a calling to do this. Why? Because this country is hanging by a thread. We are in an existential crisis. This is an existential fight for the future of America. And I know we often talk about how every election is the most important in our lifetimes, right? This one actually is the most important midterm in our lifetimes. What everybody here needs to understand, and you need to spread the word to all of your family and friends, is that this Democratic Party is not the Democratic Party of your fathers and your grandfathers. This is not the party of JFK or even Bill Clinton. This right now is a Marxist revolutionary party, okay? They only seek power and control, but for what end? For the end of what Obama once called the fundamental transformation of the nation. Nobody stopped to say, what did Obama mean by that? Now we know what he meant by the fundamental transformation of the nation, away from individual liberty, economic freedom, and limited government, and toward a socialist Marxist kind of model. And you know who is helping the left do that? Raphael Warnock. He is a malleable puppet. The way Joe Biden is a malleable puppet. The left loves weak and infirm candidates, people who have no backbone. Why? Because they can control them. He is just a rubber stamp for this entire Marxist revolution. This is why we need Herschel Walker to replace him in the United States Senate. So that's number one, because, guys, this is a political war, obviously, but it's also a spiritual battle, okay? And we are all warriors for the truth and what is right. And there is no greater warrior on the ground than Herschel Walker. For bringing this country back to what it could be, what it once was, even just a couple of short years ago under President Trump. I served in the Trump administration in the Treasury Department, and I was so blessed to do that. It was such a blessing for me. And I saw the Trump administration in 3 separate economic stages. I saw the Trump boom when I came in 2019. I saw the pandemic, which was an unprecedented shutdown of the U.S. and global economy. And then I saw, thanks to President Trump, I saw him deliver the fastest economic recovery from any crisis on record. So when he handed off the economy to Joe Biden in January of 21, we were booming 6.6% GDP growth, 1.4% inflation, and gas at about $2 a gallon. In a year and a half, the left, led by Joe Biden, completely destroyed it, and they're doing it on purpose. Do not allow anybody to say to you that this is just incompetence. No, no. These people are completely wicked, but they're not stupid. They know exactly what they're doing, and they don't care that you're suffering. In fact, the cruelty is the point. They want you to suffer. This country now has become a national prison. Economic insecurity, economic uncertainty, foreign policy falling apart, cities in collapse, crime soaring. We don't feel comfortable or safe or prosperous in our own country. There's something wrong with that. That is not the America that we were bequeathed by the founding fathers and for every generation that fought and died for this country. This is not that America. And you know what? In about 8 days, we're going to bring that America back. And it is going to start right here in the Peach State, in the state of Georgia, with the election of this great man, yes, but even more importantly, this good man. He is going to lead the charge in the United States Senate to, number one, stop the destruction of the Obama Democrats, stop the legislative agenda dead in its tracks, stop the insane spending. And two, he's going to begin to advance once again the America First agenda. He is going to be the most extraordinary U.S. Senator, and I'm jealous of y'all because I got Chuck Schumer. I'm very jealous. I might have to move down here just so that I can have Herschel Walker as my U.S. Senator. But it's not just going to materialize. We need everybody. We need all hands on deck. I have been saying on my podcast and on Fox News repeatedly that we've got to make sure that these elections are clean. So I encourage everybody to volunteer either your time, your resources, or your expertise. So if you have some money to give to the candidate, fantastic. Donate to Herschel Walker. It's, what's the website, Herschel? TeamHerschel.com. Thank you. Donate that. If you have time, please volunteer to be an election observer, an election worker, poll worker. Please volunteer your time. And if you happen to be an attorney, please volunteer your services in case there are any legal challenges in this state or in your community. The left does this around the clock, and therefore so must we. We need to make this maybe not even simply a Republican or red tsunami. We need to make this, for the Democrats, an extinction-level event. An ELE, an extinction-level event, because this can't just be a message election. This needs to be an election of annihilation. And on November 9th, that's when we're going to start bringing the country back. And you know who's going to lead the charge like he led the charge on the field? Herschel Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out this morning. My good friend and the next U.S. Senator from the great state of Georgia, Herschel Walker.
Hello, hello, hello. Before any speech I ever make, I always acknowledge my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because he said if you don't acknowledge him, he's not going to acknowledge you. And when I come knocking on him to let me in, I also acknowledge my wife, Julie, because she's in this fight with me, and man, we're in a fight. We're in a fight. But y'all are in this fight with me, and I'm happy to have y'all along with me, because God has prepared me for a moment in time for this right here. And I'm going to walk y'all through it, and you're going to see it. And if you ain't see it, you're in the wrong place. Because as I said, I started out in that little town called Wrightsville, Georgia. That if you got 1 year to live, you move there because that year is forever. Same old, same old. And my mom said I was big bone, which meant I was fat. And I used to have a speech impediment where I couldn't put a sentence together. And so for 4 years of my life, I never went out for a recess. For 4 years of my life, I never spoke in a classroom because of the grace of God. You know, God will come when you want him, and you can ask. He'll come when you want him, because he got me that scholarship to go to the University of Georgia. And then he got me that Heisman Trophy. And then he got me on that 1992 Olympic team. And then he got me to play in the NFL. And then he said, Herschel, you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet because you're going up against a Marxist. I'm getting you ready to go up against a Marxist. That's Raphael Warnock. I'm getting you ready to go up against him. So I got to get you back into the blood of Jesus. So what he did, he took me to this hospital. I remember him taking me to this hospital. And I remember going into this hospital, and I go, whoa, these people here are crazy. These people here are crazy. I'm not like them. And then it hit me again that we all fall short of the glory of God. But because we get washed in the blood, God can redeem you of your sin and take you out of that. And then when he brought me out of that, that's when my life blossomed even more. And he said, you're ready now. You're ready now. And so what happened then, this is what happened. It's sort of like this man died early in life. He died early in life, and as he got to St. Peter at the pearly gates, St. Peter says, sir, your name ain't on the roll. So you're the only one in history that's going to get an opportunity to decide where you want to go. Say, I'm going to take you to heaven and I'm going to take you to hell, and you get to determine where you want to be. So he puts him in this elevator, and he takes him all the way down to hell, and the doors open up. and there's a party going on. And all of a sudden he sees some of his friends down there, and he's having a great time. And after a couple of hours, St. Peter came to him and said, "Sir, you ready to go? You ready to go?" He said, "I got to leave now." He said, "Yes, you got a decision to make." So he puts him in his elevator and takes him all the way up to heaven. They get to heaven, and there's people floating around on clouds, having a good time. They're just talking. And after a couple of hours, St. Peter came to him and said, "Have you made your mind up? Have you made your mind up?" And that guy said, "Well, St. Pete, I hate to tell you this. I think I want to go to hell. That seemed like my type of place. I want to go to hell." And St. Peter said, "You sure?" He said, "Yeah." So St. Peter puts him back in this elevator, sends him all the way back down to hell. Now the doors open up and it's hot. People are miserable. They're screaming. They're crying. And the guy goes, wait a minute. A couple of hours ago when I was here, there was a party going on. And Satan shows up and said, "A couple of hours ago, I was campaigning." And the reason I tell you that, guys, God got me ready because he knew right now I'm going against someone that's been campaigning. He's lying to you guys. He's lying to y'all. He's saying that he's your senator. And I'm telling you, no, he's Joe Biden's senator. He's not Georgia's senator. He's Joe Biden's senator. He is not Joe Biden's senator. And I say this here, this was so funny. You saw Obama came in this past weekend. Y'all saw that? Obama came in. I can tell you, he must not like Herschel Walker. Can y'all believe that? I don't think he liked me. He told me I can't fly a plane. And he's right. I can't fly a plane. He can't fly one either, can he? Oh, well, so we're in the same boat. So we all got lost. And y'all let me tell you what, he's been misleading people for all his life, hasn't he? Because he told us to vote for Joe Biden. What is he doing for us right now? Nothing. That's exactly right. And he telling me I can't fly a plane. But I can tell you what he can't tell me, that he won't elect me to be on his debate team, because after I did that, his man Warnock, I guarantee he'll get me to be on his debate team. Because I tell you this, as being an athlete, I was the adult in the room because I took Obama. I took him to school. Did I not take him to school? Yes, I did. Well, this is what's so funny. This was so funny. This is so easy because within 2 short years, y'all see where we're at? Do you see where we're at? And this man is asking for 6 more years, think we're crazy. We're not crazy electing him for 6 more years. We couldn't recover from what he's done to us right now. Because if you notice something, have you noticed they haven't been talking about what they're doing to this country? They haven't said one word about it. All they're doing is talking about me. I've been living in their head rent-free. Can you believe that? Rent-free, I'm living in their head. But I need to live in their hearts. I need to live in their heart because that's what God knows about. He don't know about the color of your skin. That's the guy I'm running against. All he talks about is the color of your skin. He is totally confused. And in the Bible I read, which is I thought was the same one he read, but I don't think it is. Because in the Bible I read, God never talks about the color of your skin, does he? He talks about your heart. So I'm trying to figure out what Bible is this man reading? What Bible is he reading and stuff? All he's trying to do is separate God's people. When he's trying to separate you, what he's trying to do is get you to vote for him. He think we're crazy. Don't be crazy and fall for that joke. He's taking you down in that elevator. That's what he's trying to do. Take you down in that elevator and fool you like he's going to do something for you. He ain't going to do nothing for you. And then he said he support our men and women in blue. Can y'all believe that? Can y'all believe that he support the men and women in blue? I'm telling you, no, he don't. He called them names. You remember that. Call them bullies and thugs. You remember calling them bullies and thugs. I got 113 sheriffs that have supported me. Can y'all believe that? And then did you hear what Stacey Abrams said last night on the debate? She said that she don't want them to support her because they're going to be chasing black people, locking black people up. I'm like, where does she come from now? Now she's coming up with stuff like that, trying to separate people. Why don't they get out of this color thing and get into the love thing? That's what I think you need to get into. Get into the love thing. Because God loves us all. And then you got to remember, how can you ask your Heavenly Father to forgive you if you can't forgive your fellow man? They haven't even learned that. This man is a minister. But he only become a minister when you get caught in something. Because y'all saw on that debate stage, after he got caught in stuff, he started throwing all those Bible verses at me. Remember, he said he's a Matthew 25. Matthew 25 tells you that when I was hungry, you fed me, Lord. When I had no clothes, you clothed me, Lord. But he didn't say when I didn't have no rent payment, you evicted me, Lord. He didn't say that, did it? He didn't mention that. He didn't mention that, but he don't want to mention how he's not supporting our men and women in blue. Do he not? He don't want to mention that. And then wait a minute. That's his another one. Now you have Chuck Schumer in New York talking about Me Too. Now, why is Mr. McGlue talking to this guy talking to Elmer Fudd, telling them like right now, hey, Herschel, he gonna win it in Georgia, like he got something to do with it. He got nothing to do with it. He don't want me to win because he don't want to see me in Washington because I'm not gonna be with him. And when he come over to me, he did put some respect on my name though, because he's called me Mr. Walker. I heard that, Mr. Walker. I said, you better say Mr. Walker, sir, because they talking to him, telling that he's not gonna win. And I want to tell Senator Warnock, this was so funny. Y'all may not know this because he's not telling you this. He's always talking about the stuff he can do. He hasn't done not one thing. Remember, he even told us he had a dog. That dog didn't even belong to him. He was fooling us then. And I wonder where is that dog at today? That dog probably saying, oh no, that's the same thing he said. That's the same thing he said during the debate. During the debate, he became Scooby-Doo. Because if you can remember this, they asked him, they said, will you support Joe Biden for a 2024 run? And he went, oh no, okay, I got you now. He didn't even own a dog, but yet he is talking like he's somebody and he loves you. He's trying to fool us, people. I'm telling you, trying to take us down in the elevator. He's not talking about the reason the morale is down, the reason the recruitment is down in our law enforcement, because he call them bullies and thugs. He don't support them. I wonder, do he agree with Miss Abrams by saying that all they want to do is chase and lock up black people? I'm like, do he agree with that? The news people need to ask him that instead of asking me these questions. Why don't you ask him, do he agree with what Stacey Abrams said? I think that's what we need to ask. Ask him that question. And then they need to ask him, too, what do he think about Chuck Schumer talking around behind his back, telling him that he's going to lose to Herschel Walker? What do he feel about that? Even though I think he ought to feel pretty good because he knows it's true. Anyway, I know it's true, too. But then this is another thing that he hasn't got right. He don't want to tell you all this. See, he don't want to tell you the truth. The truth hurts. The truth really hurts, but when it's the truth, take the truth for what it is, because he is trying to bring pronouns into our military. The greatest fighting force ever assembled is our United States military, and I'm going to tell you right now, they always talk about peace through strength, and they're 100% true about that, because we've had so much peace, because we had so much strength, because of our United States military. But now with this pronoun thing, I'm going to tell you what, they're going to get some of our service members killed with this pronouns. China, Iran, and Russia not talking about pronouns. They don't care about no pronouns. A grenade don't have no pronouns on it. Bullets don't care what color your skin is, and they talking about pronouns. I'm sick and tired of pronouns. My pronouns are sick and tired of this pronoun thing. What I want to get back to is showing our men and women how to do some push-ups, some sit-ups. So I want to get back to showing them how to get the morale back up, to let them know we're the greatest country in the world. It's because of them we're the greatest country in the world. But what we've done, we put people in Washington that want to take us down in that elevator, telling us this is the new normal. No, it's not the new normal. We can get something better. We can get something better, but you can only get it better when you get out and vote. So if you got some friends, tell them to go vote. If you don't have no friends, go make some friends and tell them to get out and vote. That's how we're going to get it better. Because he's not telling you this either. This is telling you that he's a hypocrite. He's a hypocrite because he didn't tell y'all he evicted them people, but he tell you how he's a minister. A minister shouldn't evict people. He should try to help people. And I'm going to pray for him, and I'm going to pray for Obama too, because he needs some prayer. Because all he's doing is sitting in his nice house, coming down here trying to tell us how to live. He don't even live here. Get out of here. You're not voting for me. You can't even vote for Obama. You gotta go. Get out of here. You can't even vote. He ain't paying no.
Herschel Walker here out on the campaign bus tour across the state of Georgia. Live now from Fox. Going to step away for a brief 2-minute break as we continue listening in to this rally that happened just earlier this morning.
He's not telling you that, is it? He don't want to talk about those things. Y'all know he don't want to talk about what he's doing, that he's doing wrong to this country. He's been doing it since he got into office. Been doing it since he got into office. As soon as he got there, he bent his back over so Chuck Schumer and then Obama could get on his bike and ride his bike, because all he been doing is doing what they tell him to do. And they telling me I do what people tell me to do. Let me tell you what, I don't dance and sing for nobody. Never have and never will. This is what I'm going to do. And then when he did this, he voted 4 times to vote against our energy, and then he go to our enemies, and ask for energy. Do y'all know the definition of enemy? Enemies mean they don't like you. Do they not realize that? Look it up in Webster. And then, why they know that? Because they don't even know the definition of a woman. They're still trying to discuss that too. I can tell you this right here. The definition of a woman is man and woman. They should have learned that in the Bible. That's the Bible I read. I read that one now. Wait. They still trying to discuss a man can get pregnant. No, he can't. No, he can't. Don't let them take you down in that elevator. This is not the new normal. Don't listen to these people on the left. Don't listen to them. They're Marxists. They're Marxists. They're trying to destroy this country. I can tell you what, if we don't get it right this come November, we don't get it right, we won't recognize this country, because what they're doing to this country is a shame. Look at this border wide open. Have they talked about that? Did Obama mention that when he was talking about Herschel flying a plane? I don't want to fly a plane. I'm not a pilot. I'm a football player. I'm a politician. I'm a lover, and I love everybody. That's what I am. I'm that warrior for God that he should have been when he was born, but he's not. He want to talk about me. Well, and I'm not a celebrity because all he do is hang out with celebrities. He never hung out with me. I probably wouldn't hang out with him anyway. So anyway, let me get off him because he's not even running in this election here. So why am I talking about him? He got to go. Go back to wherever he live at. Where did he live at? I don't even know. It don't really matter, but it's a big house. It is a big house. So why is he worried about us? He never worked a day in his life. Hey, I built my own company, but he never built a company, and I don't think Obama built them either, did it? Obama never built one. Warnock never built one. What have they done in their life? Done nothing but fed off all of us. You remember, he raised all taxes. Did he tell you about that? He didn't tell you he raised all taxes. Did he tell you that all our retirement, we going to take our money from that too? He didn't tell you that either, did he? That's the reason we got to go back to work, because this man is just taking all our money, spending our money. This what is so bad. Can y'all believe this? He spent over $60-something million against me already. $60-something million, and the race is virtually tired of him in the league, which meant he don't even know how to spend his own money. So why is he spending your money? If he can't spend his own, don't spend yours, because that's what I want to stop. I want to stop him from spending all our money on these worthless things. And then he was telling me about, I heard he mentioned this. He said, he got some money for the port in Savannah. Y'all heard that, didn't he? He got $8 million. Can you believe that? And I said, they played you, Senator. They played you because that man in Florida got $140 million for a hotel. Think about it. And the guy in New Jersey got $15 million for a soccer field. And you got 8. They must be playing you for your vote. He need to learn, I would die on my feet than to kneel, than to live on my knees. And that's what he's been doing, trying to get us to live on our knees. Let me tell us something. If we get out and vote this coming November, I will help us get to the promised land. I can promise you that. I'll help us get to the promised land, because I'm sick and tired of what they're doing to us, and it's not right. Right now, we need leaders that's going to be strong. We need leaders that's going to stand up. They're going to our kids right now. They are going to our kids right now because they know we're a little smarter than that. They know we're not going to fall for that. We're not getting in that elevator, but they're trying to get our kids in that elevator, and they're trying to tell our kids that they're oppressors. And they're trying to tell the black kids that they're victims. And I'm telling you that they're victorious, because when you can live in America, in a country that have the liberties and freedoms that our military have fought for us, that our police have fought for us, we have that in the United States of America. But if we keep these leaders in Washington, I can promise you we won't have it no more, because they're trying to get rid of it because they're not talking about it. They are not talking about it because they don't want to give it to you. But I can promise you I'm going to fight for that. I will fight for you. If I have to fight alone, y'all think I'm scared? I don't think I'm scared. That's the reason the Lord prepared me for a moment like this. Yeah, I was. They said, Herschel, you don't have to do this. Yes, I do. I do have to do this because I found that America's dream. And if I found that American dream, it is up to me to help everybody else get that American dream as well. And I'm going to fight that everyone can get it. I'm going to fight that everyone can get that American dream. But now, let me go to this border for a moment, because right now, Halloween is today. Halloween is today, and I saw somebody that had the things of Warnock with the horns. I was like, whoa, it scared me for a moment. Then I said, it looks just like him. It looks just like him right there. I didn't draw that. I didn't draw that right there. But what is happening right now is Halloween is today. And I tell you what, as you go out, fentanyl is coming into this country. Fentanyl is coming into this country, and is on his watch, on Senator Warnock's watch. Everything that's happening to this country, it is on his watch. He's responsible for it. He had the vote that he could have said no. He's somebody that could have stood up and told him no, but he didn't do it. And I remember my father, when he told me no, he meant no. And that's what happened. And then when I got too big for my pants, and he said, boy, if you don't like the rules underneath my roof, you leave my house. So that's what we need to get some leaders in Washington that said, we don't like the rules in the United States of America. Why don't you leave? You don't have to be here. We don't need you here. You can go. Because if these other countries would take you, let them take you, because you don't seem to like this United States of America. And we have rules here. We are a country of immigrants, but we also a country of laws, and we need to get back to the law. And that's what we need to get back to. We got to get back to voting people in that believes in America, believes in the people, believes in the Constitution, and get back to believing our men and women in blue, believing our military. And this when we got to get things straight. Y'all ask me why I'm running. Isn't that enough? They won't even talk about what's going on. I'm going to talk about it. They can get mad at me. Who cares? I don't care about them. They don't care about me. Because this ain't about loving someone, hugging someone. This is about this country. And I remember, ask not what your country can do for you, as you can do for Marches out of that office, because it don't belong to him. It belongs to the Georgia people. Get him out of the office. And as I said early on, don't let that door hit you in the butt as you leave that room, because you don't belong in that office. It's time for you to go. And I want you to know this here. Guys, I love you. I love you. I want to leave you with this. No, I tell you what, I want to leave you with this, because, you know, voting is right here. We only got a few more days. We only got a few more days, and the people that hadn't voted, get out and vote. Have your voted count and have your voices heard, because right now, the most important election in our lifetime is right now. Most important election in our lifetime is right now. And I remember hearing this story about these two older gentlemen that love baseball, you know, with the World Series going on right now. They love baseball. And as one got old in his age, he was getting ready to leave and go meet his maker. And as he laid there on a hospital bed, the other one came in to him and said, can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor? He said, what can I do for you? He said, can you let me know if there's baseball in heaven? The guy said, if I can, he will. He passes away. The other guy was working in his backyard on a bright sunny day. And this cloud started coming towards him, and he knew it had to be his friends that left this world. And he ran up to this cloud, and he started shouting, is there baseball in heaven? Is there baseball in heaven? And the voice from this cloud said, well, I got some good and bad news. He said, I don't care about that. Is there baseball in heaven? And the voice said, well, the good news is there's baseball in heaven. And the guy goes, yes. And the voice said, the bad news is you're pitching tomorrow. And I tell you all that. Guys, let's not put this off no more. Let's not think that somebody else is going to do it. Let's not put this off no more. I swear to you right now, this is one of the most important elections in our lifetime. Because we don't get this right, we may not recognize this country in a couple of more months. Because what they have done to this country, in less than 2 years they've been in office. In less than 2 years since they've been in office. We couldn't recover. We can't recover. God bless you guys. Thank you guys. God bless.
Thank you guys so much for coming out today. You heard him.
And thank you to all of our viewers again. We have a very busy campaign schedule with candidates all across the country out on the road ahead of the election. Live Now from Fox, a destination you can tune into to keep up to date on what these candidates are saying, the positions that they stand in, and we'll be keeping you posted on more of these rallies happening from coast to coast. Thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us on this Monday, Halloween. Well, I have to ask everyone, because I know I just checked my Instagram account. Mine is working, thankfully, but it is not a treat for those users who are experiencing some of that outage. Right now, the Instagram company is saying that they're aware of some reports that users are having difficulty accessing their accounts. Now, they are sending a tweet saying we're aware of the that some of you are having issues accessing your Instagram account. We're looking into it and apologize for the inconvenience. The Verge reported some users were told their accounts were suspended while the problem concentrated among iPhone users. The Verge also noted 10,000 followers disappeared from its site, apparently due to this outage as well. So we'll continue to follow this story. Hopefully you're out there and it will be back before everyone goes out for this Halloween night. I know a lot of people like to post their family photos, their kids' photos, and their own photos in those costumes. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. We'll continue bringing more top news stories across the country when we return here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just a quick look here at the big board. You can see we did pop up into the green for just a brief moment, but we are down right now, down more than 140 points here at this time. We'll continue to look at our stock exchange throughout the rest of the day. I do want to make a note also of a press conference we're waiting on. This is possibly going to be happening at the top of the hour. We're expecting to hear from fire officials after LAX had experienced a carbon monoxide leak. It did send 4 people to the hospital. 1 person is said to be in grave condition. This again happening at the Los Angeles International Airport on Monday. Officials saying the leak came from an unspecified source, spread through LAX's Terminal 8 baggage area. Our reporter getting ready to continue to follow that story. As I mentioned, we're expecting a press conference. As soon as we do see something, we'll be taking you into that here for you on Live Now from Fox. But it has already been a busy campaign morning for candidates across the country. They are out in full force as we are getting closer to the midterm elections. Tomorrow will mark just 1 week from those elections happening. A lot of people also already out doing early voting. We had some officials out of Florida speaking about these midterm elections and the importance of getting out to vote. Let's go ahead and bring you that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox.
Important that you go vote. Yes, voting today won't solve the world's problems tomorrow, but what it allows us to do is pick who our leaders are. It allows us to establish the ground for the next 2 to 4 years, and it's something that our ancestors fought hard for, died for, bled for, went to jail for, and it's up to us to ensure that that wasn't in vain. And all we got to do is go vote. It takes less than 10 minutes. So please come out and vote. You know, Congresswoman Barbara Jordan is someone I really look up to, and she said what the people want is simple: a country as great as its promise. To get to that promise, we got to cast our ballot. And it is my honor to welcome to District 10 and to Orlando, Florida. Majority Whip Jim Clyburn.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Maxwell. Thanks to all of the candidates and office holders who are here and who are making themselves available to help this country continue its pursuit of perfection. All of us are aware, with the preamble to our great Constitution, in order to establish a more perfect union. Not a perfect union, but a union that is more perfect. And to do that, we have to work every day trying to get the problems solved that keep us from that perfection. And I like the way Maxwell has framed that. If you look at the offices on the ballot, as you start from the top and go down, the farther you go down on that ballot, the closer that office is to you, your family, and your community. I have a daughter who serves on the school board, and I said to her when she decided to offer for the office, look, you're going to be the lowest on the ballot, and you're going to be the closest to the folks who you see every day. And so I want you to go out and vote for governor, vote for the United States Senate, vote for all Congress people. But I want you to go on down that ballot and think about who is going to be representing you on the county commission, who will be representing you in the various local offices that affect your lives every day. And so I'm here today to implore every voter to go out and vote now. Now, the reason I'm so much for early voting, because I think that we ought to guard against any eventuality. None of us know what's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. If you vote today, anything that happens that may prevent you from having the time or the convenience to vote on November 8th will not have an impact on you at all because you will have already voted. You might have to have an emergency that takes you out of town, something that may cause you to have to stay home with a child, that may have to stay out of school. We don't know what will happen on November the 8th. So if you've got the time now, please cast your vote now so it will count. Someone asked me a couple of years ago, why are you so adamant about voting early? Because I always vote the first day that early voting starts, except this year I was out of our state and I didn't get there until the second day. And I said to them, because I read a court decision in South Carolina several years ago, when one of my friends cast his ballot and his fate would have it, he passed away before Election Day. And the court ruled that that vote had to count anyway. So that great friend of mine was able to vote for me, though he no longer was on this earth on Election Day. So we have no idea what may happen. So let's vote now. And what are you voting for? You are voting for a country that has existed for years to be what needs to be for the American people. I want to give you just one example that's been mentioned. On the ballot this year is the existence of our democracy, just that plain and simple. This country is a great country. There's no need of being made great again. It is great. These people are trying to make this country's greatness accessible and affordable for all of its citizens. We want health care to be accessible and affordable. Education, accessible and affordable. Housing, accessible, and affordable. All those things are great to have, but they aren't good unless everybody has access and everybody can afford it. And I think that's what's on the ballot this year, making the greatness of this country accessible and affordable for all of its citizens. Thank you so much for what I know you're going to do between now and November 8th to get people to the polls early. And those who can't get there early, don't let the polls close on Tuesday, November 8th, with your having not cast your vote. Your children's future depend upon it. Your parents and grandparents' convenience and health and their well-being depend upon it, because your former governor, who is now your United States Senator, has already said that if Republicans get in charge, they are going to put Social Security on the block. They are going to put Medicare at risk. They are going to rescind the Inflation Reduction Act that just capped the cost of insulin for people who need to have their health care costs brought down. And let's not get fooled by all the talk about inflation. Anytime you try to do things for people who can't afford to do for themselves, there are wealthy people, there are well-learned people who will find a way to inflate the cost. I just saw a report this morning that all of those young people that we are trying to help pay their college loan debts, the hackers and the whatever you may want to call the crooks, I call them, have now figured out a way to try to take advantage of those students. Somebody will figure out a way to take advantage. So let's not let that possibility stop us from voting, stop us from getting people in office who are dedicated to making this country's greatness accessible and affordable. So thank you so much for what I know you're going to do.
All right, thank you all for coming. Are there any questions?
Mr. Alejandro Cross, obviously Congressman Clyburn's endorsement of Joe Biden has got a lot of people credit for making him the president, saying he's a kingmaker. Are you hoping that that's the same type of thing that happens here for you?
Well, he is a kingmaker. For folks who don't know, I actually spent a year in South Carolina working for the ACLU, and everyone told me while I was there, you can't be in South Carolina without going to the Jim Clyburn fish fry. And it was there that I saw some of that king-making in action. And so, it's an honor to have him in the district to stress how important voting is. But I also want to say it's important to know where Whip Clyburn's from. He's from South Carolina, so he knows that we can't give up on the South. And something that we know what's going on in this country is people, and a lot of Democrats even, are giving up on Florida, are giving up on South Carolina, are giving up on the South. And his presence here shows that our national party refuses to give up. And that's why we're all running for office here to fight for our home.
Cross, may I ask?
Yeah, yes.
Jacob Ogle's Florida politics.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to ask you, and I wanted to ask Leader Clyburn too, or Whip Clyburn. This is a fairly safe Democratic seat here in West Orlando. Can you tell me why you aren't also making sure that this get out the vote effort and all these efforts are going to some of the swing districts that are also in Central Florida? Why you're not working to make sure those votes get out?
Well, this congressional district seat may be a pretty safe seat, but the seats that all these other people are running for, these are not safe seats for everybody. One or two of them may be safe, but not for everybody. It is not a safe seat for Val Demings or for Chris. We want people to turn out and vote from the top of the ballot all the way down. So I'm not just here for Maxwell. I love this young man. He is an outstanding candidate and I think he's going to do well. But he will be successful if he can get all these other people elected right along with him. And that's why I'm here.
And on the note of amazing down-ballot candidates, we're going to give a few minutes to the next representative, Dr. LaVon Bracey Davis.
Good morning. It is such a delight to be here with my colleagues and candidates and Whip Clyburn. I'm so thankful that you've come and brought some sunshine to the Sunshine State. We're so thankful for your advocacy. I am LaVon Bracey Davis, candidate for House District 40. I am so excited to represent the people of District 40 in Tallahassee, but I can't do that without your vote. So I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, of the candidates that stand behind me, these wonderful community leaders. We want to affect change. We want to do more. We want to be your voice, but you gotta vote. You gotta go to that poll and you gotta circle in those names and circle in those names for the people who want to affect change and to work for you. So I'm just so thankful for this opportunity to serve. I need to encourage each and every one of you under the sound of my voice. Your future depends on it. Our future depends on it. And also, as a woman of color, I can't be remiss and not honor the ancestors that have bore their burden in the heat of the day for the opportunity and the right for us to vote. So I implore all people that have the opportunity to vote to go vote, but specifically those marginalized communities, those communities that feel that they don't have a voice, those black and brown communities that don't see change on the horizon. I offer you the opportunity. I implore you, please go vote because your destiny depends on it. My name is LaVon Bracey Davis. I am the daughter of a civil rights hero and shero, a community activist, and I want to do more, but I can't do more without your help. So remember my name, as these other candidates have said their name, LaVon Bracey Davis, a name you know, the values you trust, and the future you deserve. Thank you and God bless.
All right, so once again, officials and candidates, as well as many Floridians here in the community, trying to remind everyone that it's important to get out and vote. Do want to let our viewers know we're keeping a close eye here in Los Angeles, as officials are going to be giving us an update after there was a carbon monoxide leak. It did send 4 people to the hospital this morning. It also caused the shutdown of Terminal 8. So officials are saying that the leak came from an unspecified source. It spread throughout LAX's Terminal 8 baggage area, and apparently one of those people is said to be in grave condition. We'll be bringing you this update at the top of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We'll return here in just a moment after this break. It is a new hour, and Live Now from Fox is following some big breaking news out of the Los Angeles area. One person is in grave condition, at least 3 others hospitalized after an apparent carbon monoxide leak at Los Angeles International Airport on Monday. Now, officials are supposed to be giving us an update here at the top of the hour. We have our cameras ready to go for that press conference, but they said earlier on to our Fox teams that the leak came from an unspecified source and spread through LAX's Terminal 8 baggage area. Now, Terminal 8 is cleared for all passengers at this time. Officials said all travelers being redirected to Terminal 7 for screening. And additionally, a ground stop has been ordered for some arriving flights at LAX. According to airport officials, United Airlines flights, they were specifically mentioned to be grounded at their origin airport due to this hazmat situation, and all travelers obviously advised to be checking with those specific airlines for some updated flight information. As I mentioned, we are waiting on a press conference to begin with fire officials, as they are going to be giving us an update into this, again, investigation of this leak. It did happen earlier here this morning. Again, crews responding out to this incident. They did say that there is an investigation into the hazardous material that could have been inside. And once they clear the area, they will be allowing passengers to go back inside, and we'll be bringing that press conference as soon as it does begin. It was set to take place here at the top of the hour. So as soon as we see those officials, we'll be headed to that here on Live Now from Fox. Just want to bring you out live to that picture here, especially as it looks like they are meeting with each other ahead of speaking to the press. Again, this is a live picture from the LAX area, where we'll be hearing from those officials coming here in just a few moments. But we've also been keeping all of our viewers who have already been watching here throughout the morning, all of our viewers updated on what is happening here in now just 8 days. Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us. My name is Christy Larson, and we are now 8 days away from those midterm elections. And boy, have we seen a lot of these candidates from coast to coast out in full force, holding rallies and doing campaign bus tours as they continue to try to fight for each and every single vote in their area. So there's some big key races that we've been following here for you, especially as there's many seats up, not only for the House, but the Senate one. That's going to be a huge race as it's going to decide who's going to take control of the Senate. So this has definitely been an interesting race already. Still a lot of days left here on the campaign trail. And I want to take us into some more of these campaign events that happened this morning. So Georgia Governor Kemp, he was down already on his bus tour out of the area in Georgia, going all across the state, trying to fight for each and every single one of those votes to keep his candidacy and his spot. I want to take you into that event, but I want to remind our viewers, as soon as we do see the officials at LAX speaking in front of those cameras that we had set up in front of that fire truck, we'll of course be jumping into that live, because we want to be bringing that latest update to you as soon as it does happen. But until that time, let's take you down to Georgia. We're going to take you first into Governor Kemp, who's running for re-election for the governor position in Georgia.
Allow this to be a scary Halloween by electing Stacey Abrams. That is why Marty, Jim, Jared, Lucy, and Amy Porter, our 3 daughters who are with us today, and myself are getting up every single day. We're going to do that for, 7 more mornings we got to do this to make sure that Stacey Abrams is not going to be your governor or your next president. And I just appreciate y'all so much for being in the fight. Listen, Drew talked about the concerns that people are having around the country with 40-year high Biden inflation, a disaster at the gas pump because of bad domestic energy policy, a disaster at the border because Joe Biden or the czar of the border, the vice president, won't simply go down there and talk to the people that know how to fix that problem. It's not hard. The governors and the task force that we are on have talked about that. They're more concerned with hiring 87,000 new IRS agents than they are putting more people to secure our southern border. And the governors are the ones that are having to deal with the amount of fentanyl that's coming across the border, human trafficking, and other things. But we have some great folks in our state I wanted to just mention real quick that are part of our team that are helping say no to the agenda that Stacey Abrams has, and have been part of our good business environment in our state, who have been part of running state agencies to keep our state moving forward, even during the toughest times that we've seen in this state, certainly in my lifetime over the 2 years of a global pandemic. And somebody that has been in the fight with us after with our fight to go after street gangs, to go after human trafficking and a lot of other things is our Attorney General, Chris Carr. And his wife, Joan, are with us today. Someone else who has cleaned up the insurance commissioner's office, who has brought integrity to that office, who has worked with us to help lower health care premiums in this state, an average of 12% because of our 2 waivers that we got passed. Someone that has served with distinction in our U.S. military as a member of the National Guard for over 30 years. COVID response. He's been one of our co-chairs on our task force, and that's our Insurance and Fire Safety Commissioner, General John King, who's with us today. John, you know, when you got people like Gavin Newsom in California that are mandating certain things on people, on one hand, like driving an electric vehicle, and then mandating that you can't even charge the dang thing, makes me thankful that we have a public service commissioner named Fitz Johnson that is keeping a robust, diverse energy supply here in our state. And Fitz has been such a great friend, but also a great leader for help keeping Georgia's business environment good. Please welcome Public Safety Commissioner Fitz Johnson. I had the honor of appointing John King and Fitz Johnson, and they have done an incredible job. And Fitz will be on the ballot coming to you soon, not this November, but soon he will be. And Marty and the girls and I will be on the campaign trail with him because he's done a great job. But when we elect John King on November the 8th, he will become the first Latino elected constitutional officer in this state's history. Wow. And we're looking forward to that day, John. I also want to thank someone I served with, former State Senator Ronnie Chance. That's certainly no stranger to Fayette County, for being with us today. I want to appreciate the school board members, Brian Anderson, Randy Huff, for being with us. Peachtree City Councilman Mike King, Tyrone Mayor Eric Dowell, and we also have State House candidate Stoney Mathis with us today, as well as my friend Cole Musio from Frontline Policy Group, who has been such a defender of our conservative values in this state. And we are honored that all of you are here, but especially honored that you all are here. And listen, we're doing good because we've been saying no to what Stacey Abrams wants.
All right, let's go ahead and listen in with our officials out of the Los Angeles area.
A Captain 2, Los Angeles City Fire Department and Public Information Officer. Also, we're going to have speaking second will be Lieutenant Rodriguez, LAX Airport Police. So I'll just give you a brief rundown, then we'll turn it over to her, and we'll have a few follow-up questions. It was at 7:02 this morning that the Los Angeles Fire Department received a 911 call for a hazardous material type of an incident here at LAX Terminal 8 near the baggage area. Fortunately, the fire department arrived on scene within just 5 minutes. We have a total of 54 firefighters on scene. That's in a unified command with our law enforcement partners. What we had was a reported release of carbon dioxide. This is in a small electrical room that's away from any sort of public walkway. It was at a dead-end hallway, and what is inside those rooms are electrical equipment. And the fire suppression system, in case there's a fire inside that electrical room, is not water, which can damage electrical equipment, but rather a discharge or a deluge of carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is colorless, odorless, tasteless, and it's heavier than air. So it will displace all of the oxygen in that room, which removes part of that fire triangle and then suppresses the fire, and it'll go out. Who was inside that room was a total of 4 people. They were all adults, 3 males and 1 female. They were independent contractors that were working They heard a popping sound. That was a complete deluge of that system. It doesn't come out as a short, sporadic amount of carbon dioxide, but rather a full deluge. Obviously, that displaced all of the oxygen inside, and 3 people quickly got out. 2 adult males and 1 female, but 1 adult male, approximately 50 years old, was still inside. The carbon dioxide displaces the oxygen in the individual's bloodstream, and they went into cardiac arrest. Again, firefighters were on scene within 5 minutes, but we also want to applaud our friends at LAX Airport Police who jumped in and started CPR right away. Because we've given this advanced life support so rapidly to that individual, the good news is that individual has a return of spontaneous circulation. What that means, they're breathing. Their blood is pumping on their own now, so they're getting definitive care at a local hospital. It's important to mention that this did not affect any of the travelers medically. They were not in an area by this electrical room. There was no passageway to where they could come in contact with carbon dioxide. Our hazardous materials specialists are the best of the best. They were very quickly arrived. They have specialized equipment and gas meters and have done a complete survey and repeatedly are doing so. What we have to do is now displace carbon dioxide. It's a challenge. It's colorless, it's odorless. It's like moving an invisible air bubble around. But we have the best of the best performing that, and they've done an excellent job to where right now there's only trace amount of carbon dioxide. So we use our typhoon type blowers to be able to push this out. What we also have to do is restore things back to proper working conditions. As you know, as abundance of precaution, we had about 100 people from Terminal 8 that we evacuated to Terminal 7. We want to get things back up and running as quick as possible, but we don't want to rush a hazardous materials incident. So we're working to make sure that everyone is going to be safe. So we don't want people to think that there's a big problem. This is under control. There's no off-site issue. And again, there's only minor amount of carbon dioxide, but we need to reset that system. We need to make sure that it's up and functioning properly before we can repopulate people back into here. It does appear to be isolated. There was no other rooms that we're aware of at this point, or did not really go beyond that area. And again, those electrical rooms are 200 feet away from the baggage area. So again, not close to other people. And so we want to really applaud the efforts of everyone arriving on scene so quickly. There was no explosion. There was no electrocution. If people are smelling things, it's not from this incident because it's an odorless gas. At this point, it's my privilege to turn this over to Lieutenant Rodriguez of LAX Airport to answer some of your questions, and then we'll do follow-up. Ma'am.
Good morning. Lieutenant Carla Rodriguez, K-A-R-L-A, Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z. First of all, I want to give credit to my partners, Los Angeles Police Department. They were actually the initial agency that responded to provide CPR to the individual that was initially affected. Airport Police then followed and continued providing CPR until the fire department was able to arrive on scene. The gentleman was taken to a local hospital, and he is doing well. He's been being treated at this time. Other people that were affected were being treated as well. In terms of, as you can see, there was a command post being set up. There was a perimeter for the safety of everybody, and the only impact was being able to maintain a lane for response for police and fire response to be able to get to the location. Terminal 8 was evacuated completely for the safety of the passengers and the workers. All operations for United continued at Terminal 7. However, there was a ground stop that occurred, has just been lifted at 10 a.m. So now flights are able to come in and fly into LAX. We suggest to all passengers to check with the app, the United Airlines app, or to check with the airline for any flight impacts to their flights. At this point, now we're preparing to hopefully be able to repopulate the terminal and get everything operational. Again, the only impacts were caused to United Airlines, movement from Terminal 8 to Terminal 7, and traffic was not impacted. Thank you.
There's no evidence of an actual fire. Again, these were independent contractors that were hired to be working in this electrical room area when they heard that popping sound, of which there was a complete deluge of the carbon dioxide. They might have been using welding equipment, there might have been heat involved or spark. That's all part of the active ongoing investigation. There's no indication that there was any explosion and there was no fire. The fire department never put out that information, just so you could all hear back. It was in reference to an initial report of possible carbon monoxide, which is obviously a different gas than carbon dioxide, of which we're all exhaling and breathing out as we speak. It's an active, fast, ongoing incident. The fire department has not stated any carbon monoxide to the public, and again, it's conclusively carbon dioxide. Sure, and we might turn it over to LAX for that. But yes, it originally happening in Terminal 8. So out of an abundance of precaution, we just evacuate everybody nearby to Terminal 7. And so that is impacted as well. We have to be slow, cautious, and very thorough when we're dealing with a hazardous materials incident. Did you have anything else to state for impact?
Yes. So for United Airlines, if many of you guys do not know, Terminal 6, 7, and 8 are all monitored by United Airlines. So United Airlines was able to move their passengers and their flight from Terminal 8 to Terminal 7. Of course, that does cause delays, but they were able to continue to maintain operational. Yes, so there was a ground stop. That ground stop has been lifted as of 10 a.m. So all flights coming in from United are able to land. Yes. Just United. Terminal 8 is only operated by United Airlines. Yes, as of right now, all flights are incoming, and there may have been delays. That's what we're suggesting passengers to check the app, check with the United Airlines, but everything is operational.
You know specifically what type of worker? Is he an electrical worker, a welder? What is the specific job title? We don't have their specific job title.
Do you know why 3 of the workers were able to get out and 1 was not?
So we'll answer maybe a couple more questions because we don't want to go on speculating too much. Our preliminary information was that one individual may have been on a ladder closer towards, what these are is red cones that come out of the corners of the room to displace all of the oxygen by pouring in carbon dioxide and thus removing the fire triangle and suppressing any sort of fire. But they could be perhaps activated from a spark or heat or other means, and that is part of the ongoing investigation. We don't have that definitively answered at this point. But 3 individuals quickly were able to get out, likely because they're more near the door, but then we were able to get the other person out rather quickly. Again, it doesn't take too much for them to go into cardiac arrest, but the good news is because of the collaborative efforts of the law enforcement and fire department, that individual is now breathing on their own and their heart is beating. So it's a unique fire suppression system that is not used in an average area, but it's used more frequently in an area where there's high level of electrical components that would be damaged from water or some sort of other sort of fire suppression. So it's not too uncommon. There's other things like halon and different types of systems that can suppress a fire in an electrical room. So again, we don't go on these every day, but we are definitely familiar with them. We definitely train for them, and we've enacted that training and are ensuring safety of everyone here. One last question. In the back. From the fire department end, no, this electrical room is 200 feet away from the baggage area of Terminal 8. It is not in an area that is for public to be walking around, so they did not come in contact with this, and they didn't exhibit any other complaints that we had to medically treat them. Did you have anything else to say?
Yes, just that Terminal 8 and Terminal 7 are connected, so that all the passengers were able to be moved from Terminal 8 to Terminal 7 without having to exit the terminal or be impacted in any way. Because it was not anywhere close to the passengers, none of the passengers were impacted by this carbon dioxide. No, sir. Passengers are out with just to make sure that everybody is safe and eventually doing a report, but they're not on scene at this time. Thank you. So
we don't have that information. We'll get that to you. We've given you all the information we have at this point, other than we want to mention one more important thing that Chief Zipperman had brought up. This electrical room is subterranean. It's below level. As you remember, moments ago, we mentioned that carbon dioxide is heavier than air. So again, it's not coming up into the passenger area. So at this point, we're going to regroup, come up with a new plan and determine what our hazardous materials specialists are doing, work with LAX and LAPD, and work quickly to restore these terminals back as soon as it's safe to do so. So we thank you for your time.
Fire officials here is saying 4 construction workers, they're hospitalized after a carbon dioxide leak here on Monday at the Los Angeles International Airport. Again, they did confirm that all 4 people are expected to be okay, but had said that the travelers, the passengers there, were not affected by this leak, and also had added that they do have specialists working to get rid of that carbon dioxide out of that area. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a 2-minute break. More to come here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Indiana State Police today announcing murder charges for the 2017 slaying of 2 teen girls in Delphi, Indiana. They did have a press conference this morning saying Richard Allen, who is 50 years old, has been charged with 2 counts of murder in the killings of Libby and Abby. They did give a press conference earlier here this morning. We want to play it out for all of our viewers watching here with us.
Give me just a second here. Seldom do I have prepared remarks, but today is different. because I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity with what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation. First, I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day, and an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room have developed relationships with me personally, and you know I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us and me. You continue to encourage the efforts, and you too believe that one day we would all be here participating and sharing this news. To the entire law enforcement community, which includes all local, state, and federal agencies, which are far too many to specifically mention today, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to continue a very methodical and committed approach to ensure that if any other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or persons will be held accountable. Since the murders of Abby and Libby 2,086 days ago, the daily investigative team has worked tirelessly and is certainly worthy of mention today. Specifically, Sheriff Linsonby, the Sheriff of Carroll County, Detectives Tony Liggett, Detective retired Kevin Hammond, former Delphi Chief and now the prosecutor's investigator Steve Mullins, State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman, Detectives Jay Harper, Dave Vito, and Brian Harshman, along with members of the United States Marshal Service, specifically Agent Jeremy Clinton and Agent Bill Colfers. With them today is Dan McClain, the U.S. Marshal, appointed U.S. Marshal. Our state police analyst, our scientist from many different disciplines within our laboratory division, Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail, and to so many others that I know I've missed. I really believe that Abby and Libby would be proud of you for standing strong, even in the face of immense pressure and perpetual criticism. Some of these individuals have postponed retirement, passed on promotional opportunity, have dedicated personal time away from their families, given up nights, weekends, and holidays, all while in the pursuit of accountability for Abby and Libby. I know that today's announcement will not diminish your resolve, and I hope you have found just a bit of peace in this most complicated world. This is really important. While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day. Today is not that day. This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time. Prosecutor Nick McClellan, of course, will share additional information about what we can and cannot say, and also explain to you why the probable cause affidavit is temporarily sealed by the court and not available. And by the way, he has been a tremendous, tremendous asset to this team. I'm yet again asking you for your patience and please your understanding while our system of due process works. Also remember that all persons arrested are presumed innocent. All persons arrested are presumed innocent. You all will have an innate desire to subjectively interpret and then report what you think. We in the law enforcement realm cannot, and you should never allow us to, talk about what we think concerning facts, but rather discuss and share at the right time what it is we know. The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day. It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet. The prosecutor has been very clear with law enforcement about what his expectations are, about what can and cannot be released, shared, or discussed. So we will, of course, comply. If you choose to be critical of our silence, be critical of me, not the front line. These are the folks who have committed their entire lives to a successful conclusion. In other words, a guilty verdict. As we move to the next phase of this investigation, I will continue to offer all resources that the ISP has to not only the investigative team that I anticipate growing, but also to Prosecutor McClellan as we prepare for the coming months. Again, Nick has been very resolute and very clear, and I'm most grateful for his leadership. And it's going to be really important as we move forward. Please continue offering tips that you would like to share. The many avenues to report will remain open and will be available to all. Please continue doing that. In closing, I stand before you in this church and very place where we held our first briefing nearly 6 years ago, and just hours after the murders of Abby and Libby. Right here. Pulling in today, I wasn't really sure what emotion I would experience. But peace came over me. And I didn't expect that to happen. And I hope all of you, with all the different responsibilities you have from around the planet today, have felt some of that as well. But remember, we're not done. I think what we all have experienced proves that together there's nothing we cannot do. But more importantly, giving of ourselves, all of us, giving of ourselves matters more than what we could ever receive. Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be. I would now like to introduce to you my friend and the Carroll County Sheriff, Tom Ledzaby, for his remarks.
Richard Allen again was arrested on Friday after police secured a warrant for probable cause. That information and the probable cause has been sealed by the court as the investigation is still active and ongoing. We'll continue that press conference after this 2-minute break.
I believe in a God of justice and righteousness. Today, I believe that same God has provided us with justice for Abby and Libby. As Sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana, I want to publicly and sincerely thank each individual who played a role in helping us during this 5.5-year investigation. Whether it was in an investigative capacity, providing tips, cards or letters of suggestions or encouragement, phone calls, and thousands of other countless ways of communicating. I earnestly thank those who prayed for this moment in time. We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system, allowing the system to provide its due diligence and process in providing that justice which is owed Abby and Libby, their families, and this community. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Nicholas McClellan. I'm the Carroll County prosecutor. And before we get started, I want to reiterate some of the things that Sheriff Lesenby and Superintendent Carter stated. I first want to thank both of them. They've been a great support to my office throughout this investigation. They've always been there for a phone call and always been willing to help a hand or a line of assistance to me and my office during this investigation. I want to thank the team behind me. This is the Homicide Task Force team that we've put together. Thank them and thank their families for being so understanding for the many nights they've worked away from their families, away from their children. There are many dates in a lifetime that you're going to remember. The date your children are born, the date you're married, the date you buy a first house, the date Abby and Libby went missing, One of those dates was last Friday, October 28, 2022. At that time, we had gathered evidence to formulate a PC that we submitted to the court, and the judge did find probable cause for an arrest of Richard Allen. He's been charged with 2 counts of murder for the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. This investigation is still very ongoing. We're keeping the tip line open, the tip email open. We encourage everybody to continue to call in tips, not only about Richard Allen, but about any other person that you may have. For that reason and for the nature of this case, the probable cause and the charging information has been sealed by the court. I've been very clear to everybody that per the court order, we cannot talk about the evidence that's in the probable cause or the evidence that's in the charging information. That will become evident to you at some point and it will be released, but right now is not that day. Today's about Abby and Libby, focusing on them. Mr. Allen has had his initial hearing. He's entered a preliminary plea of not guilty. The matter's been set for a pretrial on January 13th at 9 a.m. 2023 and a trial date of March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. He is presumed innocent. We will have an opportunity and day in court when we can present the evidence that we have against him. But until that day, he is presumed innocent. I want to open up to a few limited questions from the audience. But again, keep in mind, we are not going to talk about the evidence that we have in this case or about the charging information. We cannot. Those things have been sealed by the court. And so I want to open up a few questions.
Prosecutor, when did Richard Allen become a suspect, and do you think he acted alone?
Again, that's part of the investigation, so I'm not going to talk about those things. What I can say is that we have probable cause established by the court for his arrest, and he is in custody. He's being held currently without bond.
How long has he been a suspect?
I'm sorry? Again, that gets into the evidence we have of the investigation, and I know from everybody it's frustrating. I know everybody, not only reporters, but the family, everybody wants to know more information. I understand it's frustrating, but my goal is to maintain the integrity of this case.
Superintendent Carter, you had said that you believe that you had spoken to the suspect or the suspect's family 2 years ago. Is this man one of those people?
Again, I appreciate the question, but we're getting into the timeline of events, and today's not the time to do that.
Can you talk about how rare it is?
It was a very personal moment for me, and I think it was a very personal moment for them, for all of us that have had interaction with the family. We developed a relationship that I think is going to last at least one lifetime, and maybe a second. So it was a very, very, very sad yet a very humbling experience.
Superintendent, you asked for tips. Detective work was a reward for $325,000. Did this all come together to make this nexus? Is that the combination of all three things that led us to this day, or is it one or the other?
Well, eventually you'll be able to see what led us to this day, but again, today's not that day. To include the reward, you mentioned that, Raphael, about the reward itself, and again, very premature for us to talk about that. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do.
What would you say that Abby and Libby have taught you in depth that we can remain to continue on with it?
I think probably resilience and understanding the value of each and every day. That today was the day, but I didn't anticipate they ever thought today would be their day. And I feel like I've known for a long time. Excuse me?
Do you assume there's any other individuals involved in this case?
We haven't closed the door on the investigation, and so that's why we keep the tip line and the tip email open. And so we're not presuming anything at this point, but we're going to continue to take tips, continue to take any information anybody has, and as we've done with all the information we've gathered, we're going to look at that and examine that and see where it leads us.
Mr. Prosecutor, can you explain the law? You've asked the court, based on this investigation, that these documents should remain out of the public view. Can you explain, without getting into the details of what's in the documents, But this is not regular. Usually a public hearing is held. We should be able to see all the documents, right?
Sure,
But
sure.
you made a decision. Can you explain your decision as to why you believe that maybe for the next 30 days, no one in this room should have access to those records?
Sure. It is unusual. We don't do it very often in all the cases that we handle here in Carroll County. We did it in this case because the investigation is still open. And while all cases are important, the nature of this case has some extra scrutiny with it. And so my office, felt it was important to seal those records. There will be a public hearing on whether or not those records are going to remain sealed or not. There'll be public notice for that hearing so that everyone can attend, but there will be a hearing to determine whether or not they're going to stay sealed. But for now, to me, it's about protecting the integrity of this case. I want to have an opportunity at some point to have an opportunity in court to explain the evidence and for that not to be tarnished or tainted or anything like that. Again, he's presumed innocent, and so it was important for me in this case to do that. Hold on just a minute. We're not going to comment on that right now as part of the investigation. Again, we just encourage everybody to continue to call in tips if they have them about anybody, and we'll examine those tips.
How does it feel for you guys to have searched nationwide for nearly 6 years, going all over the place, only to find your guy, down the street from your office?
That's a hard question to answer. It's a mixed emotions. I've been watching the news all weekend like everybody else has, and I think a lot of the members of the public said it right. It's bittersweet. It's a step in the right direction. It's concerning that he's a local guy. So I think just different emotions. Again, this is a step in the right direction. This is the first step into getting into court and having a trial. And so.
Has Mr. Allen made slaughter?
All right. That concludes our press conference today. Shortly, I will be releasing a press release that will have his photo and a couple more details that'll also be here for handout. That'll also be on the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post Facebook page. Right after this press conference, I'm going to send it out. There's also hard documents in the back. Thank you all for taking the time to be here today, and be safe as you travel home.
All right, so police again announcing this arrest, and Allen has entered a not guilty plea. He is scheduled for a preliminary trial on January 13th of 2023, according to police. Now, they did follow thousands of leads in this investigation, with their biggest clue coming from this video from one of the girls' cell phones. It was a grainy picture of a man and a recorded voice. Libby, again, was just 14 years old. Abby, 13 years old. They went missing after going on a hike in 2017. Their bodies were found in a rugged area near a hiking trail on February 14th, one day after they vanished while walking on that trail. This, again, coming to us from Delphi, Indiana. We're going to continue to follow this story right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for a brief 2-minute break, continuing to bring you more of these top stories, press conferences, as well as campaign rallies leading up to the election right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see we are waiting for a State Department briefing. That's set to get underway here shortly, and it will be something we'll pop into a little bit later here. We also do have a United Nations Security Council going on as they continue to talk about the war that is raging on from Russia to Ukraine. More developments continuing to happen as new airstrikes at the hands of Russia into Ukraine continue to happen over the weekend. So we'll pop into some of those events shortly here for you on Live Now from Fox. But boy, it has been a busy campaign season. A lot of candidates out on the road here in this final push to get voters to sway their way. We do continue to have some of those candidates out on the road. I'm going to take us out to California, where there is a hot race happening in the city of Los Angeles for the position of mayor. We do have Karen Bass out rallying up some troops and speaking here today. Let's go ahead and bring you that event right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Well, I want to make it clear there's only one candidate in the race for LA mayor that stands for the progressive values of the Democratic Party, and that's Karen Bass. Yes. Right. So let me be clear. Rick Caruso is lying to Angelenos. He's wearing a mask of deception. He's been a Republican nearly his entire life, supporting far-right extremists with millions of dollars. He's only been a Democrat in the last year, and he did it so that he could trick voters into thinking he's something that he is not. So let's set the record straight. Karen Bass is the only candidate endorsed by the Democratic Party because she will stand up for vulnerable communities and fight for the values we believe in. Yes. She is authentic. She's not somebody who has to buy $100 million worth of ads with people of color to appear like they are regular persons, instead of being a person who owns a $100 million luxury yacht. In contrast, Karen Bass has been fighting for people her whole life. And one thing is clear. Karen Bass is the only person in this race who will fight for the rights of women. I tell you, when the Supreme Court issued the Dobbs decision, eviscerating the rights of half the population of this country, the rights we've had for 50 years, my constituents were outraged, angry, and shaken to the core. Today, women have less rights than their grandmothers, and that's why I introduced the Women's Health Protection Act, which makes women's right to an abortion the law of the land so that no woman in any state will be denied this health care decision. Well, Karen Bass has supported a woman's right to make her own health care decisions her entire life. And so I was not surprised when she was one of the first to co-sponsor this bill. But her opponent, he is suddenly wearing the mask of being pro-choice, even saying that he was always pro-choice, when in reality, he is a man that said in a Los Angeles magazine that he opposes abortion in most cases, but would support some stem cell research. He's not given just a little, but hundreds of thousands of dollars to anti-choice politicians. He hosted fundraisers at his home for Mitt Romney, who said that legalized abortion cheapened the value and sanctity of human life. He gave $100,000 to George Bush and also hosted a fundraiser for him, who nominated Samuel Alito, the Supreme Court Justice who wrote that opinion that overturned Roe versus Wade. And he gave $50,000 to Kevin McCarthy, the leader of the Republican caucus in Congress, who now want a national abortion ban. In fact, his members introduced the National Life at Conception Act, which would define life as beginning with a fertilized egg and in effect make illegal IUDs, IVF, and the morning after pill. And guess what? 166 Republicans in his caucus have signed on to co-sponsor this. That's how extreme they are. Well, we stand with Karen Bass because she's always fought for freedom as a lifelong pro-choice Democrat. She's always been straight with voters throughout the campaign. She is genuine, and she's shown time and time again that she will fix difficult problems. She's the only candidate in this race with the experience that we need to be the next mayor of the city of Los Angeles. We need to make sure that on November 8th, Karen Bass is our mayor.
Candidates out doing a final push, nearly 1 week until those elections are happening. We'll hear from Karen Bass coming up here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. One of the things that we see in politics is that people try to reinvent themselves in order to run and win. And they use the money that they have to present a facade or a mask. So what we're doing is simple. We're just reminding the people to not to be fooled and to look at the history and his record of throughout the years, because that tells you everything you need to know how he's going to govern if he ever got elected to mayor, which he won't. One, he was a Republican, right? Nothing wrong with that, but why are you trying to change it at the last minute? Second, anti-choice consistently, but now, because he's running as a Democrat, he wants to be the most pro-choice candidate, which he's not. And the fact that he says he's going to solve homelessness, which as a developer, he had every opportunity to build affordable housing. And he didn't build one, not one single unit. And you can make a profit on affordable housing, but he didn't do it because that's not where his interests lie. So now it's saying that he's going to solve homelessness is just a farce. So one of the things we want to do is really point out the fact that you can't trust him because the history tells a different story of who he is. Karen Bass has been consistent for her entire career. She was in the medical field, gave back. She saw the devastation from the 1992 uprising and decided to work to bring together all our communities, Latinos, African Americans, Koreans and Asians, and everybody else who was suffering and who felt that they were left out of the city's development. They felt like they were being demonized throughout the city's history. And what she do, she developed a community coalition, a nonprofit to help bring and bridge that gap. That's the kind of leader we need now. We need a leader who knows how to unite our city so that we can tackle the biggest problems that we're facing. You know, it is a difficult city to govern, but I know that she has it because she has a history and a set core belief structure that will guide every single decision she makes. Yes. So I know that she's going to keep doing the right thing, and I don't think we need Rick Caruso to basically try to buy his way into the hearts and minds of the Latino community in this race. We know Karen Bass already has won the hearts and minds of the Latino community from all her work that she's done over the year. So, and when those tapes came out a few weeks ago, what did he do? He attacks Karen Bass in the statement. And what did she do? She said, you know what? We're going to do what we always do. We're going to organize, bring people together, try to heal the wounds that were created, and make sure that we become more unified than ever before. So I know that Karen Bass is the right mayor, so does the Latino community, and that no one will be left behind in this great city. And that, with that, you will have my support, and I know we will win on Election Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Folks, again, there's 8 more days left in this election. It's important for folks to know that they need to return their mail-in ballot as soon as possible. They have until Election Day to do that. You don't need a stamp in order to do that. We always talk about in the Democratic Party how this is the most important election of your life. This is the 7th time that everybody in the state of California has received a mail-in ballot, and the turnout has been extremely low. Election Day started 3 weeks ago. It's not on Tuesday, November 8th. That's the end of the election day. But that's also the day that we have to make progress and continue the progress in this city. About being a Democrat is about a person who has the values and the belief system that can run this city and that has the experience from the federal, state, and local level, and getting us out of poverty and making sure that there are steps for Angelenos to move forward. Republicans don't do that. That's not their agenda. It never has been. If you look behind me, look at the diversity that makes up Los Angeles. You look at the coalition that makes Los Angeles. And if Karen can do that here, she can do it in the entire city. So without further ado, the only officially endorsed Democrat by the Los Angeles County Democratic Party, our next mayor for the great city of Los Angeles, Karen Bass.
Well, good morning, everyone, and let me thank everyone here for taking your time out this morning, because this is just such an important time with 8 days left in the election. So I want to begin with some good news, and it was mentioned a couple of minutes ago. I was very, very happy to receive that phone call on Friday from President Obama saying that not only did he feel that I was the right one for the job because he knows who I am, the former president of the United States, and he was happy to endorse my candidacy. That was a real boost, and you will see that because he agreed to do an ad for the campaign. So President Obama's support highlights the contrasts in this race. And speaking of contrasts, as other speakers have said, we are here to unmask Rick Caruso. The idea that he is on track to spend $100 million in this campaign, and I think I could say that I'm not sure there is any campaign in the country where someone has spent that much money. And the idea that he would spend that much money, can you imagine how many people could have been housed with $100 million? But instead, $100 million was spent lying about who he is and certainly lying about who I am. His plans for homelessness is basically a throwback to the past. He wants to build thousands, tens of thousands of shelter beds. And even the LA Times said that his homelessness plan was magical thinking. That is the last thing our city needs in a leader right now, magical thinking. However, if you were to listen to his ads, he just cuts a little bit to make his plans look as though they are more viable. At one point, he even suggested a model to build a plan was Fort Bliss. Fort Bliss was one of the detention centers for children under the Trump administration. The idea that a Democrat would say a detention center is a good example of what we should use for housing the unhoused. My plan calls for a comprehensive approach, calls for getting people off the street immediately. Shelters is step one, but shelters should be very brief because we have to get people into interim housing. We have to address why they were on the street to begin with, and you cannot provide substance abuse counseling, mental health counseling, or other needs that people have while they're on the street or even in a shelter. Interim housing, permanent supportive housing, mainstreaming people. Some people who are unhoused actually work full-time, but they just cannot afford first and last months and a security deposit. His plans on crime are not true. He knows that it is impossible to hire over 1,000 police officers when the LAPD right now can't even fill a class. But Rick Caruso is willing to exaggerate and lie and pander to division, pander to people's fears in order to get elected.
All right, so once again, one of our candidates here for that Los Angeles mayor spot, Karen Bass, out rallying up more voters ahead of the election next week on Tuesday. Live Now from Fox is going to be a destination you'll want to tune into, not only on the road to the election, but also on that night, as we'll be bringing in all of those key poll numbers as soon as they are officially out. Live Now from Fox wants to turn our attention, though, now to Waukesha, Wisconsin, where we are once again seeing Darrell Brooks inside of the courtroom. This time, he is at a hearing as they're talking about sentencing logistics. It's all getting sorted out here within the courtroom. Let's go ahead and listen in here live on Unfiltered on Live Now.
So that was signed on Friday and then sent over. I'm not sure if it was emailed or if it was just delivered to the jail. I don't know if Madam Clerk has any information. It was done by my other clerk. But in any event, you have it before you. What I can tell you, sir, is that normally search warrants may be sealed for a period of time. All of these warrants were set to be unsealed previously, but due to the pretrial publicity and the various orders related to the jury, including the use of the jury questionnaire, I had, at the request of the parties and with the consent of all parties, sealed or continued the seal on all of these documents, and the previous order indicated that everything would be unsealed either November 30th or at the conclusion of the jury trial, whichever came first. Of course, the jury trial is now concluded, even though the case hasn't gone to sentencing. So my intent would be to unseal everything tomorrow, unless you have an objection and it's based in law.
I have, like you said, this is my, I didn't even know that this was even sent over to the jail until right now, until you told me.
Understood. Do you have an objection to what I propose to do, sir?
I don't even understand. What do you mean by sealed and unsealed? I don't.
It would become a matter of the public record, and anyone could review those search warrants if they make a request.
Search warrants for what, property?
There's a number of search warrants that have been sealed as it relates to this case.
From what I saw, everything's been pretty much public. I don't see why they need to be unsealed at this point. Everything's pretty much been public already.
All right, well, I am going to unseal them effective tomorrow. The clerk's office is instructed that first thing tomorrow morning, they may unseal all of the search warrants in this case. The next issue I want to address is I want to make a record specifically as it relates to the restraints that the Sheriff's Department utilized during this case, given a comment made by Mr. Brooks when the jury was coming out the very last time. I don't recall if you said something about a stun belt or shackles or something to that effect, but it was inaccurate. I have asked the Sheriff's Department to provide photographic documentation of the shackles that were utilized in this case. The parties will recall the tables look a little different now because there are no table skirts on them. On all defense tables in the secure courtroom, there is a ring. It's really more looks like a rectangle that is attached to the leg of the table, and an inmate who's in custody but in trial, a soft restraint system is utilized, primarily so it's soft and not heard, and then it's attached to the table so that it confines the inmate to a small area with that table. Obviously during the trial, Mr. Brooks was able to stand. His hands were free, but I felt it important to have a thorough record of the restraints that were utilized. The photographs that have been provided are on a compact disc. They will be filed as Court Exhibit 3, but they will remain under seal. And that is because of the security concerns related to how the Sheriff's Department secures inmates during a trial. That certainly is an overriding interest, overriding any public interest to see what those restraints are. And I would just further note that during the trial, when Mr. Brooks would be brought from the holding area into the courtroom, this courtroom was closed to the public, and that was really to maintain that privacy, if you will, or secrecy, if you will, regarding the restraint system. And so I believe it's important that that information not be released to the public. It will be available, of course, to the court and the parties. And if there is an appeal, any attorney that may represent you can certainly look at that, but it'll otherwise be under seal. So
Why would that?
The record is very clear on the restraint system that was utilized during this trial.
I have a question to that.
Okay.
Why is that remaining sealed, but everything else being open to the public?
I've indicated my reasons, sir, on the record. I'm not going to restate them. So.
Well, I think that the public, if they're allowed to see search warrant information and things like that, then I think that they should know that it was a shock device on my ankles. That
there was no shock device.
It
on
was
your
a
ankle,
shock
sir.
device. I was told it was a shock device.
Mr. Brooks.
And
that's
it was
why
covered
I'm making
up.
the record.
It was covered up by a black cloth, so the jury purposely could not see it, and so that the public cannot see it. I was told that a chair had to be placed on my side so that no one can see that I was shackled with ankle shocks. I think the public should know that. The jury should have known that. That's what they were.
Mr. Brooks, I've made my ruling. Your
I
characterization
respect your
of
ruling,
those
but
as,
it should be noted.
Your
it should
objection
be
is noted for the record.
It should be noted that I had a shock device on my ankles. That's fact.
It
It's
is
a
not
fact.
fact, sir.
It is a fact. I'm the one that had them on my ankles I inquired about what they were. Obviously, I'm going to require about what's being put on my body. I was told that they were a shock device, which I know how a shock device looks because I've been through this before in Milwaukee. So I know what a shock device is. It was clearly a shock device that was purposely not shown to the jury or to the public. Purposely not. And then now you're saying that it's going to be sealed. Well, why should it be sealed? The public doesn't deserve. The public deserves to know.
You've made a record,
The
and
public
it's
deserves
noted.
to know about
And-
things pertaining to a search warrant, but not the fact that I was limited by a shock device. That if I moved the wrong way, I could have got shocked with all this voltage.
It's absolutely false that you
That
have a
is
shock
not
device
false,
on,
and
sir.
you know that it's not false.
Well, I have the photographs
Well, show
that
the
will be part
where's the
of the
photographs?
record,
Where's the photographs?
and they
You
will
just
be
said they would be sealed. Why do they need to
from
be
public
sealed?
view
Why
for
do
the
they need
reasons
to be
that I've
sealed from
already
the public?
indicated.
Why do they need to be sealed
Mr.
from
Brooks,
the public?
I need to move on to scheduling.
Can we move on to subject matter jurisdiction that hasn't been proved for the record?
All right, so
Can we move on to that?
Mr. Brooks, I really don't want to remove you from the courtroom today, but
I
I need to
don't
move on
want
to
to be removed, but you're not going to sit here and tell me on the record what was on my body when I was told what it was. That's inaccurate, and I refuse.
At a
Your
later
Honor,
point in time, I
Your
will
Honor,
put.
I refuse to sit here and let you make an inaccurate record when you know that it was in fact a shock device. That's why I had the black cloth in front of the table so it couldn't be shown. That's
not
why I had
right.
a chair sitting on the side of me that was told needs to cover up the fact that I had a shock device on my ankles. And I think it's very, very, very unfair, and it's dishonorable to get on a record and not tell the truth. I'm not trying to dishonor you, Your Honor. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm not trying to disrespect your court. I just want the truth to be told. That should not be sealed. If everything else could be open to the public, then the public should know that I had a shock device on my ankles. That was purposely not shown to the jury or to the public. They should know that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brooks. I disagree wholeheartedly with your
Well,
characterization.
it's not true.
Mr. Brooks, I didn't interrupt you. Please
It's not
don't
true.
interrupt me.
It's not true.
Mr. Brooks.
I'm quite sure there's cameras rolling right now because there are always cameras rolling. There's always audio on.
Mr. Brooks, I need to move on to
There's public in the
scheduling.
courtroom. I had a shock device on my ankles, and they purposely did not want to show that to you guys or to the jury. That's
Mr.
why I
Brooks,
can only move
I'm advising you.
here or here.
Mr.
That's
Brooks,
the
I'm
reason
advising
why.
you.
And I always had the chair right here. Everybody that came to this courtroom seen that I had a chair right here, even though I had no counsel. What is the reason for me to have a chair right here?
Mr. Brooks,
Why
any
did I have a
further
black cloth
any
in front of
further
the table?
interruptions will result in you being removed to the other courtroom
Okay,
because
and
you're
you
not
holding
letting
me in
move
contempt,
on
that's
to
okay.
scheduling.
Is it civil contempt or criminal contempt?
All right, one more interruption and you will go to the other courtroom.
Well, they need to know that.
Stop.
They need to know that. They need to know the truth.
I'm going to ask the state some questions. If you interrupt when I do that, you will be removed to the other
Okay,
courtroom.
remove me then.
All right,
Remove me
Attorney
then. It's
Basie.
not going to stop the fact that they need
All right,
to know that the shock device
he's
is on my
interrupted.
ankles.
I'm sorry, everyone. We'll have to clear the courtroom. He will be removed to the other courtroom. I'll make the
That's
appropriate
fine.
findings.
Tell the truth, though, Your Honor. Tell the truth. I had a shackle. I had a shock device on my ankles.
All right, so a very wild hearing here as they're still trying to get into that sentencing portion of this hearing. That is what this hearing was supposed to be about, was about scheduling him for when that date would be set to have his sentencing after he was found guilty just the other week in the Christmas parade attack where 6 people were killed and another 60 were injured. So we'll continue to follow the very latest here out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, and as soon as we do have more coming out of this courtroom, we'll of course be bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. This is a good time, though, to step away for a brief 2-minute break. When we return, if we're not back inside of that courtroom, we're of course going to be on top of other of these top stories, press conferences coming to you from across the country. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to show our viewers still waiting here for the State Department briefing to take place. That will be something we'll be jumping into a little bit later here on our stream. We're also following the road to the election. A lot of campaigns and rallies are happening from coast to coast, and Live Now from Fox is going to be taking you out to more of these as they continue to lead up to November 8th. And don't forget, on that date, we can be a destination you can tune into 24/7, and we'll be giving you those key poll results as soon as they come in on the 8th and those following days after as well. So we were just inside of the Darrell Brooks hearing. They again are trying to get his sentencing scheduled, and he lasted about 15 minutes inside of that courtroom. Still have a shot of that flag, which means they're still in the process of moving Brooks out of that first courtroom into a side courtroom where we saw him in multiple times during that trial that took place over the past few weeks. So we'll be going back into that here very shortly. But I want to turn our attention to another press conference that just took place out of San Jose as police are speaking about a very violent weekend. They had 2 separate fatal shootings and a stabbing on Saturday and Sunday. This all happening ahead of Halloween night here tonight, which could bring yet another dangerous night for some of those who are looking to go out. So let's go ahead and bring you that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox.
Busy with several high priority events. We had 2 homicides that occurred pretty much within an hour of each other. In addition to those 2 homicides, we had a double stabbing that occurred at a nightclub in downtown San Jose. It's been pretty well documented that we are a thinly staffed police department for a city our size. However, we're not going to make excuses. Our patrol officers handled everything, responded to these calls. We do have 1 person in custody for 1 of the homicides. Again, a very, very busy weekend. We were stretched to the max. However, we did, take care of these calls as efficiently and as quickly as we could with the available resources that we had.
Double stabbing looked like it might turn into something else.
I'm still awaiting word on one of the victims in that double stabbing. The last I heard, one of the 2 victims in that double stabbing was still in critical condition. We're still investigating that incident. We do not have anybody in custody for that stabbing.
You probably heard that POA was saying that they felt like San Jose should have mutual aid. Was this a situation where that was called for, do you think?
No, not in this particular. I've been here 24 years. Worked the streets multiple shifts, multiple years. I've never been working a shift where the calls were so out of hand that we had to call in another allied agency. Mutual aid is typically, we use that in large scale incidents. For example, I'll do that part again. For example, the George Floyd riots. We had mutual aid here. I mean, there was ongoing 7 days of protest, etc. We did need mutual aid. What we do instead of calling for mutual aid is we use our very own people. A lot of these incidents took place just as the swing shift was getting ready to go home for the evening, so we were able to do a mandatory holdover where officers that were normally off at 1 a.m. Had to stay until 4 a.m. We did have over 100 officers working across these 2 shifts handling these incidents. One major incident does stretch us thin. It requires a lot of resources. For example, the homicide that occurred at Kaufman in Melbourne, there were a lot of witnesses that needed to be transported to the witness center. We had a suspect in custody. That can tie up dozens of officers. Each witness requires to be transported alone. We don't want witnesses, we want their best statement, and we don't want them to get convoluted speaking to each other. Although they require a lot of resources, we handled both of these homicides. On the weekends, there always is a contingent of officers that stay over and work in what we call the entertainment zone. The double stabbing occurred within this entertainment zone. So we already had pre-planned officers working overtime in that zone that dealt with that stabbing. Although, yes, we were stretched thin, we were stretched to the max, we still did our jobs. Dustin?
Any concern on the recent rise in crime recently?
Homicides are difficult to predict. One person getting killed in our city is one too many. These were all isolated incidents. They weren't related to one another. One of them, from preliminary information, is some sort of a family disturbance. The other one was some sort of Halloween get-together / party. and the double stabbing was at a nightclub. So completely isolated from each other. We don't want this type of violent crime in our city. However, we can't prevent it. We will do everything we can to certainly curb it and keep responding to these incidents. We have very, very proactive police officers in our city. Every single day, you guys see us almost posting on our social media. We have officers out there taking illegal firearms off our streets. Every single illegal firearm that we seize is preventing a potential violent crime, whether it's a homicide, whether it's an armed robbery, but that's what those gun seizures represent. I think we are doing a fantastic job. Actually, I'm going to do that part again. Our officers are doing a fantastic job by being proactive and suppressing violent crime before it occurs.
When you say you can't prevent it, is that because of the staffing, or is that just the nature of crime?
It's just the nature of crime. I mean, you can literally have a police officer at every single corner in a big city, and things are still going to happen. You know, there's always domestic violence incidents that turn deadly, etc. As much as we would like to, it is difficult to prevent every single act of violent crime.
Christian, you end up in kind of a difficult situation here because by taking care of it with your limited staff, you end up with people who are saying, see, they can deal with it, they don't need any more. Is there anything in the works or anything to try to increase staffing?
Here's a situation that every major city in our country is facing, and why I know this is because our chief just attended a major city chiefs conference with major city chiefs meeting and getting together. The one common theme that they all shared is they are all having a difficult time recruiting and hiring people. There are many different factors on why that's occurring nationwide, but no, I would love to see more police officers on our streets. We do need more. I commend the young men and women that are taking this job up right now at a difficult time. There's, political climate, there's a social media aspect. We did notice a significant decline after the George Floyd protests and riots and people applying and wanting to do this job, right? Even if I had a magic wand and said, hey, tomorrow we're going to get 1,000 new police officers, that is a very tall hill to climb. As much as we want them and we need them, those are separate challenges that are occurring right now. Yeah, you're right, Robert, that we did handle these major incidents. However, all of our calls that come into our call center are prioritized. We went to the stabbings, we went to the shootings, but there were other numerous calls that were placed on hold. There's a car blocking my driveway, there's a loud party, there's a petty theft incident here. We'd like to get to those calls as soon as we can. Oftentimes, though, when we have major incidents that tie up dozens and dozens of police officers, these other low priority calls pen for hours. And that's not necessarily fair, but I mean, that's part of the consequences of handling these high incidents with all the resources that we have. Somebody who may not be dealing with a life or death situation is going to end up waiting hours for an officer to show up to take a report. Good? All right. We'll do Spanish next.
Not a big thing, but entertainment zone, is that downtown or is that downtown?
Yeah, there's a core part of downtown which encompasses a lot of the restaurants and bars that are open late. That has been, for as long as I've been here, identified as the entertainment zone. That entertainment zone has a certain amount of overtime funds allocated to have it patrolled after hours. That's typically done by swing shift officers who end their swing shift and then they go into the downtown entertainment zone for 2 hours at the end of their shift. And that's been occurring for as long as I've been here, for 20 plus years. Yep. I wouldn't say more violence. It's the typical calls for service and crimes that come with, after hours, bars, alcohol, intoxicated people. Yeah, there's certainly pretty much every weekend we have fights, etc. They don't always rise to the level of something serious like a homicide, but you have hundreds of people walking downtown, inebriated, etc., and they don't always make the best decisions. And that is why we have that contingent of police officers working in that downtown core area. Good? Okay.
Well, police are definitely going to be on the lookout for those who may be drinking and driving and possibly causing some of these violent acts. Again, San Jose police responded to 2 separate fatal shootings and a stabbing on Saturday and Sunday. Now, according to police, as we just heard, the crimes happened within 2 hours of each other as Halloween weekend festivities had turned violent. One man was killed, another injured in a shooting on Saturday in San Jose. Police say that had happened just before before 11:30 p.m. near Melbourne Boulevard and Kaufman Court. Neighbors say they had woken up to gunshots and piercing screams. One of those neighbors saying a resident who just lives 5 doors down from where this shooting had happened told our Fox 2 KTVU crews, "I heard a bunch of yelling, screaming, commotion down the street. I'd never heard that before, that loud." Now, just about an hour later, around 12:45 a.m. on Sunday, 3 miles north, police then had responded to a second deadly shooting. They said they performed chest compressions on that shooting victim, but he later died at the scene. The shooting happened what appeared to be at a Halloween party. Guests dressed in costumes gave witness statements to police. 30 minutes after the second shooting, approximately at 1:17 a.m. on Sunday, a double stabbing happened on South 1st Street. It had sent 2 people to the hospital, and according to police, one victim is said to be in critical condition. They responded to this area near the Miami Beach Club, where another Halloween party appeared to be letting out. So residents on Melbourne Boulevard say they're questioning whether it's time to leave their once family-friendly neighborhood. They say police are frequently called out there for domestic disturbances, and that one resident saying instead of moving away, dozens of neighbors, they're interested in starting a neighborhood watch to try to address this public safety, saying, "I'm pretty sure this neighborhood can be cleaned up. It takes time and effort, but it can be done. It's not impossible." So that is something that we'll continue to keep an eye on, especially as trick-or-treaters are going to be out here this weekend. We know that it can be a dangerous time, especially for those who are going to be out on the streets. And just here at Live Now from Fox, we want to remind our viewers that you definitely want to take a few different precautions here tonight before you head out with your trick-or-treaters. We'll be talking about that here coming up on Live Now from Fox. But first, I want to mention something that I know I checked right away as soon as I heard that this was happening. Instagram today had been announcing that they were investigating into a report that some accounts, well, they may be suspended or have some other things going on with it. So they're experiencing their own Halloween outage. The company said they are aware of reports some users are having difficulty accessing their accounts, sending out this press release in a tweet earlier saying, "We're aware that some of you are having issues accessing your Instagram account. We're looking into it and apologize for the inconvenience." Now, The Verge had reported some users were told their accounts were suspended, with the problem concentrated among iPhone users. And The Verge noted about 10,000 followers had disappeared from its site, apparently due to the outage. And again, this is just something that we had noticed was happening, wanted to report it out. Are you one of those people who loves to be on Instagram, especially at a time like today, too, when so many people want to be posting their pictures on social media sites and seeing what everyone is dressed up as? Definitely a trick, not a treat for those who may have had their accounts affected by this incident. So this will be investigated again by the company. They do say they're aware of this report and they're still trying to look into this issue. Live now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief break. As I mentioned, not only are we going to talk about Halloween safety, but we're also going to be talking about a number of those candidates out on the campaign road, because we are just 8 days away from the election that is happening on Tuesday, November 8th. That is the midterm elections. We're following many people out on the campaign road. But as I mentioned, coming up here after this break, we'll be talking more about Halloween safety, what you can do to keep your kids and children and trick-or-treaters safe this Halloween. It's all coming up here in just a few minutes on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Do you got the candy ready? Do you have the costumes ready? I'm sure there are many kids all across the country excited for Halloween night, but it is important to remember all of those safety tips. Yes, we hear them each and every single year, but we want to remind our viewers one more time how they can keep their children safe. So what we want to do here is bring in one of our very own experts who's been on with us a few times here on Live Now from Fox, Tracy Fates, with us from Banner Health. And Tracy, this Halloween night, no different than each and every single year, there's some important reminders to give parents. What are some of those very first initial tips that you think are the most important to get out here this evening?
Halloween night than any other night during the year. So those smaller kids need to go with a grown-up, of course. They should be holding their hands, and they should be crossing at the corners. Before they cross the corners, they need to look left, right, left, and over their shoulder. Teaching kids to do that and crossing at the corner is extremely important. For the older kids, make sure that they plan a route and the parents know what that route is. They don't cut through backyards or down alleys. Just make sure that they stick to their route. Other things that we need to do is reflective tape on the costumes is always a perfect thing to have. And just make sure that those kids are definitely staying away from those jack-o'-lanterns. A lot of times they have long costumes on, so we want to make sure that they don't get too close to those.
And as exciting as it is to bring home a big bucket of candy, I know that's something that's always a concern for parents around this Halloween time. You want to make sure there's a couple key things that you're looking out for in that candy. What's some of the things we should be keeping an eye out for?
Yeah, you don't really want any homemade items from people that you don't know. And the other thing is look for those packages. If there's anything suspicious, if they have to be open, those are the candies that we get rid of and we don't have our kids eat.
And when it comes to, these evening times, things get a little bit darker. What are some ways that parents can make their kids a little more noticeable, especially when you have other people maybe going out, they're driving on those roads to some parties?
Right, so those glow sticks work really well, but just remember they want some hanging off the back of their costumes as well as on the front of the costumes, having them carry flashlights, and like I said, that reflective tape on those costumes is really important. That helps the driver see them.
Is there anything that you guys see each and every single year as far as injuries go when they may have to bring their kids into a place like the walk-in or the emergency room? Is there something that we should be most aware of?
Yeah, tripping and falling, we see that. So make sure the kids know that they shouldn't be running. They need to just walk up to the houses. And then, like I said, more kids get hit by cars on Halloween night than any other night. So do not let them cross in the middle of that block. It's so important they always go down to the corner.
And I think, too, obviously everyone's out there trying to enjoy their time, but this can be potentially a dangerous time, especially if you are letting your kids go out on their own. They're so overly excited. So it's important to kind of set some rules before they'd head out and knock on those doors saying trick or treat.
Right. With those older kids, if they're going out just with a group, make sure they stick with that group. They don't break away from it. No kid should be trick-or-treating on their own. And like I said, don't take any shortcuts. Plan a route. Make sure that you're talking to your kids about that route. You know where it is, and that they're only going up to doors, houses with lights on, that they're not going up to those dark houses, and that they stay on their route.
And finally, Tracy, anything that we should be aware of when it comes to, obviously, we've seen a little bit of COVID come back. We don't need to get into the numbers, but anything that we should be doing as far as keeping our distance, staying safe from potentially avoiding that virus?
Yeah, I think with that, it's just don't get too close to the other people or the trick-or-treaters. Sometimes all the trick-or-treaters come to one house. Maybe that's when you hold your child back, let those trick-or-treaters get their candy, and then go up to that.
Anything else you think we need to mention before people go out and start trick-or-treating here today?
I can't think of anything. They just need to be safe and think of all those safety tips. I think if they do that, they'll have a great trick-or-treating experience.
Right, and you don't want to be the one who ends up saying, we're fine each and every single year, and then have something happen. It's just a great way to make sure that you're prepared for whatever may come and trying to keep your children as safe as possible as they're out on the roads this evening. So Tracy Fate joining us here again with Banner Health. She's our injury prevention coordinator. We appreciate your time here, keeping all of us safe here on Halloween night.
Thank you, Christy.
And don't forget, we'll continue to keep you informed, not only on Halloween night, but on all of these press conferences, top stories happening across the country. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief break. We'll be back here with more of our top news stories right here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we are continuing to keep you informed not only on safety tips for tonight and not only informed on all of these rallies and campaigns happening into the midterm elections for next week, but also taking you out to press conferences happening all across the country. So thank you to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us. Just a little bit earlier in this hour, we were inside of the Waukesha courtroom where Darrell Brooks is once again making an appearance. He only lasted about 15 minutes inside of that courtroom before continuing his interruptions. We saw that happening back during the trial before the jury had found him guilty of committing that Christmas parade attack where 6 people's lives were taken. But it once again was happening here today. They were trying to get the sentencing date nailed down and scheduled and put it into the books, put it on their schedules. So let's go back into the courtroom. They did just remove Brooks moments ago. They're talking about different dates that would be available. They also have been talking and discussing some evidence, whether it should be made public or if it should be kept under seal. So let's go ahead, get back out to Waukesha, Wisconsin, where we're going to be listening in right here on Live Now from Fox.
As far as Mr. Brooks being in the other courtroom, again, I did that pursuant to the authority found in Illinois versus Allen. I did not hold him in contempt. Frankly, because it's a scheduling type hearing, I could simply have him taken back to the jail and he could appear by phone, but I've chosen to have him appear by video and audio means from the other courtroom. With that, I am going to address scheduling. I will be asking each party in turn how much time they believe they need to present their various sentencing remarks and whether anyone will be speaking on behalf. So I'll turn to the state first.
Thank you, Your Honor. To date, we have indications from the victims or their families that 36 people would like to either have a statement read or they'd like to read it themselves. We have approximately 5 to 10 others that would like to submit one in writing, which obviously wouldn't impact the time that we would need on the sentencing date. I would think that the state's comments would be between a half an hour to 45 minutes in total. So we're looking probably at about 4 to 4.5 hours. We will need some time to rotate victims out of the courtroom as they come in and to speak, because we can't fit everyone in the courtroom at one time. So we'll need to get one set in, get another one to room 115 so that they can hear what's being said. So we're thinking 4 hours, and speaking with the families and the victims Wednesday after the verdict. I think there's a strong desire to have the sentencing before the anniversary of the parade incident, and that obviously is November 21st. In checking with people, November 15th, 16th works for everyone. Specifically, the 16th works for everyone that would like to talk. I know that this court obviously has court calendars. I do have other dates that would work. Unfortunately, those go out to the end of December, end of November, beginning of December. But again, I can't emphasize enough, there are a lot of families who are leaving town the week of the parade, and I think the general consensus would be it would be nice for them to have some finality to this before they leave, so that they're not around here at the time that a loved one was injured or killed.
By any chance, did you have an opportunity to look at my calendar and some of the jury trials and talk with your colleagues? I mean, one of the cases, for example, I have on the 15th is an attempted homicide trial. I don't know if that's going to go or not, but just like this court gave due attention to this case, I need to be mindful that that case has been scheduled since June.
I did not. I received these dates, although I believe that they were probably sent this weekend. I did not check my email over the weekend, so I did receive them this morning, and unfortunately I did not take the time to do that. We can certainly look right now. Do you know who's handling that attempted homicide from our office?
I believe that's Attorney Sitzberger.
Okay.
There's other cases as well, because it's rare that I wouldn't stack trials, right. And so there's also another serious felony matter with Attorney Thurston for your office. That one was scheduled in August. I have another one with you, yes. Attorney Basie. I'm just looking at the number of. Looks like I have 8 different defendants, many more cases, but 8 different defendants scheduled for jury trial on the 15th. The other thing is on the 16th, our CJCC has a very special meeting. I'm still the chair of that, and that is an anniversary of the CJCC that I do not want to miss. So not that I couldn't work around that, and it's not that I'm not willing to change, my calendar in any way that I can.
I can tell you, Attorney Wichow did reach out to Attorney Sitzberger. He indicated, and he said we could put this on the record, he's 98% confident that that will resolve, the attempted homicide will resolve. Attorney Thurston is not in the office today, so I can't speak to that trial.
All right, let me, before we look at dates, of course, let me talk with Mr. Brooks and find out how long he anticipates his sentencing remarks and whether anyone. So, sir, I have unmuted you. If you could speak to scheduling.
First, Your Honor, I would just like to say that I know you're well aware that I have ongoing matters in Milwaukee pending too. I have to be in court there in 2 weeks, and those cases are scheduled for trial as well. I haven't had the opportunity to speak with my representation over there because of the protocol that I've been on these past, I think it was 5 days since I last was in your court. I would like the opportunity to, now that obviously this was the big case, obviously, if it pleases the court, if it pleases you, Your Honor, I would at least like to get a disposition on what might happen there. I go to court there in 2 weeks. I'm sure that I would learn a lot more at that time. I'm not sure if I'm going to have the same representation at this point or if something's going to change with that.
Do you know the specific date that you're scheduled?
The 17th. That's for both cases. I don't know why they put both cases on the same date. And like I said, I don't know if anything's going to change between now and then. But both of those cases are scheduled to go to trial. And like I said, with the representation there, I don't know what's going to happen with that as of yet. There's been issues for months with that. I know that's something that Milwaukee has to deal with and not your court. But it would be a great help to me to at least be able to find out what I can find out about what can possibly happen there, and to also do any work that I may need to do on my end to prepare for that.
So I have looked at the dates. You are right. There's a hearing on the 17th at 2 p.m. The trial, though, in that case is not scheduled until December 12th. So my belief would be I could certainly see the judge in that case understanding if we had to go to sentencing or I chose to go to sentencing on those dates. And it looks like, again, both cases are scheduled for those same dates.
Yeah, it was kind of weird to me. The way they scheduled both cases on the same day was just kind of like, I didn't really understand why they did it like that.
Well, let's talk about a related issue, and that is, do you anticipate anyone speaking on your behalf at the time of sentencing?
I do.
All right.
I do.
And do you know how many people you anticipate speaking on your behalf?
I don't know an exact number, Your Honor. Rough estimate, there'd be 20 or more. I have not yet spoken with everybody, obviously, because of the protocol that I've been on. I haven't had the chance to, essentially some people will be traveling to Wisconsin from different areas, different states. And I know they've expressed wanting to be there to speak for that. But like I said, me, myself, not being able to have the opportunity to speak with them personally, I don't know exactly how many, and I don't know how many people will be coming from different parts of the states. I would ask, if it pleases Your Honor, to be able to have everyone that does want to speak and does want to address the court, to give them the opportunity to be here for that. I know there's, as far as the people that are here in Wisconsin that will speak, one thing that they was stressed to me is that how is everything going to affect what's going on in Milwaukee? So that was like one thing that came up, because I had totally forgot that the Milwaukee court dates were this close. And so I was just like, yeah, you're right, 17th, that's 2 weeks roughly. I don't know exactly where we're at in those proceedings. Like I said, there's still like some issues going on with the representation. I haven't been able to reach out. Obviously, I can't reach out from where I'm at, collect call-wise. And I've had very, very limited interaction with the current representation in those matters.
All right, Daryl Brooks here in a separate courtroom after being ushered out after some interruptions happening this morning as they're trying to nail down the dates for his sentencing that will be decided by Judge Doro. Live Now from Fox going to send some viewers out to our final 2-minute break of this hour as we continue listening in out of the Waukesha courtroom. Here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Court about the proceedings in Milwaukee County.
One of the things that I've done for other cases, and I know I was asked about this previously as well, and I would also offer it up to the parties, is I will also make available Zoom for victims, family members, including your family members, who would like to make a statement on your behalf. The only thing I ask, though, is I'm not just going to open up my Zoom to anybody. And so anyone who wants a relative, a victim, a family member to speak, whether it be from the state or from you, Mr. Brooks, is I need to know who, no later than probably a couple of days before. I'm leaning toward scheduling this on the 15th, so that would be like the Friday before, which would be the 11th, so that when they come on the Zoom, they're identified and then I let them in. So I understand your concern about the Milwaukee, but if I hold this on the 15th and the 16th, by your description of how many people, by what the state said, I think it's going to take about a day to hear the remarks from the parties, and then I would come fresh the next day to give the court's sentencing. And so probably a day and a half, but I'd set aside both of those days just to be on the safe side in case it takes a little bit longer for either of the parties to present their sentencing remarks.
Your Honor, I'm not interrupting.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was trying to make sure I didn't interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, with all due respect, if it pleases the court, if it pleases your court, Your Honor, because of my situation, I could benefit from a little bit more time. I'm not asking for something outrageous here. Just enough that I can tie up some of my loose ends, get you the information that you need to be able, if someone has to be present by Zoom or whatever the case may be, or to find out if these people are actually going to travel. And also still be able to prepare for what I need to prepare for, because obviously I still, regardless to anything, I still have to be prepared to continue court proceedings. I still have to be prepared. It will really, really be a big help and a great benefit if I can have just a little bit more time to tie up the loose ends and get everything done in a timely fashion to be able to be ready to go and present what's needed to the court.
I understand that, sir. The issue the court has is, obviously, if I wait much longer than that, I would, out of respect for the victims, avoid the week of November 21st. That's also Thanksgiving week. I don't think that would be an appropriate time for sentencing. But then, after that, I do have, my calendar is just incredibly full. I have some time off in there. I have trials almost every week other than the week that I'm off, all the way up through the week of December 19th. And then again, I'm off again for the holidays. And so that puts us into January, and I'm not willing to do that. It's just, and plus I need to avoid the week of that trial in case one of your cases goes to trial. So I think I'm giving the parties ample time. I'm giving alternate ways for family members to speak, and that is by Zoom or in person, should they wish to be here in person. And I'm willing to clear my calendar even of those trials. Hopefully my trials resolve, but to the extent that they don't, then I will clear Tuesday the 15th. Wednesday the 16th, though, I would not start until later that day, given the meeting I have to chair for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, so, or Collaborating Council. So that's from 8:30 to 10. I need to talk with our executive director a little bit more, because I know we have a special type of meeting schedule, and I don't know if it will go longer. At a minimum, it would be safe to say the afternoon on that date. And no matter what, that would still clear Mr. Brooks to be in Milwaukee on the 17th. I mean, we're one county over. It's not unusual to do an order to produce that close.
I'm sorry.
No, so I am gonna schedule it for the 15th and the 16th. The 15th will start at 8:30 a.m. And depending on, I mean, I'll be ready to go no matter what on the 15th, and if the state takes into the afternoon and then Mr. Brooks needs the rest of that afternoon or into the next day, I will certainly make those accommodations. I think I'm going to tentatively say we're going to schedule it for 1 p.m. on the 16th. And if anything changes, I'll let the parties know. And then I just need to know by Friday the 11th at noon who the parties are asking make their statements by Zoom with a listing of their names, so that when they appear on the Zoom, because then I'll approve it, we'll release the Zoom information. I need everyone to be aware, though, including victims, you may not, your family members, and it may not just simply give this Zoom information out. It will be only for those individuals that are identified by the state as wanting to appear by Zoom. I want to keep a tight control over that. And if I don't see like a name either says a name that's been approved, like let's say you had a friend by the name of John Smith. If John Smith doesn't say put on their Zoom info John Smith, I'm not, and it's just a phone number, I may not let them in. They have to be identified, can't just give it out to anyone. And it's only for those individuals who want to make a statement, since the proceedings will be live streamed as well, whether that be how we've been doing it throughout the trial, or if I utilize the Zoom and the live stream I've done in the past, so that other people can watch it as well, and to facilitate the smaller courtroom that we have. So that's my decision on that. And at the I want to just very briefly have, I believe it's going to be Deputy Kibler who's going to testify about the restraints.
Your Honor.
Yes.
But I'm not trying to interrupt.
Go ahead.
You said, when is this supposed to be? Because I'm definitely gonna need a little bit more time than the 11th.
Mr. Brooks, I've made my decision. The sentencing will be on the 15th and the 16th of November. Anyone who wants to appear by Zoom on your behalf, you must file a request in writing no later than noon on the 11th. The same is true for the state. Everyone needs to be specifically identified so that I can make the appropriate approvals, and only those individuals who I specifically approve to appear by Zoom may be on the Zoom. The Zoom information can't be passed out further. And I'll create a special Zoom for that, and I'll make sure that I work with Teresa to do that and get that information when I approve that to the parties.
Your Honor, what if I'm placed on a protocol per the jail? What if?
Mr. Brooks, that's between you and the jail at this point. If there is something you need to first go through them. I'm not going to step on their toes with their protocols. I'm sure they'll understand this is a very important sentencing for you and make certain accommodations. They've done that throughout this case. I trust that they will do that as they determine is appropriate.
They haven't done it for the past week when I went on a protocol without even telling them anything suicidal in nature, and I was still placed on a suicide watch protocol.
I understand that, sir. I need to move on because I do have calendar this afternoon, but I want to have Detective Kibler come to the stand. Kibler.
Your Honor.
Deputy, what did I say? Detective, did I give you a promotion? Sorry. All right. He's going to come on up to the witness stand. I'm going to swear him in, and we'll go from there.
For the record, may I respectfully object to your ruling, Your Honor?
It's noted for the record. All right. Madam Clerk, swear him in, please.
For the record, may I respectfully request a legal reconsideration
All right,
of your
Mr.
ruling,
Brooks, I'm
Your
going to
Honor?
have to mute you because I need to keep going, and I can't have this disruption. Go ahead. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a seat. I'll let you put your name on the record so I don't get that wrong. And so go ahead. Please state and spell your first and last names.
First name Nicholas, Nicholas. Last name Kibler, Kibler.
All right, thank you. And you are employed in what capacity with the Sheriff's Department?
I'm a deputy for the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
I don't think so. You don't have a meeting. All right, sir, were you assigned to the trial of Darrell Brooks?
I was.
And can you tell us in what capacity?
My capacity was, specifically, my responsibility was Darrell Brooks, along with Deputy Stengelson.
And were you in court at the start of the trial on October 3rd?
I was.
And did you come into court or work the court trial every day that we were in session?
I did.
And can you, were you at all in charge of the restraints? Let me ask you this way. Do you have knowledge of the restraints that were utilized on Mr. Brooks throughout this trial? Can you describe those, please?
It's a soft restraint that we used. It was not any type of electronic control device. It was just a soft restraint that we applied to Mr. Brooks prior to coming into court every day.
And would that be a restraint system that was on his legs or something else?
It was around his ankles.
All right. Throughout the trial, the tables in this courtroom had black table skirts. Do you remember seeing those?
I do.
And did that hide from view in any way the use of the restraints from the jury?
It did.
And were the restraints also attached to the table in some fashion?
They were attached to the table by a tether.
At any point in time, were there any other restraints utilized in the courtroom?
There was not.
At any point in time, were there any type of electronic or stun device placed on Mr. Brooks?
There was not.
Anything you would want to add to the record regarding the restraints that were used in this case, sir?
Not at this time.
State, have any questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Sir, you indicated that the restraints were connected to the table through a tether, is that correct?
Correct, and then we would secure them with a padlock.
And how
on the
long was that
restraint.
tether?
The tether that was in here was 4 feet.
So Mr. Brooks could stand up?
Correct.
He could walk to his left briefly and walk to his right, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was the same rule that the state had, that we had to stand up and use our table to question witnesses. That was the same rule that applied to Mr. Brooks?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Mr. Brooks, you're muted. Do you have any questions regarding the restraint system as testified to by Deputy Kibler?
Yes, I do. And Your Honor, you can't practice law from the bench.
Your question, sir?
So none of your fellow deputies told me that it was a shock device when I asked what was being placed on my ankles at the start of this trial?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of? Do you know for sure that I was told that they were a shock device?
I don't believe that's the truth. I believe every time you had those devices put on, I was in there, and it was either myself or Deputy Stengelson putting them on, and I did not tell you that, nor did I ever hear Deputy Stengelson tell you that they were an electronic device.
So you were here every single day for every single moment of the trial?
Correct.
And you never heard any deputy tell me that they were, matter of fact, let me back up. Do you recall me asking what was being placed on my ankles?
That I don't. If you did, we would have told you it was just an ankle restraint.
And you said that it was an ankle restraint. Did it have any metal parts?
Yes.
And what are those metal parts?
Metal part is where a strap went through and the locking device.
And what are those, particularly, let's say if a defendant in a trial attempts to, let's say, attack someone, what would be the purpose of those ankle restraints?
The restraints we had on you would limit your movement, so if you did try to do anything, we would have had enough time to control you.
And you state that, well, the prosecutors stated that the same rules were in effect for the defendant as the prosecution, but were they not allowed to put up exhibits to go to the front of the courtroom and put up exhibits?
They might have a few times, but
The record will reflect it was one time in the presence of the jury, and after that I called them on it and said that would not happen. And then after that, it was only with the permission of the court and then outside the presence of the jury.
I don't believe that, Your Honor, you can practice law from the bench and answer the question that was asked to the...
Mr. Brooks, I'm in charge of the record, not you, and the record's going to be accurate.
I didn't say, well, it's not accurate. You're practicing law from the bench.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have any other questions for this
Yes,
witness?
I do. Yes,
All right,
I do.
it has to be about the restraint system. Please continue.
And was I allowed to approach the bench and put up exhibits at any time during this trial?
you were not.
And so, how is it that the prosecution was able to do something that I was not able to do?
That's not for me to answer.
It's because of the shock device that was put on my ankles, correct?
There was no shock device on your ankle, sir.
I was told that it was. And you said that you don't recall hearing that being told to me, correct?
No, it was not told to you by me.
Yeah, by you, but you also said, that's the point that I'm getting at. I'm asking the question. You said that it wasn't told to me by you. I never asked you, correct?
You never asked me, but I also did not ever hear Deputy Stanielson tell you that they were a shock device.
I never asked you. I never asked you, yes or no?
No, you did not.
So do you know for sure if I ever asked any other deputies?
Well, considering I was in there when the restraints were being placed on you, I did not ever hear anybody while I was inside the bullpen while they were putting restraints on you.
So it'd be fair to say that you don't know for sure if I ever asked what the device was that was being placed on my ankles?
No, I can't be for sure.
So how do you know I didn't ask?
You don't have to answer that. That's argumentative.
I mean...
All right, the record's been made. Mr. Brooks, I'm cutting off the questioning. I'm just muting him for a moment. The record's been made. Deputy, you may step down. Mr. Brooks, if you have additional information that you want to provide to the court, I'd ask that you do so in writing, and you provide the identity of any and all individuals you claim provided you with information that you were in a shock restraint. But I'll make a finding based upon the testimony of Deputy Kibler and also my knowledge of being in the courtroom every day and seeing Mr. Brooks being attached, meaning they would secure him to the table, they would unsecure him when he needed to move and other things. I'll make a finding that the soft restraint system was what was utilized, and at no time was he ever in a shock type of device. All right, with that then, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to conclude the hearing today. We have the sentencing dates. I would also ask that any and all written material that either side wants this court to consider also be filed by the 11th by noon. So that's November 11th at noon. That will give this court ample time to review it ahead of the hearing on Tuesday, November 15th. All right, thank you everyone. We are in recess. The court's going to take a short break before I start with my remaining afternoon calendar.
All right, so once again, Darrell Brooks appearing in front of the judge here on the 31st of October to schedule that sentencing They're also sorting out any other items tied to this hearing. Darrell Brooks' sentencing scheduled for November 15th and 16th following his conviction on 76 charges in connection with that Waukesha Christmas parade attack. We heard from prosecutors there inside of the courtroom as well, saying that they believe they have dozens of people who would not only like to maybe make a statement in person, but also write a statement to be read out during this sentencing. Darrell Brooks himself saying it's been hard to try to communicate outside of his cell, but he is thinking he could possibly have up to 20 or more people speaking on his behalf. So we'll continue to follow this right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, going to take you out to the State Department briefing with spokesperson Ned Price. We've been rolling on it ever since he stepped up to that podium. We'll start it from the beginning right here for you in just a moment. Some beautiful leaves there outside of the White House. We are expecting an event a little later here this afternoon with President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, as they are hosting local children of firefighters, nurses, police officers, and members of the National Guard at the White House for some trick-or-treating. We'll be bringing you that event again coming up here in about 2 more hours is when that is scheduled to be taking place. So that will be just something else you can look forward to here to on Live Now from Fox. But we're going to turn our attention out to the State Department briefing. Spokesperson Ned Price giving us an update on all of those different world issues we've been following, especially with the Russia-Ukraine war. So let's go ahead, listen into the briefing from the top right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Happy Halloween to all who celebrate or will be celebrating. A couple things at the top. As the Secretary said on Saturday, we deeply regret Russia's decision to suspend its participation in the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which is having immediate harmful impacts on global food security. Russia should return to full participation in the initiative, and we urge all parties to swiftly agree to sustain this crucial program through the months to come. Any disruption to the initiative risks spiking food prices, lowering the confidence of insurers and commercial shippers who have returned to Black Sea routes, and further imposing hardships on lower-income countries already reeling from dire humanitarian crises and global food insecurity. The initiative that went into effect on August 1st has been a great success. It has brought more than 9.5 million metric tons of grain to world markets. It has enabled life-saving food aid to reach vulnerable people in Afghanistan, Somalia, Yemen, Ethiopia, and elsewhere. The initiative helped decrease global prices of grains and oils and reduce food insecurity in lower and middle-income countries. Russia is again weaponizing food in the war that it started. The most effective step to address the ongoing food security crisis would be for Russia to immediately return to the arrangement and to end its war against Ukraine. Next, we were deeply saddened by the tragic deaths due to a crowd surge in Seoul on Saturday. We can confirm that 2 U.S. citizens were killed and at least 3 more were injured. We extend our deepest condolences to the family and friends of all those impacted. As allies, partners, and friends, the United States stands with the Republic of Korea during this incredibly difficult time. And finally, we are deeply saddened by the news of the collapse of a suspension bridge in Morbi, Gujarat that occurred yesterday. Our condolences go out to the victims of this terrible tragedy and their families, and the United States stands with our Indian partners and has offered support to the government of India. So with that, happy to turn to your questions.
Right. Thanks, Ed. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Just on the first, your first topper there, you say that the Russian announcement is having immediate harmful impacts on global food security. Have you seen any evidence that shipments have stopped?
So a couple things on.
So I mean, the question is, what are these immediate harmful impacts? Is it just the fear that?
So a couple things on this. Ever since this initiative, there was a degree of uncertainty added to its future, since senior Russian officials began making noises about potentially not renewing it later next month. Global food prices, which had fallen in some cases markedly since their highs because of this initiative, futures contracts have risen. These prices have risen in places because there was uncertainty associated with the longevity of this Black Sea grain initiative. We understand that today there have been some ships that had already gone through a certain stage of the process that have continued to flow inbound, to go outbound. But of course, we want to see this initiative renewed. We want to see its future not in doubt, with additional certainty. As I said at the top, shippers, insurers, those who have a stake in the free flow of grain and foodstuffs to countries around the world, particularly to lower and middle income countries, will feel more comfortable operating in the Black Sea. If that is the case, prices will continue to come down. We need these prices to continue their downward trajectory. It offered much needed relief, much needed support to people around the world. As I mentioned, as of yesterday, the initiative had moved more than 9.5 million tons of grains and other foodstuffs from Ukrainian ports, with about 400 total voyages. The vast majority of the wheat exported under this initiative, 66% or 2/3, has gone to developing countries, with 19% of those 9.5 million tons going to the least developed countries of the world. It is not in anyone's interests. It is not in Russia's interest. It is not in the interest of the international community to see what could be akin to a form of collective global punishment for this to remain suspended.
So I'm not trying to suggest that there haven't been any. I'm just wondering what immediate harmful impacts of the announcement on Saturday. Can you point to any?
Well, the uncertainty associated with the future of this.
That predates the announcement on Saturday.
But of course, there was the specter, the looming specter, that Russia would withdraw from this, and now with Russia's stated announcement that it's suspending its participation.
The uncertainty has gotten worse.
Of course, that is absolutely true. And if there is a standstill in ships that are taking part in this, of course, prices will rise. As of yesterday, there were 97 loaded vessels, 15 inbound vessels had registered for the JCC. An additional 89 had applied to join. The Joint Coordination Center had applied to join to be part of this program. It demonstrates the strength of this initiative, but it also demonstrates the great demand for grain and for foodstuffs around the world. We want to see to it that this flow continues unimpeded. Humara.
Just on that, what is your sense of the movement today? Do you think it's going to keep happening, or was that just like some of the ships that were already in Turkish waters? And what is your sense of Russia coming back to it? I mean, is there any hope that it might?
So a couple things. The Joint Coordination Center has released a statement on the ships that transited inbound and outbound today. We're closely following the Joint Coordination Center's planned ship movements to get much-needed grain to the world. Broadly, we of course urge Russia to honor the commitment that it has, not only to the parties to this agreement, Ukraine, the United Nations, and Turkey, but also the obligation it has to the rest of the world, not to stand in the way of the delivery of much-needed grain and other foodstuffs. We understand and we are deeply appreciative of the efforts of the UN Secretary General to engage with the parties. We understand that he has put off travel to be focused on this. The UN was instrumental in bringing about this initiative in the first instance, and we are going to support the Secretary General in any way appropriate, any way that we can, as he seeks to have this grain initiative resume and to add a degree of longevity to it. I'll just put a finer point on it. Any act by Russia to disrupt critical grain exports would be essentially a statement that the Kremlin doesn't care if people and families around the world pay more for food or go hungry. We've seen Russia engage in what appears to be collective punishment for the people of Ukraine. Again, ironically and cruelly in the context of a war that Russia itself started. But Moscow's suspension of the initiative would be tantamount to collective punishment for the rest of the world, but especially lower and middle income countries that so desperately needed this grain. The vast majority of grain associated with this initiative has gone to the developing world. We want to see that continued.
Right, given what they've been saying since this morning, is the U.S. looking at an alternative if they actually go ahead and suspend their participation for good? Like, are you at all talking with any countries about transferring this grain, this food over land, or any other alternative potential route?
Well, the ability of Ukraine to export its wheat, even since the grain initiative went into effect in August, it has been in all of the above approach. So it, of course, has not only been Black Sea, but there are also have been overland routes that have been functional since the start of Russia's war against Ukraine to some degree. We, of course, will work with our Ukrainian partners to see to it that those overland routes continue to be effective, but there is no substitute for the ability of Ukraine to export wheat through the Black Sea. And I think you see that in the metrics that we've already talked about during the course of this briefing. 9.5 million metric tons of grain through the Black Sea Grain Initiative, the vast majority of which is going to the developing world. Infrastructure for overland routes, that is something that it is certainly difficult to construct, it is difficult to maintain, not to mention in the context of ongoing brutal attacks by the Russian Federation. So there is no substitute for the Black Sea, for Ukraine's Black Sea ports, in any effort by the Russians to stand in the way of the ability of the rest of the world to be able to eat, to be able to live. That is something that would earn tremendous condemnation from countries around the world. Sean, and then I'll get a say. Sure.
The Russians are saying that they want guarantees from Ukraine on Crimea over this, that basically don't attack Crimea and then the grain will go through. That's what the Russian military is proposing. Is that something that could be on the cards? Is that something that could be under discussion?
Sean, what you're describing appears to be either collective punishment or collective extortion. This is not a bilateral issue between Russia and Ukraine. It is not an issue between any two countries on the face of the earth. This is an urgent imperative on the part of much of the world. All of the developing countries of the world need this grain. This is the breadbasket of the world. We all remember what a dire position the world was in before the start of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, the way food and commodity prices had skyrocketed. Those prices have fallen with the onset of this initiative, but all of that progress hangs in the balance if Russia doesn't resume its participation in this. This is not something that would just strike out at Ukraine. This is something that would be a painful blow to the rest of the world. Said.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what Sean just asked about. Are you drawing any connection between the attack on Sevastopol and what the Russian decision?
Said,
you wouldn't. They're saying that their flagship was hit. They're justifying this because of the attack.
Said, you would need to speak to the Russians for any justification that they would cite for pulling out of this Black Sea Grain Initiative. But I will just say this from our perspective and from the perspective of countries around the world, there can be no justification for this. Whatever argument the Russians put forward doesn't take into account that this would impede the ability of grain to reach countries around the world that's desperately in need of it. You can listen to Russian justifications for the actions they've taken throughout the course of this war. They, in many cases, have been entirely devoid of facts, increasingly detached from reality. In this context, it is also a relevant fact that Russia itself has attacked Ukrainian ports, Odessa and the port of Pivdeny, since the start of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. So whatever justification Russia wishes to offer, whatever justification it wishes to offer today, there is no justification for the action that it's taken. Alex.
On the percentages, Ned, they're saying that 20% of this grain goes to Europe, Western Europe, with very little really going to sub-Saharan Africa.
That is just false sight. 66%, or 2/3, is going to developing countries. 19% of the overall grain is going to the world's least developed countries. There is a ship that is loaded in a Ukrainian port right now, a ship that was paid for by the World Food Program, destined, if it is permitted to leave by the Russians, for Ethiopia, a country in a region that desperately needs this. The Russians can distort the data in any way they wish, and I'm sure they will. When they point to some of this grain going to countries in Europe, some of this grain does go to Europe, where it is refined and then sent on to developing middle-income, lower-income countries as well. But the fact remains, the vast majority of this grain, 66%, is going to developing countries. 19%, nearly 20%, is going to the world's least developed countries, the countries that need this the most. Alex.
Just simply because you mentioned it several times in your answers before, when you talked about collective punishment, is it the case that the administration opposes collective punishment in all contexts?
Matt, I'm not going to offer a blanket statement.
Okay, so there's some areas, some places where collective punishment might be okay, acceptable?
I think, Matt, collective punishment it would be hard to imagine a scenario in which it would be appropriate collective punishment, punishment that exacts a toll on civilians and those not associated with the matter.
Thanks so much. Another punishment part here. You just called Russia to return to the full participation on grain deal. Can you also please speak to what you are going to do if Russia refuses to do so, given the scope of the damage that is being done?
Alex, this is something that, in the first instance, the Secretary General is working very closely with the Ukrainians, with the Turks, and in turn with the Russians. It was the Secretary General who had a very heavy role in negotiating this in the first instance. It's the Secretary General that is leading the diplomatic efforts to see to it that this initiative resumes as soon as possible. So I don't want to get ahead of that. Of course, it's our hope that his efforts will be successful in the coming days, just as they were over the summer in what culminated in the start of the Black Sea Grain Initiative in August. But I will say a couple things. I think you all remember over the summer, as Russia was dragging its feet as Russia was blockading Ukraine's Black Sea ports, prohibiting ships from coming and going full of grain, that Russia felt quite a bit of pressure from the rest of the world. There was a memorable meeting of the G20 where Foreign Minister Lavrov was in attendance, at least for the morning session. He didn't show up for the afternoon session. I couldn't say exactly why he wasn't there, but he certainly heard condemnation, concern, criticism from many of the countries that were represented around that table, many of the G20 countries who were not shy in offering their criticism of Russia's efforts to prevent food from getting to the people who needed it most around the world. If this continues, if Russia does not resume its cooperation, we're going to have another G20 session quite soon, this time at the leader level. It is quite likely that countries around the world will voice their condemnation, voice their criticism, and they have every right to do that, because Russia would be exacting a toll on the rest of the world. This is not a toll that is unique to Ukraine. This is a toll on the rest of the world, and Russia would hear about it from the rest of the world.
And Ukrainians woke up today for another wave of missile attacks. Not actually, there was no military target at all. It was all about, infrastructure, energy, hydrocarbon, let's say, targets. British Foreign Minister said that Putin's only aim is to spread terror. I know you're not using that word, but do you think the reason why Putin is doing what he's doing is that because he's not being called out for terrorizing Ukrainian people?
There's no question, Alex, that President Putin is exacting brutality, death, destruction across the country of Ukraine. It is certainly not always clear that the targets that are pursued by Russia's missiles and bombs have any military purpose whatsoever. There are, and we've all seen a number of strikes and bombardments that appear to be nothing more than an effort to brutalize the people of Ukraine. This is a tactic that we've seen since the earliest days of the war, when at every turn, when President Putin has faced a setback, when he has been thwarted or stymied, the people to have paid the price, sometimes the ultimate price, were Ukrainian civilians, the innocent people of Ukraine, not military targets, nothing associated with Ukraine's armed services, its security services, but the Ukrainian people. Yeah, go ahead.
You've talked about the UN efforts to revive the deal, obviously, but what about the Turkish efforts to revive the deal? They've obviously said over the weekend that they want to see this back up and running. Do you have faith in the Turks and their capabilities to do that? Are you supporting them? Can you just speak to that?
We have the utmost confidence in the Turks when it comes to the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The parties to this agreement, Ukraine, the United Nations, Turkey, and up until the weekend, Russia, had worked effectively together over the course of several months to facilitate the passage of 9.5 million metric tons of grain to the rest of the world. We appreciate the efforts of Turkey and the role Turkey played when it comes to the JCC, when it comes to this initiative more broadly. Appreciate the role that the UN Secretary General played in bringing this together and helping to oversee this initiative. Of course, Ukraine has been an active participant in this initiative, and up until the weekend, Russia too was cooperating with this mechanism and was allowing grain to transit to the countries and to the people around the world who need it most. Jenny.
Thank you, Nida, on North Korea. I would like to reaffirm the recent arms control dialogue with North Korea mentioned by Ambassador Jenkins, who is in charge of disarmament at the State Department. North Korean Kim Jong-un says that after the U.S. recognized North Korea as a nuclear state, and then arms control negotiation can take place. The denuclearization of the North Korea that the U.S. wants, and the arms control dialogue that the North Korea wants, totally different, stories. So, will the United States agree if North Korea wants only arms control dialogue aside from denuclearization talks?
I had an opportunity to comment on this on Friday. I was clear at the time, want to be clear now, that there has been no change to U.S. policy. Our DPRK policy remains the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and we continue to be open to diplomacy with the DPRK. The complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula has been our objective since the conclusion of our DPRK policy review last year. That has not changed. I don't foresee that changing going forward. We continue to reach out to the DPRK and are committed to pursuing a diplomatic approach. That policy review also found that, in our estimation, a diplomatic, practical, pragmatic approach is the best means by which to effect that overarching objective, the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We, of course, would like to see the DPRK engage in serious, substantial dialogue on this. Up until now, they have not done so. We have made clear we don't have preconditions to dialogue. It sounds like the DPRK may be in a different position, but we believe that by engaging in dialogue and diplomacy, we can most effectively bring about what is our ultimate objective, and that's complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
Is there any possibility that the United States will eventually recognize North Korea as a nuclear state?
That is not our policy. I do not foresee that ever becoming our policy.
Follow-up.
Yes.
Is North Korea part of the topic between Secretary Blinken and Chinese State Councilor Wang Yi this morning?
We both issued readouts following the call that took place yesterday evening Eastern time. There were a range of topics discussed, but ultimately it was an opportunity for Secretary Blinken and State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi to demonstrate that we mean what we say when we have a commitment to maintaining open channels of dialogue. We believe that this is a bilateral relationship that has to be managed responsibly. We are committed to responsible management of this relationship. We believe in high-level dialogue. The call last night spoke to that as well. There are a range of issues in the bilateral relationship. There are a range of concerns in the broader region as well. I'm not in a position to go beyond what was in the readout, but we believe we have a responsibility to engage our PRC counterparts regularly regarding this.
Can you share how long is the phone call and what's the atmosphere like?
It was a phone call that lasted over an hour. It was about 70 or so minutes. We would characterize the phone call as productive, as useful. It was professional. Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister and State Councilor Wang Yi had an opportunity to discuss a number of issues, but Secretary Blinken, for his part, thought it was important to raise, once again, Russia's continued war against Ukraine and the threat it poses to global peace and economic stability and prosperity. This is something that the PRC has heard from us directly a number of times in recent months. They've heard it from us over the phone. They heard it from us in Bali when Secretary Blinken met with Wang Yi for over 4 hours, almost 5 hours at the time. They heard it in New York when Secretary Blinken and Wang Yi met at the time. But there were a number of issues also discussed, including Haiti, where the humanitarian situation there is unsustainable. The status quo is unsustainable. The Secretary made the point that for the sake of the Haitian people, the humanitarian concerns on the island of Haiti, we need to set aside any political disagreements, any political issues, and really focus on that humanitarian plight and how we can help relieve what the Haitian people are enduring at the moment.
And in the Chinese statement, the readout, it says Wang Yi said the United States should stop trying to contain and suppress China and avoid creating obstacles to the relationship. What is the Secretary's response to that?
Well, the Secretary's response is a point he's made repeatedly. It's a point that was really central to the speech he gave in May, in which he outlined our approach broadly to the People's Republic of China. He said at the time, and this has been true ever since, we don't seek to contain China. Our goal is not to hold China back. Our goal is to uphold the rules-based international order that has helped to manage constructively and effectively relations between states for the better part of 80 years. Any idea that, any notion that our policy is directed against China or any other country around the world is not true. It is true, of course, that we have profound disagreements with the PRC in a number of areas. Ultimately, it's a relationship that is predicated at its core by competition. Part of the reason why we believe it's important to have regular dialogue and exchanges with the PRC is because we believe we have to manage this competition responsibly. But it's competition. There are adversarial elements, as we know, and there are cooperative elements. And the two last night, certainly Secretary Blinken last night, did make the point again that we have shared interests in certain areas. It would be in the interest of each of our countries, but more broadly, in the interest of the international community, if we were to find a way to cooperate and to coordinate in some of those areas of shared interest.
A quick follow-up on that. Talking about the cooperation, what's the next step? Would we see more engagement between Secretary Blinken and Wang Yi before the potential summit in Bali?
I couldn't speak to any forthcoming phone calls. What I can tell you is that the Secretary has made clear to his counterpart on at least a few occasions now that he should feel free to pick up the phone anytime. The Secretary also adopts that approach. The Secretary believes that we need to maintain these open lines of communication. So if there's a need from our side or from Beijing for Secretary Blinken and Wang Yi to speak before the upcoming G20 meeting in Bali, I have no doubt that will happen.
Can I just follow up on China?
Sure.
Just two things. So Secretary has had the chance to speak to his Chinese counterpart throughout the course of Ukraine war many times, and U.S. has asked China to use its leverage with Russia to put an end to this war. Was there anything in this phone call that suggested that Beijing would cooperate on that particular point?
I think it's fair to say that Secretary Blinken last night did not hear anything when it comes to the PRC's approach to Russia's war against Ukraine that we haven't heard before. I'm not going to characterize it, but of course the PRC has spoken publicly to its approach. Interestingly, President Putin has also spoken to the PRC's approach, made an interesting comment, as I recall, that the Russians have heard privately from the PRC about concerns that the PRC has regarding Russia's prosecution of this war against the people of Ukraine. It's really no surprise that the PRC would voice these concerns, at least in private, because what Russia is doing, is attempting to do in the context of Ukraine, flies in the face of everything that we have heard from the PRC and the international system over the course of decades. The PRC consistently emphasizes the role of sovereignty, state sovereignty, the inviolability of international borders, the right of countries around the world to determine their own foreign policy. At that is what is at stake when it comes to Russia's war against Ukraine. Russia is taking aim at the Ukrainian people, at the Ukrainian government, but it's also taking aim at those very principles.
And the possibility of a meeting between President Biden and Xi, was that discussed? And based on that discussion, should we expect that meeting to happen?
I don't have any updates for you on that. Of course, I would defer to my White House colleagues to speak to any potential meetings that President Biden would have. As they have said before, during their last conversation, the two presidents tasked their teams to look into the possibility of a meeting in the coming weeks. But I would need to refer to the White House on next steps there. Yes, and I'll come back.
Thank you. Despite Secretary Blinken's effort to engage Prime Minister Kurti last week and urge him to extend the deadline for license plates, he refused to do so. What will the Biden administration and Secretary Blinken do if Kurti continues to say no to Secretary Blinken and the United States and the EU ultimately?
Well, our efforts are ongoing. You know that we released a statement last week to make very clear our belief and the belief of our international partners that the government of Kosovo needs to extend the implementation period. Kosovo, of course, has the right to implement this change under the Brussels Agreement, but we're disappointed and we're concerned that the government of Kosovo has rejected the requests and advice of its closest international partners on implementation. We encourage Kosovo and Serbia to continue to engage in the EU-facilitated dialogue. We will remain in close touch with our partners in the region. We will remain in close touch with the EU that is facilitating this dialogue. But I don't have any additional steps to preview at this time.
Okay, just one more, because Kosovo government announced that they will start issuing first police warnings from tomorrow to November 21st, and then on November 21st they're going to start with 150 euro fines against Serbs who refuse to comply. Does Secretary Blinken agree with Prime Minister Kurti with this step to fine Serbian population? And if not, what would you suggest as the best way to resolve this dispute?
We've been clear in public and in private that the international community, including the United States, seeks a full delay in the implementation of these matters. We don't seek a partial delay. We don't seek phased implementation. The international community has asked the government of Kosovo for a full delay in implementation. And again, these discussions are ongoing, discussions with parties in the region, discussions with the EU as well. So I'm just not going to preview future actions before we're there. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ned. It's obvious that fake news and disinformation is fueling the civil war in Ethiopia. And recently, I think yesterday, the Ethiopian government released a statement regarding this fake news. I think, did you read that letter or did you get it?
I'm familiar with it. I read the copy you provided me.
Yeah, it says Ethiopian condemns responsible allegation of atrocities for sinister political agenda. Since I gave you the letter, I don't have to read it all, to read all the letters, but at the end, the Ethiopian government says the government of Ethiopia is thus forced to weigh its option and consider its relations with some states and entities that are making unsubstantiated and politically motivated accusations of such gravity against the country. What is your thought on this kind of allegation?
Well, I couldn't speak to the precise allegations in this document. I would have to review the underlying data and intent. But the goal of the United States, the goal of the AU-led mediation process, the AU-led talks, is really quite simple. There is no ulterior political objective. The objective is quite simple: to achieve an immediate cessation of hostilities, to achieve the delivery of humanitarian assistance to all Ethiopians in need, additional measures, securing additional measures to protect civilians, and seeing Eritrea's withdrawal from northern Ethiopia. To your question and to the statement that you provided to me. The third point about protection of civilians is important. There is no question that there have been a number of reports, many of them credible, of human rights violations and atrocities that have been uncovered in the course of this terrible conflict that has just spread such devastation across parts of northern Ethiopia. We're deeply troubled by the potential for mass atrocities. We reiterate our grave concern over reports of violence committed against civilians during the conflict, and we call again on all armed actors to immediately cease all such violence and to end hostilities to enable the space for a peaceful resolution. We believe the ongoing talks in South Africa, where our special envoy for the Horn of Africa, Mike Hammer, continues to be both as a participant and an observer. We believe this dialogue and these talks provide the best opportunity for the parties to sit down together and hopefully for the parties to bridge their differences and to make progress against these four goals.
Ned, we all want to see this war to end peacefully, but as you know, the first peace talks held between the Ethiopian government and TPLF leaders fell apart. And the second peace talks, as you mentioned, in South Africa, supposed to be completed yesterday. However, it is announced that the talk will continue until Wednesday. I mean, is this the indication of the peace talk starting to fall apart? I mean, they haven't announced why they postponed and why they want to continue until Wednesday. Do you have anything to say about it?
It's an indication that the parties arrived in South Africa with quite a bit of distance between them. But it's also an indication that the parties continue to be willing to sit down together in what we hope to be a constructive atmosphere, and ultimately an atmosphere when the parties can discuss their differences and continue to narrow the distance between them. I know we will continue to be engaged in support of this AU-led process. Our special envoy will remain in South Africa for as long as the talks continue. At least that's his plan as of now. We think it is a good thing that the parties continue to talk. Let me move around a little bit,
Final
Michelle.
question.
I'll come back to you if we have time, but I'm trying to move around. Michelle.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. First, any comments on the upcoming Chinese president visit and the summits that he will hold in Saudi Arabia? Will it add any tension to the relations with the U.S.?
I'm not aware that both countries have confirmed the visit, so I would, of course, defer to Saudi Arabia and the PRC to speak to any impending bilateral visit between the two leaders. The point that we have made consistently over the course of this administration is that we are not asking countries around the world to choose between the United States and the PRC. We're not asking countries around the world to choose between the United States and any other country. Countries are going to make their own sovereign decisions about their foreign policy, about their relationships, about their partnerships and alliances. Our goal is to give countries around the world a choice and to make the choice of the United States and what we bring to the table the most attractive option available.
On Iraq, are you satisfied with the government that the Iraqi Prime Minister formed?
We issued a statement a couple days ago. We congratulated, and again, we congratulate Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani on forming a new Iraqi government. We look forward to working with the Prime Minister and his government on the range of our shared interests. Those include improving services for the Iraqi people to ensuring a safe, stable, and sovereign Iraq as outlined in the Strategic Framework Agreement.
And two more, one on Lebanon and one on Iran. The Lebanese president term came to an end, and there is no president yet, no government, other than calling the Lebanese leaders to form a new government or to elect a new president. What can the U.S. do to press them or to help them form a new government and elect a new president?
As I was speaking to the team before this briefing, it was my understanding that Parliament was still in session and talks are ongoing, but as we've stressed, it's for the Lebanese Parliament to determine the next president in accordance with the demands of the Lebanese people, to meet the urgent needs of the Lebanese people and to unlock critical international support. Lebanon needs a government that can quickly implement much needed and long overdue reforms, and we call on Lebanon's leaders voters to select a president willing to put the interests of the country first and able to implement those long overdue reforms.
And finally, Iran has imposed sanctions on 4 U.S. entities and 10 individuals.
You were just listening in here to the State Department briefing with spokesperson Ned Price. Of course, that is a very important topic because we're discussing all the events from around the globe. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Coming up after the break, we're going to shift gears just a little bit, and we're going to head out to Philadelphia, where the Philadelphia Phillies hosting the Houston Astros. Game 3 of the World Series later on tonight. Of course, a very highly anticipated matchup. It's 1-1 right now, and Phillies fans, some of the most exciting, exuberant, and, well, unique sports fans in the entire country, will have a live report on how they're getting prepared for this major game tonight. Coming up next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's all quiet in Citizens Bank Park there in Philadelphia, but you better believe that's going to change coming up a little later on tonight. That's because Game 3 later on tonight, the World Series, the Phillies hosting the Astros, with this series all tied up at 1 game apiece. It's the first game as the series shifts back from Houston to Philadelphia. More than a decade since the Phillies played in a World Series, and ticket prices, they're among the highest in Major League Baseball history. And we are now joined in Philadelphia by Rebecca Castor. What can you tell us about how much people are paying for just the experience of being at the World Series tonight, Rebecca?
Good evening, Andy Mack. Well, fans here, they're going to pay almost double than what fans are paying for games in Houston. According to StubHub, the average ticket for tonight cost more than $3,200. Let me show you how that stacks up against some other pricey World Series games. It's second only to the 2016 Chicago Cubs game, where the average price there was over $6,600, but it's more than the 2017 games in Houston and Los Angeles. Of course, the longer it's been since a team has made it to the World Series, and when fans aren't sure when their team will make it again, they're willing to put down some cash.
$3 to spend, but at the end of the day, you will never ever have regrets about spending the money.
I was willing to sell a kidney for this, but we did fortunately win the ticket lottery.
Once in a lifetime, you never know, hey.
There are a handful of tickets still available on the resale market, but the cheapest you'll find at this point are standing room only for about $600. StubHub says as the series continues, prices will only increase. Now, we are 4 hours away from the first pitch, and this stadium is just going to be packed with fans that have waited since 2009 for this moment, Andy Mack.
paying a pretty penny to see their favorite team in the World Series, but they did win it back in 2008. It's not like the Cubs where they hadn't won it in like a century. What's the level of optimism amongst Philly fans that you talk to about this series?
They're excited. I've talked to fans that have come all over the country, not just here in Philadelphia, to support this team. We've talked to people that drove from Virginia, from Florida, from California, people that are just excited for what's to come the rest of this series.
And I heard for some people that it was cheaper to fly to Houston, buy a ticket, and then go to game 1 or 2 than it would be just to go in their home park. I also got to ask, because you're just wearing a light jacket out there. It's October 31st. The World Series rarely, if ever, gets played in November, which it will be this year. Kind of give us a little bit of the breakdown on the weather and how it changes, because Houston, inside that dome, now we're outside amongst the elements.
Right, and rain could play a big role in tonight's game, Andy Mack. Fortunately, we haven't had any rain delays yet. The teams have been able to get out and do their batting practice, but as it gets closer to the first pitch, we might run into some delays, and it could be even impacting the middle of the game. We could see delays happen as after the first pitch. So weather and rain is definitely going to play a role tonight. But hey, it's like you said, it's October in Philadelphia. I'm just in a light jacket. It's pretty pleasant otherwise.
Definitely. Glad it is not snowing, but I'm sure the Philly fans and Philadelphia fans would be showing out either way. Thank you again, Rebecca. Enjoy the game tonight here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, an outside look at Citizens Bank Park. Game 3 of the World Series getting going on later tonight, about 8 o'clock on Fox. We're going to take another quick break here on Live Now from Fox and then get into other top stories from around the country. Welcome back into Alive Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on here just past 4 o'clock on the East Coast. And we continue to follow some big news from over the weekend on Friday, and that includes with Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We have new documents coming out recently. This from our Fox 2 associates in the Bay Area. This tweet, according to James Torres out there, per documents, David DePape told police he wanted to interrogate Nancy Pelosi Pelosi, and if she told the truth, he would let her go. If she did not, he would, quote, break her kneecaps. This new information as the man accused of attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer told police he wanted to hold that Democratic leader hostage to show other members of Congress there were consequences for her actions. This, according to authorities on Monday. I want to take you out to a story from Fox. Might not have these details, but here's the latest from Fox on this ongoing investigation.
Paul Pelosi is at the hospital recovering from his injuries. The good news is he is expected to make a full recovery. And Saturday night, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi broke her silence on this attack. She released a statement to her colleagues saying, in part, a violent man broke into our family home, demanded to confront me, and brutally attacked my husband, Paul. Our children, our grandchildren, and I are heartbroken and traumatized by the life-threatening attack on our pop. The suspect reportedly brought zip ties and duct tape to their home, and he allegedly shouted, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" after breaking into their house. Police have not confirmed a motive in this case, but some top Democrats either said or are insinuating that the attack was politically motivated.
This habit of saying the worst about other people, demonizing people, that creates a dangerous climate.
I think all of us, in the wake of this attack on Paul Pelosi, need to say that we are going to stop demonizing folks because I think those kinds of the sort of rhetoric that we've heard in too many ways in too many places can lead to violence.
But again, police have not confirmed a motive in this case, and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are condemning the attack. On Sunday Morning Futures, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy said violence is wrong and has no place in our community.
I reached out and called the speaker. She was on a plane back for her husband, but so we were able to communicate by text. She did say that the surgery went well. I wanted to convey that our thoughts and prayers were with her and her family and with Paul, and we hope for him a speedy recovery and that we're able to stop this crime across our country.
DePoppe was booked into the San Francisco jail on numerous charges, including elder abuse and attempted homicide. His arraignment is expected to be scheduled for Tuesday. Reporting in San Francisco, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Thank you, Christina, for that latest update. Of course, we know that those two new federal charges, and police say the suspect, David DePoppe, he wanted to, quote, hold this Nancy Pelosi hostage there. We're also learning from our Bill Malugin at Fox that DePoppe, the suspect in this attack, reportedly is in the U.S. illegally as, quote, a long-time visa overstay. So that is certainly some big news there out of the Bay Area and across the country as we continue to watch this from earlier this weekend on Friday into Saturday night. Well, we continue here on Live Now from Fox as the midterms just a week away and some key races are tightening up. Here's more from Fox just a week out.
When Bill Clinton defeated George H.W. Bush in 1992, the message was simple. It's the economy, stupid. Today, many Republicans are carrying that same message.
People are very upset about crime, education, parental rights, about the economy, gas prices. It's death by 1,000 cuts for so many families who can't afford rent, gas, groceries, Halloween candy. Everything's so expensive, and the Democrats own it.
Here's Delaware's Democratic Senator Chris Coons on Fox News Sunday.
The folks who I've been campaigning with are running on our record. Chair McDaniel just said we're running away from it, but we're running on it because we've got real accomplishments to point to.
Inflation has been over 7.5% all year, numbers not seen in this country in 40 years. Inflation peaked at 9.1% in June when gas was over $5 a gallon. Numbers have come down since. Gas is now $3.76 a gallon, but still about 60% higher than when Biden was sworn into office. The latest inflation data from September says inflation is at 8.2%. It was only 1.4% when Biden took office. It's former President Barack Obama headlining more campaign events in those key battleground states. He and President Biden will be going to Pennsylvania in the days ahead. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Thank you so much. And of course, you can continue to watch Live Now from Fox throughout these midterm elections, leading up to them and also after them, as we continue to follow all the races from around the country as we'll be keying in on them throughout the next week or so. Well, the Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments today on the effect of affirmative action. Here's more from Washington with our Fox associates.
The future of affirmative action in higher education is on the line. The Supreme Court hearing two cases on Monday that could determine whether race can be used as a factor in college admission for both private and public institutions. Students for Fair Admissions is challenging policies at the University of North Carolina and Harvard University, arguing affirmative action discriminates against white and Asian Americans in favor of black and Hispanic applicants.
Some applicants are incentivized to conceal their race. Others who were admitted on merit have their accomplishments diminished by assumptions that their race played a role in their admission.
You haven't demonstrated or shown one situation in which all they look at is race and take from that stereotypes and other things. Integration is a must.
In 2003, the Supreme Court said race can be a factor in admissions to ensure a diverse student body, but the use had to be limited and with no specific quotas. On Monday, the universities argued for keeping the policy in place.
Diversity is our nation's greatest source of strength.
9 states already banned the use of race in admissions to public colleges and universities. The last time the court ruled on the issue was in 2016, but the makeup of the court is now very different.
Right now, we've got a conservative court. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they take a fairly restrictive view of how colleges and universities can consider race in admissions.
The court will release its decision next year, likely by early July. Outside the Supreme Court, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Thank you, Caroline, for that latest update. Well, we're going to shift gears a little bit to a lighter note as trick-or-treaters will take to the streets, ring doorbells, and get candy. Here's more on how to keep kids safe in this very special holiday for them.
Costumes are set and trick-or-treating routes have been planned out.
I can't wait to see them in their costumes.
But health officials say there's a few safety tips people should keep in mind before heading out for Halloween. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the holiday sees a dramatic increase in pedestrian deaths. AAA encourages people to stay on the sidewalk or use a crosswalk. Parents can keep their kids visible by putting reflective tape on their costumes and candy buckets.
So one of the main things is carry a flashlight, have reflective type vests or tape or anything that could be reflective on themselves and their kids' costumes.
For some children, this will be their first time trick-or-treating since the pandemic. Dr. Angelique Campin says hand washing and social distancing can help prevent COVID and the flu.
Continue to protect yourself, washing your hands frequently. You don't have to disinfect all your candy, but keeping distance.
Police are also warning about candy this Halloween. This month at Los Angeles International Airport, federal agents found hundreds of fentanyl pills disguised in candy boxes, though authorities say it's not likely they'll find their way into trick-or-treat bags.
I do think there's a chance that these Skittles bags end up in homes in our community where there are children.
Police urge parents to throw out any unopened candy or treats from brands they don't recognize. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Thank you very much for that. I wanted to take you out to a live picture overhead in Philadelphia as people are slowly making their way downtown Philadelphia for this very big game at Citizens Bank Park. They're taking BP right now, but it's not too bad of a day there as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, you can watch that game on Fox later on tonight. Of course, we are going to continue on with some of the biggest stories from around the country, and it includes out in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as they were holding an update on Operation Endeavor with their new commissioner of safety as their Cedric Alexander after a first public report detailing the findings of that first 28 days. Here is the mayor of Minneapolis on this latest and newest update.
Data does not mean we are where we want to be. So we're keeping our nose to the grindstone. We will continue to review the data and make sure that we're strategically deploying the resources we have where they are most effective, whether that's south side, north side, or downtown. We're doing that on a near daily basis now. And so, we're making sure that's all of those are strategic investments that we're making. And I'll also say something that is an obvious truth, but I'll say it anyway. Even as we see progress, there will still be violent crimes that occur. So if you need a prediction, I'll give you that prediction right now. Success in this project does not mean that we have a 100% reduction in gun violence. We will continue to have gun violence in our country. We are doing everything that we can to drive it down right now, and the numbers, they speak for themselves. Do you have anything to add, Commissioner?
Yes,
go for it.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the question, because I think it's a good question and a fair question. So the incident that you're referring to in the 3rd Precinct clearly becomes a part of the calculus as we move forward this week in terms of how we're going to move resources and personnel around this city. Because what has guided us to the place where we're able to affect the numbers has been through the science. It has been through following the data and working with our analysts here. That has been so much important part of helping us do that. So this unfortunate incident, other unfortunate incidents that have occurred, we certainly can try to be in front of them, as many as we can. But I think even you all know that oftentimes in this business, these events take place in the spur of the moment, right in the moment they're in. Two people see each other, something could erupt, two people have a quarrel about something erupts. But our goal here is to be able to pinpoint each and every day and every hour, using our analytics, where we need to be as quickly and as resourcefully as we can. And that certainly has been working for us. But I think to your point and to the answer to your question, that particular incident become a larger part of the calculus going forward in terms of how we are going to address the ongoing problems that we're having, but at the same time working hard to keep those numbers down. Thank you.
So what proportion of resources are allocated downtown versus in the neighborhoods on the north side, south side?
They're equally moved around the community, because you see the same resources you see downtown, often the same resources you will see in North Minneapolis and South Minneapolis. If you talk to the citizens in North Minneapolis, for an example, and several of them are here in the room, they will tell you that the presence of all of our partners, along with MPD, and connecting with people who live in those neighborhoods who have partnered with us is proven to be of real value. So to your question, certainly there is no particular part of the city that is being overtreated. Everybody is receiving the same level, if you can, application of these resources as we move them around the city. And we've been very intentional about that. And we have our community that will remind us of that as well if we're not. Thank you.
Speaking about accountability, how often are charges being brought forward the past 28 days, would you say?
Well, we're pleased to partner with the commissioner, the mayor, and Minneapolis Police, as well as our suburban police. The numbers of prosecutions are up, which is good news because we see the things as they come. The number of carjackings are down. We've had some very successful prosecutions and carjackings. We in the county attorney's office, in the juvenile cases, the United States attorney, who has personally gotten involved in these cases, has really helped. They've had 2 big recent adult carjackings. And what we find is, unfortunately, the same people commit the crime over and over again. Well, we're starting to hone down on those folks, and Project Endeavor is helping us bring resources there. Last point, since I've got the microphone, you've never seen a politician yet who doesn't like standing here. I want to really thank the commissioner and the mayor for allowing us to embed a very veteran prosecutor in Endeavor's activities. He's there at the morning meetings. He's there helping to suggest avenues to what to do to make sure that when cases are brought to us, they are better put off. This is not a new concept. Hampton County Attorney's Office has done that in sex crimes with a very skilled sex crime prosecutor, Christina Warren, being involved in MPD's sex crime unit. That kind of embedding a strategic use of resources by us in conjunction with the cops mean better prosecutions.
Could somebody talk a a little bit more about maybe what this looks like on a day-to-day operational level? Like, what have you been doing to make you come to the conclusion that these trends are at least partly attributable to operation?
I touched on it a bit earlier, but in essence, there's a division of different types of units involved, whether that's footbeats, whether that's uniformed officers, whether it's plainclothes officers, partnering with our different agencies who also have plainclothes officers associated with this operation. So I'm not going to get into the specifics of the day-to-day operations as far as where we go and the X's and O's, because it's something that we won't want to do for operation integrity. But what I can tell you in general, we use data to focus those resources in all different parts of the city. And we do that in partnership with the different agencies as well. It's just not Minneapolis-centric making that decision. I talk with the supervisors from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office VOTOF unit. I talk to the supervising agents with the BCA. I speak every day, or most days, with Mike Radmer, the attorney who's embedded with us. So and also with the director of our formerly known as the Office of Violence Prevention. It's now the Department of Neighborhood Safety. Josh Peterson. That's something that we haven't done before. We do that weekly, where we're sharing data and helping them make decisions on their own where they can best use their resources.
You mentioned some of the...
Could I have Reverend also come up here to respond to this?
Thank you. Part of that we can answer from A Mother's Love, Safe Street, and Salem Inc. The minute we show up, the first thing we do is radio in that we're down on the block. We then dispatch crews by 2 all over downtown to check everything out, to walk through the skyways, etc. We've been able to, 1, get people who are ODing, get them Narcan. 2, there's one young group that was trying to break into Walgreens, which is interesting because the way the doors is set up, they was actually pulling the door at the bottom, and a little skinny guy was going to slip in. And so we were able to get that stopped, get their parents called, and move forward. And so it's basically, 1, we walk around all the time. We see the police officers. If there's someone that we see that need help, then we're able to get them help. If there's some that need treatment, we've been able to get some into treatment. The bad part about that, they don't always stay in treatment. We've been able to get some in housing, and that's through utilizing different things at the county. Even as we speak right now, A Mother's Love is down at JD, juvenile, dealing with some of the young women who was involved in some of those carjackings. So the project is working, 1, with what you do see and what you don't see, and as a result of those entities working together, we're having the desired results. And to the gentleman who raised the question in reference to some of the shooting, what you want to understand, some of these issues that people have with each other is far beyond anything that they're going to do. Case in point, the young lady who got shot right in front of U.S. Bank, that stemmed from a fight 2 years ago. No police department or anyone will be able to anticipate that. And our groups talked with that young lady for 1 solid hour. I talked to the lady who did the shooting, and it still happened. So we have to always continue to put our best foot forward and create the necessary synergy as we're always moving around to try to bring peace to the neighborhoods.
Josh, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josh Peterson. I'm the interim director of the Department of Neighborhood Safety, which is formerly known as the Office of Violence Prevention. And I'll just sort of echo some of those points and talk about what our office has been doing throughout this. So much of the work of our office is really sort of behind the scenes in addressing the root causes of violence. So a lot of what we're doing is really thinking about how can we change conditions that might lead to violence. And so that looks like working with young people and families to change those conditions. And sometimes it looks like being in the hospital room and working with people who are survivors of gun violence to help think through what do you need so that you aren't hurt again and so you don't go out and perpetuate the cycles of violence that have been perpetrated toward you. But we also do work that's more immediate and in the moment, and I think that that's the work that really sort of intersects most closely with Operation Endeavor here. And so similar to what the Reverend was talking about, throughout this 28-day period, we've had our teams of violence interrupters out on the ground. They've done 61 shifts, violence interruption shifts. And really their role is to build relationships with folks on the ground, and then through those relationships to understand when violence might erupt. So understand the conflicts and really understand the unique dynamics, and then intervene and mediate when those conflicts might come up. But it doesn't just stop with sort of intervening and mediating with conflicts. They're addressing all sorts of other needs that they encounter with folks as well. So in this 28-day period, through those 61 shifts, our one team alone engaged 75 young people with resources around employment. One team alone engaged 19 folks around housing resources. We've got folks who are, like the Reverend said, intervening when people are dealing with substance use issues and actually administering naloxone to help bring people back. And so it's really about sort of how do we think about that holistic approach to safety in the city. Those teams are operating in Cedar Riverside, they're operating on the north side, they're operating on the south side, so to the point of everyone here, it's really citywide. And the other piece, and Commander Case mentioned this, is something that's unique for us is that we've been able to meet with Commander Case's team regularly to get information about when and where violence is happening, and then share that information in real time with our violence interrupter teams. And so that sort of exchange of strategic information has been a really, really big boon to our violence interrupter teams.
We have time for one more question.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
go for it.
Does Operation Endeavor have its own budget, or is it more of a strategic coordination and reallocation of existing funding streams?
The latter. It doesn't have new or additional monies other than overtime. So there is a significant amount of overtime that is allocated through Operation Endeavor. However, that's not additional positions, additional staff time, or anything else. I'll also note that we have already existing mutual aid partnerships, some of which we have just through a relational basis, others that we pay for, that helps to provide the additional resources, whether investigative or law enforcement personnel on the ground, that has really bolstered our capacity to serve people where they need it. And finally, I'll tell you, and perhaps the biggest impact, is that we have set up this new Office of Community Safety. Operation Endeavor is the very first operation coming out of this Office of Community Safety, and so this is the very first time that we are able to provide this comprehensive model in full. Yes, police officers and violence prevention and emergency management and fire all working under one roof, literally and at times figuratively. And so this is work that we're going to continue to enhance. Importantly, we know that we've seen a drop in violent crime, and specifically gun-related violent crime, over these 28 days that Operation Endeavor has been in full force. Is it the only cause of that drop? Of course not. But we know that it's working. We need to keep our foot on the gas, and we need to keep doing everything that we can, especially through these colder months. So by the time we get to 2023 in June, July, and August, we've got a real handle on the situation. We're not there yet. We're going to keep working hard, but with this team behind us, we are moving in the right direction. Thank you so much, everyone.
You just heard there from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey saying they're moving in the right direction. This alongside the Commissioner of Public Safety there, Cedric Alexander, the newly appointed commissioner there, as they were talking about the first 28 or so days of Operation Endeavor for public safety in the Twin Cities. Of course, we're going to continue to follow that here on Live Now from Fox. We're also going out to Philadelphia as the World Series Game 3 set to be taking place later on tonight. Certainly, it is October 31st, one of the latest World Series ever, as it will stretch into November. But they're also looking at possibly a little rain. Major League Baseball saying they're evaluating tonight's forecast in Philadelphia. Their independent weather experts will have rain in the forecast. They'll issue another update in just about half an hour. Of course, they want to make sure this game is likely getting played tonight, as ticket prices are over $6,000 a pop, so they want to make sure everyone can see a full game if you're paying those type of prices. We're going to take a quick break here, though, on Live Now from Fox and get into other big stories coming up next. Welcome back into Alive Now from Fox. One of the biggest headlines from this Monday coming out of Indiana as Indiana State Police announcing murder charges Monday in the 2017 slayings of 2 young girls. Of course, this man, Richard Allen, 50, of Delphi, has been charged with 2 counts of murder in the killings of 14-year-old Liberty Libby German and 13-year-old Abigail Abby Williams. This according to police. Allen was arrested Friday after police secured a warrant for probable cause, charging information and probable cause affidavits. They've been sealed by the court as the investigation is active and ongoing. The investigation, the police say, is far from complete, but we heard from police in Indiana from earlier today in Delphi. It's on the western portion of the state near Lafayette, there between Indianapolis and Chicago. I want to take you out to these remarks from Indiana State Police earlier today on this arrest they made.
But today is different because I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity with what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation. First, I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day, and an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room have developed relationships with me personally, and you know I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us.
You're listening into Delphi, Indiana, but I want to take you out to an event that's just been going in Washington, D.C. President Joe Biden stepping to the podium right here on Live Now from Fox.
In my view, Putin's invasion of Ukraine in March set gas prices soaring literally around the world, not just here, but around the world. And because of the action we've taken since then, gas prices have actually come down, going into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve here at home in America. They're down more than $1.20 since their peak this summer, and they've been falling for the best part of the last 3 weeks. In June, the average price, not the most common price, but the average price nationwide was over $5 a gallon. Today, the average price for a gallon of gas is $3.76. That's adding up to real savings for American families, the difference between those prices. And this difference makes a difference. In a difficult time, Americans across the country have stepped up to do the right thing. But not everyone stepped up. The oil industry has not met its commitment to invest in America and support the American people. One by one, major oil companies have reported record profits, not just a fair return for hard work. Every company is entitled to that, a fair return for the work they do or innovation they generate. But I mean profits so high it's hard to believe. Now, the second quarter, the profits were really high, but the third quarter, last week, Shell announced that it made $9.5 billion in profits for the third quarter. $9.5 billion. That's almost twice as much as it made in the third quarter of last year. I think that's something. You think that's incredible? I thought, that's as good as high as it's going to get. Then along came Exxon. Exxon's profits for the third quarter were $18.7 billion. One quarter, $18.7 billion. Nearly triple what Exxon made last year, and the most in its 152-year history. It's never made that much profit. In the last 6 months, 6 of the largest oil companies have made more than $100 billion. $100 billion. And we had a little discussion about this, the three of us and others. $100 billion in profits in less than 200 days. That's not bad. And here's why this matters. I think it's outrageous what the size of the profit. Here's why it matters. These companies were making average profits they've been making by refining oil over the last 20 years, instead of the outrageous profits they're making today. And if they passed the rest on to the consumers, the price of gas would come down around an additional 50 cents. If they're investing their profits in at historic rates in their U.S. operations, then America would be producing more oil today, and prices would be down even further. But rather than increasing their investments in America or giving American consumers a break, their excess profits are going back to their shareholders, and they're buying back their stock, so the executive pays are going to skyrocket. Give me a break. Enough is enough. Look, I'm a capitalist. You've heard me say this before. I have no problem with corporations turning a fair profit or getting a return on their investment in innovation. But this is remotely what's happening. Oil companies' record profits today are not because they're doing something new or innovative. Their profits are a windfall of war. The windfall from the brutal conflict that's ravaging Ukraine and hurting tens of millions of people around the globe. You know, at a time of war, any company receiving historic windfall profits like this has a responsibility to act beyond their narrow self-interest of its executives and shareholders. I think they have a responsibility to act in the interest of their consumers, their community, and their country. To invest in America by increasing production and refining capacity, because they don't want to do that. They have the opportunity to do that. Lowering prices for consumers at the pump. You know, if they don't, they're going to pay a higher tax on their excess profits and face other restrictions. My team will work with Congress to look at these options that are available to us and others. It's time for these companies to stop war profiteering, meet their responsibilities to this country, and give the American people a break and still do very well. The American people are going to judge who's standing with them and who is only looking out for their own bottom line. I know where I stand, and I want to let you, I'm going to hear more from me about this when the Congress gets back. Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, how are you feeling about the midterm elections with 1 week to go?
How was your call with Lula from Brazil today, Mr. President? Your call with Lula from Brazil, the president-elect, how was it?
It went very well. We're putting a team together to get together and discuss what we can do together. He wants to focus on the environment, democracy, and dealing with the poor in this country and saving the Amazon.
Are you inviting him to the White House?
You were just listening in there to President Biden making remarks on the oil companies and those record-setting profits here live, raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Of course, both in the room was Janet Yellen, she was the Secretary of the Treasury, and also Jennifer Granholm, the Secretary of Energy there in the Biden administration. So you just heard those quick remarks, some 5 minutes from Joe Biden talking about the oil companies just ahead of these very, very important midterms. Of course, we were watching that here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick break right now and then get into some of those other stories coming up next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox in a rainy Washington, D.C. As we just heard from President Joe Biden making remarks on the recent reports of those oil companies making record-setting profits. This coming just about a week before the election, the important midterm elections. We'll have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get back out to the press conference from earlier today on Delphi, Indiana, as Indiana State Police have now charged Richard Allen with 2 counts of murders in the killings of those 14-year-old Liberty German and 13-year-old Abigail Williams. I want to get just back out to here live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
The team has worked tirelessly and is certainly worthy of mention today. Specifically, Sheriff Linsonby, the Sheriff of Carroll County, Detectives Tony Liggett, Detective retired Kevin Hammond, former Delphi Chief and now the prosecutor's investigator Steve Mullins, State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman, Detectives Jay Harper, Dave Vito, and Brian Harshman, along with members of the United States Marshal Service, specifically Agent Jeremy Clinton and Agent Bill Colfers. With them today is Dan McClain, the U.S. Marshal, appointed U.S. Marshal. Our state police analysts, our scientists from many different disciplines within our laboratory division, Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail, and to so many others that I know I've missed. I really believe that Abby and Libby would be proud of you for standing strong, even in the face of immense pressure and perpetual criticism. Some of these individuals have postponed retirement, passed on promotional opportunity, have dedicated personal time away from their families, given up nights, weekends, and holidays, all while in the pursuit of accountability for Abby and Libby. I know that today's announcement will not diminish your resolve, and I hope you have found just a bit of peace in this most complicated world. This is really important. While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day. Today's not that day. This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time. Prosecutor Nick McClellan, of course, will share additional information about what we can and cannot say, and also explain to you why the probable cause affidavit is temporarily sealed by the court and not available. And by the way, he has been a tremendous asset to this team. I'm yet again asking you for your patience and please your understanding while our system of due process works. Also remember that all persons arrested are presumed innocent. All persons arrested are presumed innocent. You all will have an innate desire to subjectively interpret and then report what you think. We in the law enforcement realm cannot, and you should never allow us to, talk about what we think concerning facts, but rather discuss and share at the right time what it is we know. The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day. It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet. The prosecutor has been very clear with law enforcement about what his expectations are, about what can and cannot be released, shared, or discussed. So we will, of course, comply. If you choose to be critical of our silence, be critical of me. not the front line. These are the folks who have committed their entire lives to a successful conclusion. In other words, a guilty verdict. As we move to the next phase of this investigation, I will continue to offer all resources that the ISP has to not only the investigative team that I anticipate growing, but also to Prosecutor McClellan as we prepare for the coming months. Again, Nick has been very resolute and very clear, and I'm most grateful for his leadership. And it's going to be really important as we move forward. Please continue offering tips that you would like to share. The many avenues to report will remain open and will be available to all. Please continue doing that. In closing, I stand before you in this church and very place where we held our first briefing nearly 6 years ago, and just hours after the murders of Abby and Libby. Right here. Pulling in today, I wasn't really sure what emotion I would experience. But peace came over me. And I didn't expect that to happen. And I hope all of you, with all the different responsibilities you have from around the planet today, have felt some of that as well. But remember, we're not done. I think what we all have experienced proves that together there's nothing we cannot do. But more importantly, giving of ourselves, all of us, giving of ourselves matters more than what we could ever receive. Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be. I would now like to introduce to you my friend and the Carroll County Sheriff, Tom Ledsby, for his remarks.
You were just listening into the Indiana State Police there as they're providing an update on this charging of the 2 killings of those teen girls back in 2017. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. We go all around the country, live, raw, and unfiltered, with some of the top headlines from around the country, including that one out there in Indiana. Coming up in just about 2 minutes, we're going to change topics and go back to Halloween and how different communities around the country are handling Halloween and different festivities. We're going to go out to New York City in just a little bit, but we're going to go out to Tampa, Florida, coming up in about 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Certainly a very, very exciting time here on Live Now from Fox, especially with Halloween getting going and a very exciting time. We're going to be joined now in Tampa, Florida. We're going to see from various parts of the country, but now we're joined in Tampa, Florida by our Fox 13 associates, Tony Sadiku. What can you tell us about how Halloween is going there, how trick-or-treaters are doing? Tell me a little bit more, Tony.
Hey Andy, well, it's already, the fun's already begun. We're here at Armature Works in Tampa. It's basically like a food hall. We're inside what's called the Heights Public Market. This place is usually packed. People getting food, all kinds of restaurants. They're all local. And today they kind of turned it into a Halloween fest, right? Trick or treat here at Armature Works. All kinds of kids, families, all decked out in all kinds of costumes. We've seen literally everything out here, from Superman to Batman to fairies. There's Spider-Man right there. We got an angel. Literally anything you can think about. People letting their creativity shine out here. It's an event that's going on till 6 o'clock, so another hour or so, but you know, all of the vendors are participating. They're inviting the little ones and really anybody to come out dressed in costume, handing out all kinds of candy, chocolates, and all things like that. So all they got to do is say trick or treat. And obviously folks are enjoying the photo op as well, right? It's a family affair out here. And in the process, I've met this lovely family here. We've got Chase, right, and Jackson. Tell me a little bit about your costumes.
So it's not like a unique Powers costume. It's just a skin that you can wear. Okay. And it's an OG skin when it was back in the old seasons. But now it's season 3.
Tell me about the show. That way people can kind of get on board.
Well, it's not like a show.
It's a game. It's a game. My bad.
So basically, there's like...
It's Fortnite, right?
Yes. So you build with your mats. So you get wood by breaking down trees with your pickaxe, and you get stone by breaking down stone, and you get metal by breaking down metal with a pickaxe.
That's really cool. And you're also a character from the game as well, right?
Yes.
Tell me about your character.
I am Mega Knight from also the
Mega Knight. I like it.
So basically, the game doesn't let him do this stuff, but if it did, he could like last probably like with posters like Iron Man in his hands and like fly.
It's a very powerful figure, and y'all are twins. Yeah, looking good, looking good. And you guys are just here having a great time. Kenny, Tiffany, yeah?
We're just here supporting their good time.
There you go. But you guys are dressed up a little bit too.
A little bit. Well, technically we're just here for the booze.
There you go. There you go.
He loves the beer, she loves the wine.
Okay. The kids already know. You got caught. So, any candy so far?
Yes, all of the vendors have given lots.
Ooh, you got some goodies in there. Can I see? All right, so what do we got? You want to show me?
I got Oreos.
You got Oreos?
A lot of these.
Ooh, these are, I love these. Where did you get that one? You remember? I might need to stop there.
No. And then I got some Snickers from my grandma. And I have more Snickers.
What's your favorite? What do you think you're gonna eat first? That one?
This. And I also have a lot of Butterfingers.
Yeah. You gonna let them eat it all tonight, or
already?
They've already.
They've eaten half of it.
And I also have crackers.
And you got some crackers. So is this kind of like pre-Halloween fun? Is there more after this?
This is our event for Halloween. Yes, awesome. This works out. Armature Works does a good job.
Yeah, nice family-friendly, safe environment, in air conditioning, right? You don't have to be out in the heat. Yes. Thank you so much for talking to us. Happy Halloween, trick or treat. Enjoy the rest of your night, all right?
Happy Halloween.
All right, so as you can see, everybody's having fun. You got another family here, all decked out in costume. You mind if we come talk to you for a second?
Sure.
So talk to us a little bit about your costume.
So for this Halloween, first time dressing up with me and the wife and the kids. Decided to be bears. My son's the rake. And we got Power Rangers over here.
Power Rangers. I really like those hands. Those hands. Those are cool. You look super strong, don't you?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Holden.
Say that again?
Holden.
Holden. How old are you? Holden. How old are you, Holden? Running away.
Elijah.
You're Elijah? I can't see your face. I know that. Ooh, there. Oh, there you are. Awesome, awesome, handsome. How old are you, Elijah?
6 years old.
You're 6 years old, and you got some candy. You got some candy. Did you guys just get here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So as you can see, there's everybody's giving out free candy. All trick or treating. Any more partying after this?
Well, we work tomorrow.
Got to work tomorrow.
Early in the morning.
Getting it out of the way. So you got a lot of Hershey's. Do you like Hershey's?
Yeah.
You like Hershey's?
Well, he can't have peanuts. He's allergic.
Oh, okay. Well, you got to make sure that Holden doesn't have peanuts, okay? Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your night. Happy Halloween. So much going on out here. And again, it's all happening for the next... Yeah, so much fun.
How much, because you're just at this one location on the Tampa River Walk, and I gotta ask, how expansive is it? Is it just that one place, or are there multiple places along the River Walk here in Tampa that are doing this sort of thing?
Sure. So this particular spot is right basically at the end of the Riverwalk, right? And there's so much more that's happening outside as well. As you can see, some folks are coming in, some folks are walking out. This is kind of the main area. This is kind of the main area where they're doing a lot of the trick-or-treating, the candy giveaways. Are you Deadpool? No? What's your costume?
Scarlet Spider.
You Spider-Man? I like it. Great job. Twins?
Yeah, they're twins.
And I think we just lost Tony there here, live, raw, and unfiltered. But of course, Tony from our Fox 13 associates there, hitting with talking with different kids there. Very fun and very good atmosphere there in Tampa, Florida. We're gonna have another hit coming up in just a little bit out of New York, as they're also hosting a parade there. Probably slightly different weather than they had in Tampa, Florida, but nonetheless, lots of kids out there getting candy with their friends, their family. We saw 2 sets of twins. It's kind of a rare little sighting there on Halloween, but of course, 2 very different sets of twins, 2 twins there as they split up there between doing the same costume and very different costumes. So we're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox as Halloween comes and goes. It's just past 5 o'clock here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, it's a very exciting time as it is Halloween. And we just saw from our affiliates there in Tampa, Florida, as they were on the Riverwalk there, having some fun, handing out some candy, enjoying the Halloween festivities with a lot of kids there. And now we're going to go out to our associates in New York City. And we're going to now be joined by our Fox 5 team there, Ashley Rodriguez. Ashley, it's so exciting to see Halloween. It's the Village, it's a parade. We're back to normal. Tell me a little bit more about what we're seeing and hearing out there in New York City.
Oh, we are feeling the energy tonight. It's starting to build. The parade starts at 7 o'clock out here. And throughout the afternoon, we've just seen so many creative costumes. I mean, take a look behind me. These are the gods of the underworld, the unchained gods. They're free. They're loose on the streets of the Village in New York City. Now, there is one objective tonight, and that objective is for everyone to just forget about all their problems, forget about crime or politics or what divides us, and just focus on having fun. The 49th annual Village Halloween Parade with hundreds of floats and puppets. That's what you see behind me. They're putting the final touches on it. And then we're expecting thousands and thousands of ghosts, goblins, ghouls, witches, and much more to be lining the streets to be a part of the parade. And that's what's so fun about this parade is you can walk in it yourself. You can watch it from the sidelines. You can just have fun. We're also going to have great music. We have the Grand Marshal is the Brooklyn United Marching Band. So it's kind of a dance party as well. It is the world's largest Halloween parade. So if you are into Halloween, tonight is your night. So let's talk to these ladies right here. How long did it prep? Let me start over. How long did it take for you to get this outfit together and to prep for tonight?
A couple of hours.
Hello, what are we doing today?
How long did it take for you to get this together?
Every year I build on it, and this year I put the skulls. Last year it was the ISIS, and every year it started with these vests, and then it just was. The chains came on.
And you know what's so fun about this
the
is
flags were added.
It's a lot of creative thought. A lot of people treat their costumes almost like a work of art. Is that how you look at it?
Yes, we are walking sculpture.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Exactly. We're 360 degrees.
You guys look great.
Degrees.
And do you have any choreography planned? Are you just going to boogie as you walk in the parade?
We're working on it. We're working on it.
You have some time. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, everyone around here cannot get enough of these folks. They're just taking pictures of them and videos, lots of social media opportunities down here. So anyways, Andy, we are having so much fun. Again, the parade starts at 7 o'clock tonight, the world's largest, and we are expecting to see just so many awesome, artistic, creative costumes. And what's most important, we're going to see a lot of people from different walks of life getting along, coming together, unifying, and having fun, if only just for one night. We'll send it back to you.
I love those costumes. And of course, there are some 90 or so groups of different people in different costumes right there. And also, I heard it's going to be car free for a little bit for trick-or-treaters. How much are kids involved in this parade, but also in that trick-or-treat? Because candy is definitely a priority for a lot of kids this time of year.
We cannot forget the reason behind Halloween, and it is the candy, of course. Yeah, so they have blocked off the streets. It's going to be along 6th Avenue from 15th Street, or I should say Canal Street to 15th Street. And, I was talking to a parent who said, you can stand on the sidelines with your little ones and watch the parade, but it's more fun to walk in the parade. The kids really get into it. People are throwing candy. Of course, they can get candy in their neighborhood as well. But this is just something to do to keep them active. It's New York City. You can't always go door to door, so this is a fun alternative. And, I wanted to show you one more thing before I let you go. Come over here. Take a look at these. So not only is there floats in this parade, but there's puppets, huge puppets that people actually put on their backs. So it's just going to be a visual, delicious, delightful sight tonight. We are so excited. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Have fun, Ashley. Don't work too hard tonight there on this Halloween, this parade there. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
I won't.
All right, thank you again, Ashley, so much for joining us.
See ya.
Here.
Have a great
as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We love that. That was amazing to see Ashley there. Rodriguez there on the streets on 6th Avenue as a lot of people getting going with all of these trick-or-treaters. And I think she said it best, that this is what the Halloween holiday is all about. It's all about the candy. It's all about the trick-or-treating. We also want to make sure everybody is safe on this Halloween as kids are getting out different parts of the country. We just saw it from New York and also Tampa along the East Coast. Just the variety of different events happening around the country. So much fun for so many people, both young and old. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. I want to take you out right now, though, to the White House because people on the East Coast, we saw New York, we saw Tampa, and we also are seeing in the White House, they are enjoying Halloween as well. This is a live look outside of the White House, not usually dressed up like this. You can see all the pumpkins, all the spooky scenes outside of the White House here as they continue to host these festivities there here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and get into some other top stories coming up next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We're following some big stories here on this Monday evening as we just passed the 5 o'clock hour there on the East Coast. Of course, you're looking in the top right portion of your screen, the White House, as they're waiting for some Halloween festivities on October 31st. A lot of fun going around. We just heard from New York City and that village parade that is taking place and inviting everyone to get involved, as well as Tampa, Florida, where they're handing out candy inside some nice air-conditioned facilities. We're also looking at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as the Phillies will host the Astros in the best-of-7 World Series. Game 3 taking place tonight, but of course, they're also watching the weather very, very closely out there in Philadelphia. As we were waiting to hear an update, there is the tarp being placed over Citizens Bank Park on the infield. Not necessarily a very good sign, but well, first pitch is still several hours away, and we're waiting on an update from Major League Baseball. Of course, that game will be played tonight in Philadelphia. Series tied at 1-1. You can watch it on Fox. So thank you so much for continuing to cover us, to watch us here on all these platforms as we continue on here on this Monday. We'll keep you updated if there are any updates to the World Series, as well as any other live, raw, and unfiltered breaking news stories from around the country. We heard several major stories coming out this morning. One out of Los Angeles, as 4 workers at the Los Angeles International Airport were sickened Monday. One critically by carbon dioxide that was released from a fire suppression system in an external utility room. I want to take you out to the police, the fire department there, the officials there in Los Angeles, as they were providing an update from earlier today on the conditions of those workers at LAX.
So the name is Eric, E-R-I-K, Scott, S-C-O-T-T, a Captain 2, Los Angeles City Fire Department and Public Information Officer. Also, we're going to have speaking second will be Lieutenant Rodriguez, LAX Airport Police. So I'll just give you a brief rundown, then we'll turn it over to her, and we'll have a few follow-up questions. It was at 7:02 this morning that the Los Angeles Fire Department received a 911 call for a hazardous material type of an incident here at LAX Terminal 8 near the baggage area. Fortunately, the fire department arrived on scene within just 5 minutes. We have a total of 54 firefighters on scene. That's in a unified command with our law enforcement partners. What we had was a reported release of carbon dioxide. This is in a small electrical room that's away from any sort of public walkway. It was at a dead-end hallway, and what is inside those rooms are electrical equipment. And the fire suppression system, in case there's a fire inside that electrical room, is not water, which can damage electrical equipment, but rather a discharge or a deluge of carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is colorless, odorless, tasteless, and it's heavier than air. So it will displace all of the oxygen in that room, which removes part of that fire triangle and then suppresses the fire, and it'll go out. Who was inside that room was a total of 4 people. They were all adults, 3 males and 1 female. They were independent contractors that were working. They heard a popping sound, and that was a complete deluge of that system. It doesn't come out as a short, sporadic amount of carbon dioxide, but rather a full deluge. Obviously, that displaced all of the oxygen inside, and 3 people quickly got out. 2 adult males and 1 female, but 1 adult male, approximately 50 years old, was still inside. The carbon dioxide displaces the oxygen in the individual's bloodstream, and they went into cardiac arrest. Again, firefighters were on scene within 5 minutes, but we also want to applaud our friends at LAX Airport Police who jumped in and started CPR right away. Because we've given this advanced life support so rapidly to that individual, the good news is that individual has a return of spontaneous circulation. What that means, they're breathing. Their blood is pumping on their own now, so they're getting definitive care at a local hospital. It's important to mention that this did not affect any of the travelers medically. They were not in an area by this electrical room. There was no passageway to where they could come in contact with carbon dioxide. Our hazardous materials specialists are the best of the best. They were very quickly arrived. They have specialized equipment and gas meters and have done a complete survey and repeatedly are doing so. What we have to do is now displace carbon dioxide. It's a challenge. It's colorless, it's odorless. It's like moving an invisible air bubble around. But we have the best of the best performing that, and they've done an excellent job to where right now there's only trace amount of carbon dioxide. So we use our Typhoon type blowers to be able to push this out. What we also have to do is restore things back to proper working conditions. As you know, as abundance of precaution, we had about 100 people from Terminal 8 that we evacuated to Terminal 7. We want to get things back up and running as quick as possible, but we don't want to rush a hazardous materials incident. So we're working to make sure that everyone is going to be safe. So we don't want people to think that there's a big problem. This is under control. There's no off-site issue. And again, there's only minor amount of carbon dioxide, but we need to reset that system. We need to make sure that it's up and functioning properly before we can repopulate people back into here. It does appear to be isolated. There was no other rooms that we're aware of at this point, or it did not really go beyond that area. And again, those electrical rooms are 200 feet away from the baggage area. So again, not close to other people. And so we want to really applaud the efforts of everyone arriving on scene so quickly. There was no explosion. There was no electrocution. If people are smelling things, it's not from this incident because it's an odorless gas. At this point, it's my privilege to turn this over to Lieutenant Rodriguez of LAX Airport to answer some of your questions, and then we'll do follow-up. Ma'am.
Good morning. Lieutenant Carla Rodriguez, K-A-R-L-A, Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z. First of all, I want to give credit to my partners, Los Angeles Police Department. They were actually the initial agency that responded to provide CPR to the individual that was initially affected. Airport Police then followed and continued providing CPR until the fire department was able to arrive on scene. The gentleman was taken to a local hospital, and he is doing well. He's been being treated at this time. Other people that were affected were being treated as well. In terms of, as you can see, there was a command post being set up. There was a perimeter for the safety of everybody, and the only impact was being able to maintain a lane for response for police and fire response to be able to get to the location. Terminal 8 was evacuated completely for the safety of the passengers and the workers. All operations for United continued at Terminal 7. However, there was a ground stop that occurred, has just been lifted at 10 a.m., so now flights are able to come in and fly into LAX. We suggest to all passengers to check with the app, the United Airlines app, or to check with the airline for any flight impacts to their flights. At this point, now we're preparing to hopefully be able to repopulate the terminal and get everything operational. Again, the only impacts were caused to United Airlines, movement from Terminal 8 to Terminal 7, and traffic was not impacted. Thank you.
There's no evidence of an actual fire. Again, these were independent contractors that were hired to be working in this electrical room area. When they heard that popping sound, of which there was a complete deluge of the carbon dioxide. They might have been using welding equipment, there might have been heat involved or spark. That's all part of the active ongoing investigation. There's no indication that there was any explosion and there was no fire. The fire department never put out that information, just so you could all hear back. It was in reference to an initial report of possible carbon monoxide, which is obviously a different gas than carbon dioxide, of which we're all exhaling and breathing out as we speak. It's an active, fast, ongoing incident. The fire department has not stated any carbon monoxide to the public, and again, it's conclusively carbon dioxide. Sure, and we might turn it over to LAX for that. But yes, it originally happening in Terminal 8. So out of an abundance of precaution, we just evacuate everybody nearby to Terminal 7. And so that is impacted as well. We have to be slow, cautious, and very thorough when we're dealing with a hazardous materials incident. Did you have anything else to state for impact?
Yes. So for United Airlines, if many of you guys do not know, Terminal 6, 7, and 8 are all monitored by United Airlines. So United Airlines was able to move their passengers and their flight from Terminal 8 to Terminal 7. Of course, that does cause delays, but they were able to continue to maintain operational. Yes, so there was a ground stop. That ground stop has been lifted as of 10 a.m. So all flights coming in from United are able to land. Yes.
Ground stop only for United flights or for all flights?
Just United. Terminal 8 is only operated by United Airlines.
So they face delays, but all flights are coming in.
Yes, as of right now, all flights are incoming, and there may have been delays. That's what we're suggesting passengers to check the app, check with the United Airlines, but everything is operational.
You know specifically what type of worker? Is he an electrical worker, a welder? What is the specific job title? We don't have their specific job title.
Do you know why 3 of the workers were able to get out and 1 was not?
So we'll answer maybe a couple more questions because we don't want to go on speculating too much. Our preliminary information was that one individual may have been on a ladder closer towards, what these are is red cones that come out of the corners of the room to displace all of the oxygen by pouring in carbon dioxide and thus removing the fire triangle and suppressing any sort of fire. But they could be perhaps activated from a spark or heat or other means, and that is part of the ongoing investigation. We don't have that definitively answered at this point. But 3 individuals quickly were able to get out, likely because they're more near the door, but then we were able to get the other person out rather quickly. Again, it doesn't take too much for them to go into cardiac arrest, but the good news is because of the collaborative efforts of the law enforcement and fire department, that individual is now breathing on their own and their heart is beating. So it's a unique fire suppression system that is not used in an average area, but it's used more frequently in an area where there's high level of electrical components that would be damaged from water or some sort of other sort of fire suppression. So it's not too uncommon. There's other things like halon and different types of systems that can suppress a fire in an electrical room. So again, we don't go on these every day, but we are definitely familiar with them. We definitely train for them, and we've enacted that training and are ensuring safety of everyone here. One last question. In the back. From the fire department end, no, this electrical room is 200 feet away from the baggage area of Terminal 8. It is not in an area that is for public to be walking around, so they did not come in contact with this, and they didn't exhibit any other complaints that we had to medically treat them. Did you have anything else to say?
Yes, just that Terminal 8 and Terminal 7 are connected, so that all the passengers were able to be moved from Terminal 8 to Terminal 7 without having to exit the terminal or be impacted in any way. Because it was not anywhere close to the passengers, none of the passengers were impacted by this carbon dioxide. No, sir. Passengers are out with just to make sure that everybody's safe and eventually doing a report, but they're not on scene at this time. Thank you.
Was you the one that pulled them out onto the scene?
So
we don't have that information. We'll get that to you. We've given you all the information we have at this point, other than we want to mention one more important thing that Chief Zipperman had brought up. This electrical room is subterranean. It's below level. As you remember, moments ago, we mentioned that carbon dioxide is heavier than air. So again, it's not coming up into the passenger area. So at this point, we're going to regroup, come up with a new plan and determine what our hazardous materials specialists are doing, work with LAX and LAPD, and work quickly to restore these terminals back as soon as it's safe to do so. So we thank you for your time.
You were just listening in there from earlier today out of Los Angeles as they're providing an update on that carbon dioxide leak. Well, we're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox. Here's a live look at the White House. President Joe Biden handed out candy there with a bunch of kids in different costumes. This is a live look outside of the White House handing out candy. Got to wonder what kind of candy he's handing out right now, because that's always an exciting. It tells a lot about a person by what candy you're handing out on Halloween. Also coming up just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to go back out to Philadelphia as a rainy Philadelphia, but Game 3, lots of excitement coming up in just about 2 minutes. Welcome back into Alive and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. This is a live look at Citizens Bank Park. The world is watching a World Series Game 3 taking place later on tonight between the Phillies and Astros as that series shifts back from Houston to Philadelphia. And we are now going to be joined by our Fox 29 associates. Kelly Rule, what can you tell us about the level of excitement? Because Philly fans, man, they are some of the most unique, most excitable, just one of the best sporting groups in the whole country. What can you tell us about how people are getting ready for Game 3?
Loyal, dedicated, passionate. Yeah, you named it. Well, right now there's a lot of excitement, but also a lot of nerves because it is getting dark out here. So we're just hoping this game goes on as scheduled. But I talked to the ultimate fan today. His name is Kevin Sika. He went to the Eagles game yesterday, the Union game yesterday. He has tickets to all 3 Phillies home games. He'll fly to Houston Thursday for the Eagles game and then stay if the Phillies go back to Houston. I asked him if he's crazy or just financially well off. He said a little of both and a lot of passion.
Baseball just became like a passion.
Looking for man cave inspo? Look no further than Kevin Sika's Quakertown basement.
That's what it was for. It was just a game room. It kind of got a little carried away.
Except this man cave is really more of a Philadelphia Phillies haven and was actually created for his 2 daughters in high school at the time, a place to hang out with friends.
The funniest part was my daughter wanted red furniture. And I was like, no. And then she's like, what if we did a Phillies theme? I'm like, okay. So she knew how to hit my buttons. Bar stools with the bases.
But the dominant decor isn't Phil's furniture, and there's a lot of it, or memorabilia, but dozens and dozens of pictures of memories.
Just the experience of it all, all this stuff I have down here, the most important things to me are the pictures with my family and friends.
Sika's love for the Phillies really began in 1980 when his mom took him to Game 6 of the World Series when he was just 12 years old.
So this is Game 6, 1980. Tug McGraw on the team. Seconds after the win in 08.
Fast forward to 08. He took his daughter Amanda, also 12 years at the time, when the Phils took the title. And he's hoping to recreate that legendary picture with her again this week. Sika has tickets to all 3 Phillies games at home. He also went to the Eagles and Union game Sunday and will attend the Eagles game in Houston Thursday and stay there if necessary for the Phils.
I saw it all lined up. I'm like, I got to do this. I mean, how could I not do this? It's there. It doesn't happen very often, so I'm doing it. I signed Cole Hamels ball.
A nice budget and perhaps, admittedly, a little bit of crazy.
And so I'll be at any clinching game, bringing that Sika mystique.
Sika says this is his passion, his thing, and he's doing it for Philly.
I got to be there.
Yeah, well, thank you for stepping up.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it,
All right, so here's the thing. If this game is postponed tonight, it's going to throw off that entire timeline. So for his sake, for all of our sake, we're just really hoping the game goes on tonight and that he can be a great good luck charm this week.
The Sika mystique certainly love it. And Kelly, I got to ask you, because the 2008 World Series setting up very similar, where the Phillies win the first game, they lose the second game, and then they win 3 straight. Is there any doubt among Sika and also Phillies fans that they might go 3 straight to clinch this thing?
Go Astros! So they certainly hope that's the case, but I am hearing that there's a possibility they could lose just 1 and then go back to Houston and win it in Game 6. Hearing a lot of that as well. There's no doubt that they're going to take it all the way. Everyone believes that, but some people are saying that. So we'll see what happens.
Definitely. And give me a little bit of the weather report, because we're watching it. We see the tarp go on the field. We're a little nervous and keeping our eye on updates. What's the weather like? What can you kind of see and feel there and just ahead of this game?
So it is dry right now, but we've felt the temperature drop a little bit. And like I said, it is getting dark out here. So that's the big concern. The tarp is on the field, but the last meeting they had, I believe, was at 5 o'clock, and we haven't heard anything. So no news right now is good news. It doesn't look good, but it feels good. So we'll go with that, right?
I am all optimistic, as a lot of people in Philadelphia are about the Phillies. Thank you so much, Kelly Rule, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right. Well, enjoy the game as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we are keeping our eye on it. And here's a live look overhead, the helicopter shot. And, well, that white square there is the tarp over the field right now on Citizens Bank Park. We saw it off, but they put it back on the field there, and we're still waiting an update from Major League Baseball on this game as it's set to get going. And just over 2 hours or so on Fox. Of course, we'll keep you updated if there are any updates to have here on Live Now from Fox with this Game 3 best of 7 series, with it split at 2 games or 1 game apiece between the Astros and Phillies. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Not necessarily a good sign from Philadelphia, as Game 3 of the World Series is scheduled to take place tonight, but Mother Nature might have other plans. Right now, the tarp is currently on the field. We do not know any update, but other than the game is scheduled for later on tonight. Of course, we'll keep you updated if rain or any other weather impacts that game between the Astros and Phillies. We're also watching here on Live Now from Fox, President Joe Biden and his wife Jill Biden handing out candy there. Some sports fans there at the White House, Steph Curry jersey and a Kansas City Chiefs shirt as well. Plenty of kids there getting candy from the president at the White House. As you can see, a bunch of pumpkins and different things. Also an astronaut there on hand. And that little girl just taking candy from it, doesn't really recognize who the guy is, more excited about the candy, and well, you can expect that from little kids. Is candy a priority this time of night here on Halloween? And we're, of course, going to have more updates coming up on Halloween safety and all the festivities coming up tonight. We also want to go out to Winter Haven, Florida, as they are holding a rally, Getting Things Done rally in Winter Haven, Florida. We see Sheriff Grady Judd also introducing Marco Rubio. Let's take you out to these remarks as midterm elections closing in the next week here on Live Now from Fox.
Marco Rubio, and I said, how cool? I said, where is it? They said, just keep talking to the sheriff's office. Here's my honor to be your sheriff and to talk about the greatest state of the union.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And that doesn't just happen. When I go around to the different communities, the different retirement communities, and the different meetings, I said, I want you to look across this nation. I want you to look at Portland, Oregon. I want you to look at Seattle, Washington. I want you to look at Minneapolis. and Washington, D.C., and New York State and California. The reason they have the policies there that is causing crime to go up, where people aren't safe and they don't feel safe, the reason for that is who they elect to public office.
Gotcha.
Now, folks, if you like high crime, if you like not feeling safe in your home or sitting in your yard, if you don't feel safe if you don't want to feel safe going to the store, elect the people like they do in California. But if you want to be safe, you're going to elect Marco Rubio as your senator once again.
Yes.
You're going to re-elect our great Governor Ron DeSantis. The reason things are the way they are in those states are because the way that they vote. It's who they put in office. It's what policy they want. Now listen, let's do a comparison. Crime in unincorporated Polk County, our service cities that we provide policing for, the crime here is at a 50-year low. Did you hear what I said? There's a reason for that. I can remember back in the day. I remember when the felons owned Florida. I remember that. I remember when they were shooting and murdering tourists in the rest areas. And what happened? Our legislators changed the law. They implemented 85% sentencing. So you're no longer going to serve 30-35% when they finally send you to prison. I remember when life, you're not going to use firearms. You're not going to shoot our people. And what happened when the state of Florida changed those laws? Crime precipitously fell, and it continues to fall. And then all that happened across the United States, and all of a sudden, you're wanting to hug a thug again. What are you talking about? Do you only have 3 brain cells? 2 of them are on vacation? The other reported sick? Think about it for a minute. Think about it. The reason we have safety and security is the policies that the legislators put in place, and they give us the tools. Now, I've got to tell you, I've got the greatest men and women as deputies in the entire United States of America. They are all. They go above and beyond to serve you and to keep you safe, and it's our honor to do that. They stand in the gap between good and evil. But listen, it doesn't take a lot of science to figure this out. Burglars in prison don't break into your home. I'm just saying, right? Robbers in prison don't stick guns in your face at the ATM. I'm just saying, right? It's quality of life. I remember when they program that said, you know, the problem is we're locking up too many criminals. Now, we have a tough state as far as locking up criminals in Florida. We only send 4 out of every 100 arrests to state prison. Do you think that's too harsh? No! But the reality is we send the right form. And we send a message to their brothers and their sisters and their cousins and their friends. We will lock you up too if you rob stores, if you burgle cars, if you break in, if you steal. And it works. So why isn't California doing that? Why isn't New York doing that? It's who they elect. Marco Rubio stood with us when he was in the State House. Marco Rubio stands with us today as our U.S. Senator. Okay, so I got to tell you the truth. This is, like my old dad used to say, this is a known fact. Marco Rubio's opponent used to be a police chief and a police officer. And she wants to ride that. I know Val Demings. I know her husband. We were sheriffs together. And quite frankly, as a person, I liked it. Val Demings abandoned the police. She abandoned what she spent time doing. She voted in Congress, okay? She voted against the police and against your safety and security and for the criminals. That's why we want Marco Rubio. So I called the senator, and I told the senator, I said, I need some help. This thing's passed the House. He said, Grady, I got you back. It's not passing in the Senate. We are not passing it in the Senate. So while we saw Senator Rubio's opponent support that legislation, vote for it, vote for that woke agenda, vote against the safety and security of youth, vote against the law enforcement officers. While she did that, we saw Senator Marco Rubio doing the opposite. He supported you. He supported law enforcement, and he always does. And he gets things done. And I love our U.S. Senator Marco Rubio.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, I'm going to be right to the point. It's a little warm in here, so I'll be short. You know, I want to keep standing the whole time, but and I'm so grateful to be with you. Thank you for that. We almost had to call you a few minutes ago. So we've been getting around. I was in Panama City. We were in Pensacola. We flew down. We landed at the FBO. And we get in the car. We're trying to drive out. You know how you drive out into the tarmac, and then you're trying to drive out. And so the gate's supposed to open when you drive up to it, but the gate wouldn't open. We're already behind the fence, and then the place is closed. And so as it turns out, we were just putting the car in the wrong place. That's why the sensor wasn't open. But I thought I'd have to taxi you or something, or call the sheriff and bolt cutters out or something. I don't know. But I'm so excited to be with you guys here today. I'm so excited about what's going to happen a week from tomorrow night. We're going to take a big step to saving the greatest country in the world, right? You know, people ask me all the time, what is this election all about? Well, let me just start by saying I'm really distracted because you have your own disco ball. I'm looking at that disco ball. I mean, I've looked at it 4 times. I'm trying not to notice it. It's right there. Didn't I mention the disco ball when I walked in? Because I have mixed feelings about disco music. You know, I see you guys laughing. You all had bell bottoms, don't lie. You did, right? Everybody else had. What were you guys thinking? I don't understand it. The guy from the baggy pants generation talking about bell bottoms. But look, the same party's in charge of everything in Washington: the House, the Senate, the White House. And I honestly believe this with all my heart. I say this to you with no pleasure and no exaggeration. If these people remain in charge of everything, they'll destroy the country. They'll destroy the country. They'll destroy the country, and I think the last. It's been less than 2 years, gives you evidence of that. So let's start with this. 2 years ago, so what's happened over the last 2 years? Number one, we had runaway inflation. I mean, it is out of control runaway. A lot of demand, or the same amount of demand, and the result is prices go up. And one of the things that underlies everything is the cost of fuel. Be it diesel, be it gas. Diesel prices are climbing big time. And we have to worry about that because all the products you buy at the store are transported using burning diesel. They're not electric cars, they're not solar cars, they're diesel-powered trucks that get it there. Diesel is also a heating. Those of you from the Northeast know that that's what they use. So that's the other big problem we have. But on top of that, we don't have enough fuel, and we don't produce it. We have an administration that's sitting there saying, gee, I don't know why we're not producing more oil. Well, because you basically said you're going to put the whole industry out of business. Okay? We don't have enough refining capacity. That's the other thing. You don't put oil in a car. You put gasoline in a car, which is refined oil. You have to have refineries. They're really mad. Oh, you need to build more refineries. Why in their right mind would anybody invest in an industry that you said you're going to put out of control, out of business? And that's what they've done. By the way, you know who does have excess refining capacity? You know who leads the world in excess refining capacity? Like more refining capacity than what they're using? Take a guess. China. I know the Green New Deal, China, right? They love their batteries, they love their solar. They are financing more coal-fired plants around the world than anybody else. They're building more refineries. So these guys don't want to drill for oil. They tell banks, don't lend money to the fossil fuel industry. They're worse than the cocaine cartels. Put them out of business. And then they say, but we need more oil. Saudi Arabia, please give us more oil. That makes no sense to me. We're begging Saudi Arabia for oil. The only thing I can conclude is that Joe Biden thinks that Saudi Arabian oil is cleaner. And the answer is, we should drill for American oil and then just put a sticker that says made in Saudi Arabia and he'll be for it. That's my trick. You think they'll fall for it? By the way, I have nothing against battery-powered cars. I don't know if anybody here has one of them. I know people love these things, sometimes more than their own children. They love this. I have no problem with it. I hear great things about it. You have to change the oil of the Tesla, all that kind of thing. They're expensive. My only problem with it is that, two things. The first is, like, if you have a hurricane, there's no way to charge it. So the only battery-powered car I want is one with a little crank. You can crank it up. And the other thing I problem with, I saw this on the internet, so it has to be true. These things, if they catch fire, you can't extinguish it. You can't put it out. It's like one of those Olympic torches, you know, those endless flame things. That's like, what do? You call the fire department. My electric car's on fire. They're like, oh, well, good luck. I don't know, but it's also interesting. At the end, they got to be powered by something. Californians are finding that out. They passed a law that says you can't. Everyone by 2035 has to have an electric car. You can only buy electric cars in California. And a few days later, they send out a text message: "Do not charge your electric cars. It's threatening to blow up our electric grid." So bad deal all the way around. All right, so we don't drill for oil, so we have an oil shortage, and so the result is prices go up, and now we're begging other countries for it, and you pay for it. Everything we buy, the embedded price in everything we pay for is the price of fuel.
You're just listening into Marco Rubio there in Winter Haven, Florida, as midterm elections closing in just about a week away. Of course, we're following all the big stories from around the country, including President Joe Biden handing out candy on this Halloween as they're greeting a lot of kids there in the White House in Washington, D.C. We're also keeping an eye on the World Series as the tarp on Citizens Bank Park there in Philadelphia in this World Series Game 3. And then coming up after the break, we're going to have a conversation with one of our colleagues at Fox about the Powerball, and certainly a $1 billion prize could be yours if you're just a little lucky. We're going to have that coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Already this summer we saw Mega Millions reach $1 billion, but now we're also hearing from Powerball as it's the 5th largest lottery prize in U.S. history. And a lot of people are hoping to get lucky with this latest prize. We're now joined by Fox's Joy Addison. What can you tell us about how people are trying to find this lucky ticket to win this $1 billion?
Hi, Andrew. It is Powerball jackpot drawing day, and people are feeling lucky, especially people here at Rudy's Stop and Shop just outside of Houston. It has a reputation for being one of the luckiest lottery retailers in the state. And if anyone is lucky enough to pick those 6 numbers tonight, their life could change forever.
I said, you know what? If you're going to buy tickets, might as well make the drive.
People across Texas are driving hours to the lucky Rudy's Stop and Shop in Rosenberg with hopes of winning the 5th largest lottery jackpot in U.S. history. The jackpot crossed the $1 billion mark after nobody won Saturday night. With that money, the winner could afford a yacht, an island, a private jet, a really big house, or all 4. And people buying tickets say they're already planning how they will spend their winnings.
Hey, I'm going to take care of all my kids, my stepkids, everybody. I'm going to invest it in my family.
Oh, I would buy me a barn. That's about it. And give some of it away.
I'd probably buy me a small island. You know, pay everything, all my debt. It'd be great. It'd be a relief off my shoulders.
With the money, I'd buy a vacation home, probably, something on the water in the Great Lakes, like Michigan or Wisconsin.
Now, the winner can choose to have their money after taxes in one large lump sum, or they can choose to have payments over the course of 30 years. And when it comes to the odds for this jackpot, 1 in 292.2 million. So good luck to everyone.
So
Andrew?
You're saying there's a chance, Joy. Well, how's the shop there in Texas? Have they seen a spike in people with the billion? Because when you see just like, I don't know, 800 million, it might not get people excited. But when they say billion, it gets people going. Have you seen a spike in customers getting tickets?
Yeah, so I was able to talk to a manager here, and he told me that today they've seen the most people come to buy lottery tickets that he's seen in the past 2 years, and that's because this lottery has reached $1 billion. But this particular store is known for being one of the luckiest lottery retailers, so he's used to having a crowd.
I believe it. Well, thank you so much, and if I buy a ticket, I hope I win it, because I do not want to come to work tomorrow, but thank you so much, Joy, and we'll cross our fingers potentially to see if we can make this happen. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Hey, you and me both. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Joy, as we continue on, and we're going to continue on, and if we're so lucky, but we do like working here at Live Now from Fox, so don't disregard that right there. But $1 billion for a lot of people would make a huge difference. Thank you so much for continuing on here on Live Now from Fox. Well, President Joe Biden still handing out candy at the White House there, as there are plenty of kids. We've seen the line of kids continue to grow in Washington, D.C. Of course, a very exciting time for Halloween, but also a lot of concern about making sure everyone is safe this time of year for all the youngsters out there. So we're going to take a quick break right now and have more Halloween safety tips coming up after the break. Well, welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, Halloween is upon us, October 31st. A very exciting time for a lot of kids and also a lot of nerves for some parents out there. We're going to be joined by Vice President of Traffic Safety and former law enforcement officer Darren Grondale. What can you tell us about Halloween and maybe the spikes and getting people a little bit nervous out there? What can you tell us about how Halloween and the impacts in your eyes for this?
Well, thank you, Andy, for having us on the show. And this is a fun time of year. A lot of people are out roaming around with Halloween, lots of ghouls and goblins that are out there. But we see, unfortunately, traffic spikes on Halloween, and especially this holiday. We call it the trifecta holidays with Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas coming up, is being able to pay attention to what we're doing, some of the issues that we're faced with, some of the challenges that are out there for traffic. And we see so many of our kids that are out there going from house to house, trick-or-treating, and just warning to our drivers, really paying attention and understanding what the circumstances are. Seeing kids, sometimes they get pretty excited going from house to house and they're running and they dash out, is to watch your speed, being able to be sober and being able to be cognizant of what's around them. And especially for parents that are out there walking with their kids, being able to make sure that they're teaching them the proper safety techniques of looking both ways before they cross the street, don't cross mid-block. Those are just some basic things that we kind of look at. For responsibility.org, we've been around for over 30 years. And one of our main missions, we have a threefold mission, is one is to eliminate underage drinking, to eliminate drunk driving and all forms of impaired driving, as well as have responsibility choices, for those that do choose to consume over the age of 21. And this is a time of year where we do see a lot of parties, a lot of activities that go on. And so here's there's some basic safety tips around, just alcohol consumption, party use. Here you have some challenges with candy. I think you were mentioning should parents be nervous about what kids are actually receiving at the door?
Definitely. Thank you so much again for joining us. Of course, there's a JAMA pediatric study from 2019 that corroborates this, noting Halloween may heighten pedestrian traffic risk because celebrations occur at dusk, mask restrictions impact vision, costumes limit visibility. In terms of people on the road, what are you warning, maybe not people trick-or-treating, but the people that are just on the road on this evening?
Well, you see a lot of drivers that are out there that have been going from one party maybe to the next, they're going home, is if you have been consuming alcohol or any other substance, is please don't drive. Find an alternate plan to get home. Look at how, if you've been consuming, have either go, stay where you're at if you can, if it's safe to do so, and stay overnight. Don't put yourself in any compromising positions or situations, but find a safe place home, even if you have to go to a hotel. Have a friend or a family member that is sober, come and get you. Rideshare is also another option. And one thing I would caution with rideshare is making sure that on your app that you see the license number, you confirm with the driver before you get in. We've heard some very horrific stories about that. They got into the wrong car. They thought it was an Uber or a Lyft, and it was the wrong car. But there's great services out there, taxi services in some areas. Obviously, I know in some rural communities, you're not always going to have a rideshare option. But think about how could you get home without having to compromise yourself, having consumed something and being under the influence? Because do you have the ability to react, stop, if a trick-or-treater came out and was, in front of you? Those are some of the challenges I think that we try to tell people. I remember when I was a kid, being well illuminated, my mom always made me sure I had a flashlight or those little glow things that you'd put on your wrist or something that would illuminate you. But every year we continue to see where Halloween is some of our highest numbers. In fact, we've seen between 2016 and 2020, over 129 people are killed in traffic crashes every year just at Halloween. and over 11 of those are pedestrians. So it's a true issue around safety, and we want everybody. Responsibility.org is encouraging people to have fun, to celebrate the holidays, but do so safely without having anybody harmed or killed.
That is certainly the key. Thank you, Darren Grondell, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox's. Halloween is upon us, but we want to make sure everyone enjoys the holiday, but also stays safe. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having us.
All right, thank you. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, I am Andy Mack. We're going to continue on and cover some of the biggest stories from around the country. Of course, Halloween is upon us, so very exciting time. We saw President Joe Biden there handing out candy on this Halloween, making sure everyone is staying safe and staying vigilant, as you might imagine, both people on the roads and also just kids and parents as they're walking around there. With candy and whatnot as they continue to trick or treat there at various topics. We saw out of New York, we saw it out of Tampa, just different events here on Halloween. We want to make sure everyone stays safe. Well, we're also looking at a live picture in the Bay Area as we're expecting to hear from officials after David DePape, the suspect that broke into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home, and obviously, we've heard more updates today. The man accused of attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer told police he wanted to hold the Democratic leader hostage and, quote, break her kneecaps to show other members of Congress there were consequences for their actions. This on Monday, according to officials. We're listening in here live. Let's listen in just right here on Live Now from Fox.
So we're hoping to get through this fairly quickly. The district attorney is going to make some brief remarks, and then we'll take questions. But I can certainly appreciate everyone's timeline, and I appreciate everyone's patience as this thing came together today. But yeah, we'll be getting started in just a minute or two. Yes, sir.
Just quick one to show. Didn't know if the DA will Chief Scott be talking as well.
Chief Scott will be available for questions as they come up, but the primary speaker today will be the district attorney.
Will the FBI be present?
No.
How about the police? Thank you.
Chief Scott will be here. He'll be available for questions, but the primary remarks will be from the district attorney.
So it's just the two of them?
Just two of them.
You were just hearing there from officials as we're waiting to hear this press conference from the district attorney there, David DePape, facing federal assault charges there in Northern California. San Francisco district attorney and police chief strongly rejecting mocking jokes and conspiracy theories about the attack sent out by far-right figures and even some leading Republicans just a week